You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot! Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
From the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Durham. You're most welcome to join us. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Newcastle and All Points North East, and BBC Radio Sport. Myself, Richard Ray, for the former. As ever, Martin Emerson for the North East, and really pleased that we've been joined by Atif Nawaz in this game from BBC Sport. The game is about to resume with Leicestershire still in their first innings. They are on 335 for 4. They are replying to Durham's first innings score of 517 for 6. We have a pleasantly cool day here in the East Midlands. It is cloudy. It is not hot. Conditions ideal for bowling, and you would have thought that Durham considerably strengthened for their bowling on this day, because Matthew Potts is back in their lineup. Released by England, the young fast bowler takes his place in the Durham side, or comes into the Durham side in place of young Stanley McAlinden, which, as I say, massively strengthens their bowling lineup. Potts, Leicestershire supporters will not need reminding, took 13 wickets on this ground in the game, in this equivalent game last year, albeit it was played at a slightly different time of the year and in slightly different conditions, but he was well nigh unplayable during that game. 13 for, I think it was just over 101, I will look that up. However, his presence is likely to change things considerably. That said, Leicestershire have two very much established batsmen at the crease. Colin Ackerman will resume on 104 not out. Vian Mulder on 49 not out. Mulder hit the last ball of the day yesterday for 4. To make things even more promising as far as Durham are concerned, a new ball is due in 3 overs time, so they will get through these last 3 overs, one anticipates, with the old Kookaburra ball. Remember, we're using Kookaburras in this game. Liam Travaskis will open the bowling, the left arm spinner, which rumour has it may be heading to Leicestershire at the end of this season, and he'll be bowling to Colin Ackerman, who definitely is going to Durham next season. In goes Travaskis and bowls. Ackerman is forward, carefully pushing the ball back up the pitch to Liam Travaskis. We've started early, Atif. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, yeah. 10:59, very good. I'd love to see it. There's loads of young people in the crowd, they'll be entertained.
Travaskis tosses that one up. Ackerman just forward, pushing it out into the offside. Yes, you can possibly hear the chatter of excited young voices around the Uptonsteel County Ground. Apparently, best part of 1,700 school children expected here today. In goes Travaskis, tosses it up. Ackerman is working it out through square leg. Matt Parkinson is round about the 45-degree, 50-degree angle behind square. He has to run round to pick up. So Ackerman takes 1, moves on to 105. We are up and running. If I was any good at maths, I'd tell you how far Leicestershire were behind now. They are 517 minus 336 behind.
Yeah, it's the way you've put it. I can't do that in my head either.
Travaskis is in to Mulder, who is clipping towards mid-wicket. Matthew Potts runs to his right. There is a huge applause because that is Mulder's 50. And he raises his hand, and Ackerman jogs down the pitch to his fellow South African. They do a sort of high five as best you can with batting gloves on. Mulder's 50 came off 70 balls.
181 behind the Arno after that single.
Thank you very much. In goes Travaskis and bowls, and Ackerman clips to Potts at mid-wicket. Potts with 35 on his back. Sweatband on his left wrist. Hasn't done much red ball bowling at all this season. In goes Travaskis and bowls. Ackerman drives, but only as far as mid-off. And that is the end of the 78th over of Leicestershire's first innings. 337 for 4.
Yeah, it's very, very overcast as well today. There's loads of clouds and a bit of a gloom over this, the Uptonsteel County Ground here in Leicestershire. It's not quite bright skies that we've had over the last couple of days. It's time for an update, so I shall let Richard tell you more.
But the forecast is good. So at least it's dry, which equals good as far as we're all concerned. We'll try and find out the names of the various schools that are coming today as the day goes on. Spectacular in the indoor centre. They have set up neon cricket and it looks brilliant. Hopefully we'll be able to get some pictures. I'll try and tweet a picture or two if I possibly can in there, but it looks really exciting. Matt Parkinson is in from the pavilion end. Mulder is very carefully forward, suspiciously one might say, pushing the delivery back up the pitch towards Parkinson, who was rather dismissive of the chances of there being a positive result when I spoke to him yesterday. Update coming up for BBC Radio Leicester as in goes Parkinson. Mulder is pushing it back towards the Lancastrian, puts down his right hand, stops the ball, not cleanly, does enough however. Here comes the update. We are already underway in front of 1,700 Leicester school children making a lovely chattering sound around Grace Road. It's dry. The Foxes resumed on 335 for 4, replying to Durham's first innings 517 for 6. Colin Ackerman was already unbeaten on 104. He's added a single to that score. Vian Mulder, who was on 49 overnight, has reached his 50. It came off 70 balls. He hit 5 fours and a 6. Together they've added 96 so far for the 5th wicket. If Leicestershire can somehow get ahead of Durham and hopefully have a little bowl at them tomorrow on a drying pitch, you never quite know. At the moment the draw is the likeliest result, but they're going to have to continue to bat well this morning. They're 337 for 4. And we already, Atif, have an injury. That ball was driven out into the covers by Mulder. It didn't go particularly quickly. Borthwick, I think it is, dived to his left to make the stop, but he has somehow winded himself. Whether he was, as he fell to his left, he was hit where it really does hurt. He's down. Yeah.
He's in what in yoga I believe is called downward facing dog.
He's picking himself.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, it was just. One should not laugh. It's just the way he picked himself up. Is it? Oh, he's not. It's because he's limp. When his left hand is.
Well, he looks like a baby calf, but he's gripping onto family jewels.
Sorry. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Ooh, good delivery. A little bit of flight to it. Beats Mulder in the flight, and Mulder is stretching forward, comes off the pad, bounces into the onside. Poor Borthwick is sort of limping around, but yes, flinching with every step basically, and grasping the at what hurts. In goes Parkinson and bowls forward goes Mulder and defends, and that is the end of an over that Scott Borthwick, as he limps away to his new fielding position, will regret, I suspect. 337 for 4 after 79. We'll have one more over with this very old kookaburra, and Matif will tell you all about it.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I was just thinking about Scott. Thank you. I was just thinking about Scott Borthwick there. Some players, obviously for obvious reasons, don't want to go back and watch the clip of themselves getting hit in the nether regions as Travascus comes in. That ball's defended back to him on the front foot for no run by Ackerman. But I remember commentating on a piece during one of the other competitions in the summer, and I'll tell you about that in a second. As in comes Travascus again. That ball's driven to mid-on. There is no run. So Alex Hills, for 2 consecutive deliveries, missed the ball and it hit him in the nether regions. And I was on commentary at the time, and I think I was quite sympathetic on commentary as Travascus, as that's defended once more on the front foot, sort of half an appeal as well. I think more excitement than anything else. So later on, everybody enjoyed that piece of commentary. It was quite emotive and what have you. So we did a segment where we talked to Alex about it and showed it to him. As Travascus is in again, that ball's driven wide of the fielder at mid-off. No, there's an excellent sliding stop, well, half stop really. The batters will get through for a single. That was reasonable work from Graham Clark at mid-off. First run from Ackerman today, I believe. Yeah. Oh, it's the second run. I beg your pardon. Thank you, Richard. So I said to Alex, is that difficult to watch back? And he said, no, not really. I quite enjoy it, to be honest with you. It's quite funny. Full and driven nicely on the bounce.
Oh,
to
he enjoyed
mid-off.
watching the video rather than actually.
Yeah, you'd think he'd sort of relive that kind of trauma, 2 balls in a row, so to speak. And he watched it back a few times. He enjoyed it, apparently. This is a swept, well, attempted sweep, really. He didn't really get a hold of it. Took bat before pad and just trickled into that area where a short leg would be. There is no run. End of the over, 338 for 4. Right, 1,700 school children here in Leicester at the county ground, the Uptonsteel county ground here in Leicestershire. It's brilliant. I'm going to just say it's a fantastic initiative. It's really nice they do that. I wish such things existed when I was at school, and you'd get a day to just go to the cricket, and yeah, it's wonderful. I think it's a great initiative. Whoever set it up, 10 bonus points from me.
Now, we could say the game starts now, or at least starts again now. Durham have taken the new Kookaburra. Ben Rain is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end because, presumably, Matty Potts wants to come down the slope from the Bennett end, and I think that's where he took most of his wickets, the end from which he took most of his wickets, I'm sure it was, in the game that I spoke about earlier here last season. And it is now going to be a very different challenge for Messrs Ackerman and Mulder. Ackerman is on strike as Rain goes in, bowls to him. He's looking to turn it off his hip, thumps into the thigh pad only, I suspect, waiting for Jack Shantry, the umpire, to make a signal. He does indeed raise his right knee and brings down his fist on it. Umpires have different ways of indicating the leg bite within certain obvious limitations as to what they have to signal, yeah, but some barely raise their knee at all, some lift it high like umpire Shantry. Often it depends on age, some almost topple over. Rain goes in and bowls to Mulder, goes past his outside edge with a delivery that swings a little bit.
You're going to get a lot better value for length today as well with overcast conditions. If you hit that length, particularly with a new ball, as you say, you can expect a little bit of movement away predominantly. I feel for poor Stanley McAlinden, actually, because he's had to bowl for a couple of days, well, at least a day, in what were really sort of batter-friendly conditions. And the day there's some cloud cover, he's having to sit out the game for Matthew Potts. It's not fair, is it? It's not a fair game sometimes.
Rain is into Mulder, a little bit short and on his leg, so he can go back and turn it neatly out into the onside. Clark is out there on the mid-wicket boundary. 1 is taken. Mulder onto 51.
Yeah, it is quite overcast. You get the feeling that Ben Rain, who worked really hard yesterday, he bowled 21 overs yesterday. He'll enjoy this a little bit more. He'll be relishing this opportunity a little bit more, even if he is bowling at 2 set batters. At least he's got a new ball and some cloud to work with.
Rain is in. Bowls. Covering up is Ackerman, pushing it slightly wide of Potts, who's at a sort of wide-ish mid-on. Potts has to run across to mid-wicket by the time he does so. Ackerman and Mulder have completed the run that brings up the century partnership for the 5th wicket. Ackerman and Mulder, by their standards, certainly by the standards that they set at Hove last year, that is very small beer indeed.
Although it's the 5th 100 partnership of the game already, which is it just tells you how good the conditions have been for batters in this.
I think they do enjoy batting together in certain conditions. Rain is in. Bowls. Mulder is pushing a little, well, tentatively really, outside off stump. He's got a thick outside edge to it. It's running down to third man. It's dragged back brilliantly by Travaskis, who sprinted after the ball, dived and dragged it back in front of the hospitality marquee and got a cheer from the school children, because he's the nearest cricketer to them by a long way. They put them in the Building Society family stand, a lot of them, and that is the furthest away from the cricket. There are best part of 80, 90, maybe even 100 metres away from the cricket, so how much they can see. But they saw a lot of Travaskis there as he got to the third man boundary. Rain is in, bowls leaves Ackerman, and it's not so very far from the stumps, but a good leave in the end. Right, Matthew Potts, who must, you would have thought, be sort of straining at the leash to have a decent bowl, because what with injury and England sort of call-ups without playing, he really hasn't had much opportunity to bowl so far this season. He is still top of the Durham bowling averages. He's played 5. In fairness, he's played 5 of the games.
It helps when you take 13 in a game, doesn't it?
191 wickets. Sorry, 191 overs, 30 wickets at 21, essentially. So
I was going to say 191 wickets in a season.
Just recently, yeah.
It
has been done,
going.
I'm sure.
191 in a season,
yeah.
Surely not.
Yeah. Some of the, in the 30s, some of them used to take 200 in a season.
Okay, fair enough. When they had more than 16 games a season, I imagine.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Here is Matthew Potts now, running in from the Bennett end, and he bowls into the pads of Mulder, who pushes this away towards mid-wicket. They'll run through for a single. Good pace to start with. And you're quite right, actually, Richard, that they've put the kids like the furthest possible place they could have to enjoy the action. I mean, I'm sure there's sort of a logistical safety consideration that's taken place there. I mean, I saw some sort of police vehicles nearby, but if they could go across the ground, I mean, there's a bunch of empty yellow seats. It feels nicer towards the shorter boundary. In any case, here is Potts. That's a much better length this time. Line, I should say, outside off. But Ackerman able to ride the bounce. Pushes the ball out to deep point. And they run through for a single. 346 for 4. Partnership worth 105 now. And yeah, various different schools that are here today. I don't know which ones they are, but they've all got different school uniforms on, different coloured jumpers. There's some red jumpers I see, some blue jumpers. What coloured jumper was yours, Richard, when you were at school? I'll ask you in a minute, as that ball's been nearly edged through to the keeper. It just took off from a length, and it sort of almost deviated a little bit. There's Potts bowling what he's renowned for, really, that hard length ball that just shoots. And they played at misstep by the batter, the first play in a miss we've seen today.
Grey, I'm afraid.
Grey jumper for school?
Grey, yeah.
Did you have to wear a tie?
Yes.
Here's Potts, and he comes. That's straying a little bit onto the pads of Mulder, and he's much more comfortable there, just working it off his hips down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Matt Parkinson. A single is added to this already substantial partnership. I think we had ties for the first few years at secondary school, and then eventually they brought in a polo shirt for the summer that we could wear instead. And if you're like me and really despised the idea of wearing a tie, polo shirt was a godsend. This is a bit fuller. Big swing this time from Ackerman. He misses. So a slightly loose shot there from Ackerman. I mean, he barely played a shot in anger yesterday. Everything was very controlled and measured, as you'd expect from a player of his experience and gravitas. But that previous one was a wild swing outside the line. No foot movement, no nothing. The Slips thought they might be in business. It's possibly from that school of thinking where if you're going to slash outside the off stump, slash hard. Here's Potts now, still with 2 slips and a gully in place. Bit straighter this time. Ackerman firmly behind that in defence. Plays it to point. There is no run, so that's a reasonably tidy start there from Potts. Lots of encouragement there as well, with some plays and misses outside the off stump. And yeah, you get the feeling you might have some fun today. Still Leicestershire making good ground, trying to break down that deficit. They're closing in on that follow-on mark as well. Currently 170 exactly runs behind.
So in the 1940s, everybody took more than 190 wickets, it seems.
Wow.
Too high from Rain there, as playing across the line is Ackerman, slightly pushing into the leg side, bounces off the thigh pad into the offside. Tom Goddard in 1947, 238 wickets.
Does it say how many
at 17?
How many games he played? We wouldn't have that.
I'm just looking at leading bowlers in an England season. I probably could find it in here somewhere. It does go down thereafter, and I will look through.
Those pitches in the 40s weren't anything to bowl on, were they?
No. It's been in goes rain, left outside off stump by Ackerman. The last man, you might remember actually, you were just about old enough. The last man to take 100 wickets in an English domestic season was, and we are after the year 2000.
Oh, I think I know this one. Was it Mushtaq Ahmed?
Very good, that man.
At Sussex.
Very good, that man, in 2006. He took 102 wickets.
Yeah, got one right.
He did. In the following season, he took 90. In goes rain. Bowls. Mulder. Bat and pad close together. Peel choked off from Rain. As he leant forward, Mulder just wanders down and pokes at the pitch.
He's almost an ambassador for English county cricket in Pakistan. Mushtaq Ahmed.
The top wicket taker last season, we are seeing him in action at the moment. Well, not actually at this exact moment, but in the previous over and in the next over. Matthew Potts took 78 last season.
There's a reason he's in contention for that national spot.
Rain is in. Mulder's looking to work it on the leg side. There's a appeal for leg before he's gone. It was full. He was playing across the line, trying to work it on the leg side. He didn't really look up at Jack Chantry. He thought about it, Chantry. Certainly height wasn't an issue, so it's not Potts who's made the breakthrough. It is Ben Rain, formerly, of course, of Leicestershire, and Mulder, shoulders slumped down, and with his bat, just taps his helmet with his bat and raises his eyes to the heavens. He was a little bit tentative this morning after being so assertive last night, and he never really got out of that sort of mood, if you like, that nervousness starting again, and as a consequence, as he thumps the back of his bat with his hand, he is gone. The partnership comes to an end on 106, and Leicestershire are 347 for 5.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a completely different vibe at the moment here in this match. It's not quite what it was before, where things were very comfortable for batters generally, and you had to, as a bowler, wait for mistakes. The new ball in particular, is doing a lot under these conditions. It's swinging. The batters aren't comfortable. We've seen more loose stroke play from both of the batters, Ackerman and Mulder, and Ben Rain as well, who looks a bit energized. Yesterday he was really working hard in those conditions with the sun beating down on him. 21 overs of that. Today, encouraged with that new ball, he's made the breakthrough. And yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult to bat today. Follow-on mark still 20 runs away. As we say, we don't expect Durham to enforce it anyway, particularly with the conditions the way they are. Or possibly, if conditions remain the way they are, maybe they will consider
absolutely. It feels very different, doesn't it, today? And I think they probably would, especially with Potts going well. If they get, I mean, hang on, they're only
5 down,
21 away from the follow-on.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's, you know, they should
get past it, theoretically,
it, shouldn't they? But it'll be interesting to see how Durham play it thereafter. Tom Scriven has come in to replace Vian Mulder. In goes Rain, bowls to him. He bangs it in. Scriven pulls, leaning away from the ball. He looked slightly surprised to get that one first up, but he was in control of the shot, got on top of it, pulled it around the corner down towards backwards square. Potts fields, gets his throwaway single taken. Scriven coming in at 7. It's quite high for him, but he's, I'd say, maintain a genuine all-rounder. So an opportunity for him to show what he can do with the bat, with a man established at the other end. Rain is in to Ackerman, who edges. No, he doesn't edge. I thought it moved so much he'd edged it. Got an inside edge. It was taken by Robinson, diving away to his left at around about chest height. That one really zipped back, cut back in at Ackerman. So Rain, with the seam obviously still prominent on the new ball, hit that seam hard there, and it fairly zipped back in to Ackerman.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, I think it was a wobble seam delivery, in fact, which is all the rage these days. They say that you never know if the bowler doesn't know which way the ball's going to go, the batter's got no chance. And on that occasion, Ackerman was really kind of left in the dark, really, with that delivery.
A look at the leg before. Yeah, that was a lazy shot from Vian Mulder. And have a look.
It was
again.
It was a sequential one, wasn't it? It was one
He
that
just
was
kind
worked
of
over.
walked into it, yeah.
He got worked over the previous over as well. And he was he just got stuck in that psyche of being beaten. And it's frustrating. It's a very strange juxtaposition, batting yesterday and batting today. Here's Matthew Potts now. He bowls a full ball, nearly takes an outside edge of his own, as that ball saw Tom Scriven just pushing forward. The ball beat his outside edge, and then after moving past the batter, swung back in towards the leg side, and the keeper had to work hard to make sure he was behind it. Good work from Ollie Robinson there behind the stumps. That was quick as well. Could have raced away for 4 byes. Well, this is some serious pace now from Matthew Potts. I'm surprised actually that Ollie Robinson's as far forward as he is. I might give myself a couple of yards, because Potts is screaming, and he's got 3 slips in a gully now, as this time that ball's been guided with soft hands to that fielder at gully, who parries to 3rd slip. There is no run. This is a difficult phase here, Richard.
Apologies to those watching on the stream. Apparently,
so one of those quiz shows. Let's say Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on Challenge on Sky, and then I drive over to my parents' house, put on Challenge +1, watch the same show with them, and they'd think I was a genius, just because I knew all the chest height. He needs to give himself a few, especially as that run-up of Potts gets longer and longer. He's inching his way towards that sponsorship advertising on the floor. That's a short ball this time. Really bent his back that time. Potts, in fact, nearly fell over in the delivery stride. It's been ducked by Scriven as it goes through to Ollie Robinson, who takes it full stretch. His arms above his 5'8" frame.
I'm happy to say that the stream has been has kicked, or whatever they do to it, and then hopefully we are now back in sync. Apologies for that, as yet another crocodile of school children come into the ground. It's lovely to see on a tough day for English cricket, I think.
Yes, absolutely. The ICEC report was released this morning. It's a very, very long report, 317 pages, but there's summations of it that can be found with relative ease online. As here comes Matthew Potts. That ball's been defended back to him by Scriven for no run. That's the end of the over, 348 for 5. Yes, I mean, some very sort of obvious recommendations in there that I think most people will agree are very, very necessary. But it's a shame, really, because it's something that a lot of people have ignored for a long time. And it's a damning indictment of how much inequity there has been in our game for a very long time. And frankly, I'm really pleased that we're in a position now that we're trying to address those inequities and make this a game that's accessible to everybody.
Ben Rain from the pavilion end comes up the slope and bowls to Colin Ackerman, line and length. Ackerman is forward on off stump, playing the delivery out to the happily recovered Borthwick at mid-off.
Oh, yeah, it feels like a long time ago, doesn't it? Hasn't grasped for a while.
No. the pain is worn off, thankfully. A lot of red sweatshirts out there, red school sweatshirts that I can see.
I'm trying to find some grey.
Blue down away to our left. Yeah, looking for some yellow or something. In goes Rain, and oh, beautiful delivery. Made just have deliberately played inside the line of that one. Ackerman tucked his bat in, but there's good bounce and carry for Rain outside off stump. Let's just see. Yeah, he did. He just brought his bat back inside the line. He was tempted to play just outside off stump, but left it in the end.
Yeah, if you want to find grey, you just look up at the sky right now. Very, very overcast, I'm afraid to say. Hopefully no rain will come from it, but it will be a very, very difficult passage for batters, particularly while this new ball is still fresh.
Rain is in, bowls. Ackerman stands up tall and plays it out through the offside.
Yeah, this will be interesting actually, just thinking about how long this Kookaburra ball retains its shine, its kind of ability to move around, to swing. This will be something to keep watching, because what are we, sort of 5 overs into it now? This is the 5th.
Yeah, this is the 5th.
It's worth just keeping track of how long that holds. Rain
is in, bowls a bouncer down the leg side. Not a great bouncer from Ben Rain. It was a little bit too short, a little bit loopy as well. And Ackerman ducked, but it was always going down the leg side anyway.
Yeah, my sympathies are almost entirely with Stanley McAlinden, really. He's had to sit out today in place of Matthew Potts. Today was the day to bowl. He's probably thinking to himself, what luck. What luck. It's a cruel game, cricket, sometimes.
It certainly can be. Ben Rain. Short run is in, bowls to Ackerman, and that one definitely moved. Ackerman indicated as much with his right hand, having rather plunged forward at it and seen the ball go past his outside edge. Held its own, a little bit angled in, and then just straightened a touch. Latif is leaving us temporarily. And we're going to hear for the first time today from BBC Radio Newcastle's Martin Emerson in a few moments' time. 2 slips and a gully behind Colin Ackerman, obviously, as well as the wicket-keeper, as Rain runs in, bowls to Ackerman, who's forward. Fuller delivery. Got the full face of the bat to it in defence, played it out into the offside. And there is no run. 348 for 5, so both teams potentially one delivery away from another bonus point. Durham have 6 in the game already. A little bit of a burst of, what time is it? Oh, it is coming up to past, so update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Okay. Rain. 2 wickets to him now. Matt Potts just getting into his bowling. His 3rd over now. First comes in. First ball, bowls Foolish to Scriven, who gets forward, gets to the pitch of it, pushes it out into the offside, might go all the way, does go all the way. It really is not a long distance out there to the cover boundary. Just leant into that shot, got his weight on his front foot and pushed it out into the offside. And is that the Durham 12th man, number 13, Bushell, is it? Martin is with us. He's out there at the moment. Not quite sure in whose place he might be. So Potts conceded a boundary, comes in, bowls to Scriven, slightly shorter of length, pushed out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Update now. The Foxes have just picked up another batting bonus point. They've gone past 350. Only just there, and they have lost a wicket in so doing. Vian Mulder, who was not out 49 overnight, did go to his 50, but not much more than that before being LBW to Ben Rain for 56, made the score 347 for 5. Colin Ackerman is still going, though. He was 104 not out overnight. He's 108 not out now. He's been joined by Tom Scriven. The Foxes have taken their score onto 352 for 5. They need 368 to avoid being asked to follow on. That shouldn't be in question. What will be in question is whether they can actually build enough to get ahead of Durham on first innings, or whether Durham have a big first innings lead of their own. At the moment, they're 352 for 5. Back with you online. I'll finish off this over, and then Martin will share the commentary. Potts bangs it in short. Scriven ducks underneath it. Potts gives him a level stare and perhaps a quiet word, or maybe not a quiet word. Perhaps it was a loud word, Martin, but we couldn't quite hear it from here.
Can't hear anything.
Just the chatter of excited school children.
Yeah, they were very loud on my 11 o'clock bulletin. I had to start the bulletin by explaining what the noise was. It was great to see so many of them here, though.
It's a nice sound, isn't it?
What a great day out they'll have.
Hopefully. Potts is in again to Scriven off the hip, was it? Down to fine leg, and it is going to be signalled the leg by umpire Watts. 1 or 2 hands obviously started to go into the slip because there was a big deflection, but it was off the sort of thigh pad hip area, and Robinson couldn't get across, and it flew down to fine leg for 4. They're getting very excited now, the school team. Not quite sure what's going on. Oh, because it was a 4. They're all holding up their 4 signs, bless their hearts. They are a long way, aren't they? I always think they'd be better in the popular seats if they possibly could, but I suppose there's probably a separation thing, haven't they?
Cordoned off where behind them, because there's a fire engine in there, there's a police car in there, there's all kinds of things going on. Glow in the dark cricket.
It looks fun, that, doesn't it? In goes Potts and Bowles. Scriven has tucked it away, a foolish delivery. Potts again has got something to say to him as he works it out towards mid-wicket, but it's the screams are because obviously the fielder got within around about 30 yards of them. He's a long way, they're a long way from anybody, bless them, out there at a sort of deep mid-wicket. Obviously deep mid-wicket, they're on the other side of the boundary, but it's probably a good 100 yards away from the action. Scriven picks up a couple, moves on to 7, 358 for 5 at the end of the 86th over of the Leicestershire reply.
I think the BBC cricket team online thought Matty Potts had only been released this morning and was on his way from London up to here, but he was here last night when the close of play finished. He was sitting downstairs with the lads, so we knew last night he was going to be playing today. Louise says, I didn't realise this was a thing. Glad that Potts is getting some game time, but I wish this was also true of Mark Wood. Ben Rain from the pavilion end, bowling to Ackerman. That stays low and shoots past the off stump. Silver Fox is not happy about the number of no balls from Durham.
There was definitely a swing there for Ben.
Tom says, shame they didn't release Wood for us too.
I don't know what's the thinking that why they haven't really. He's obviously not playing.
No, he didn't play for Durham last year at all.
Not
there was an injury situation, wasn't there? Was it his knee or something? I'm trying to remember what it was. One of the many. 358 for 5, and that's cut down towards point and picked up by Travascus, who just angles himself across the field to get behind the ball just off the edge of the square. Can't remember any trips to the cricket when we were kids, other than when we were playing, but of course Durham weren't a first-class county back then. They did take us to Ibiza on a school holiday in 1986, which I just still marvel at.
Wow, that's spectacular.
Yeah, could you imagine the health and safety forms you'd have to fill in now?
You and I would imagine X number of school children plus every teacher in the school, were they?
Yeah.
Oh yes, I'll do that. Well, I don't know actually. It could be a bit scary, couldn't it?
What else? They used to have the skiing holidays, obviously, which they still have now. I never went on those, but Rain in, bowls. This is tapped away down to deep backward point for 1 run by Scriven. I remember in the senior school, they took us on a day trip to Haworth, Bronte country, and none of us could understand why we were there, because none of us had studied the Brontes at all. It involved a trip on the Worth Valley Steam Railway, but eventually I think we said to the teachers, why have you brought us here?
They didn't explain beforehand.
No, and they said, because there was very little to do. We walked up the cobbled hill, bought some sweets, and then spent most of the afternoon in the local park. Rain in with a bouncer through to the keeper.
You couldn't go into the parsonage then, and where they used to live and everything.
Well, we went round there, but none of us knew why we were there.
Nobody told you why.
Well, we knew of the Brontes, but we'd not studied them, so there was no reason at all for us to go there. I just think the teacher who planned the trip was a fan of the Brontes and wanted to go herself. So, and then we were all told we were ungrateful for questioning why we were there.
And beaten severely.
Rain comes in and bowls. Ooh, the walk length ball which Ackerman tried to drive, and he's played that onto his heel, I think, and it's gone sideways off towards short leg, no run. What else did we do? We went to Middleton camp in the first year. That was good fun. Although one of the lads, Scott, fell down Cauldron Snout and ended up in the River Tees and had to be rescued by the teacher. That was 40 years ago, that. Because he was in the river, he remembers it being very cold. And I said, well, that was because you were in the river. It was actually June when we were there, not December. Rain balls. This is played out into the covers to Bushnell. Where else did we go? Went to Alston camp. That was quite good. But then they took us kayaking on this windswept reservoir right up on the top of the moors above Alston, and I fell out and decided that was it. I was fed up with cold and wet things. So I didn't do any more cold and wet holidays for quite some time after that. But now we have kayaks and paddle boards. The trick is not to fall in. 360 for 5 at the end of that over. What did you do? What school trips did you have? Anything of note?
I can't remember any, to be honest. Potts is in, bowls, Fullish, driven pleasantly by Scriven out to the extra cover area. Didn't have a big follow through, used the pace of the Potts delivery, got on top of the bounce and drove it nicely away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Scriven on to 12 off 15. I mean, there were trips, but the nature of the school was obviously you paid for them via one's parents. So
yeah.
So no, we didn't. I didn't go on.
Were you at Ampleforth?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where James O'Brien, the LBC presenter, went there.
I think it's opened again now. Jeepers.
The school.
All sorts of problems in recent decades.
Well, it was used for the National Road Race Championships about 4 years ago, wasn't it?
No idea. Rather lost touch. Travaskis has come out of the slips and gone in at cover as Potts is in. Scriven on the back foot is working it out towards Travaskis, who moves to his left to field, and there's no run.
You remember when England played Ireland the last time at Lords and it was in the middle of a heat wave? About 4 years ago, was it? Well, it was, because it was just after England had won the World Cup, so it was the first test after the World Cup. And we were down in Thirsk for a few days, and it was so hot I went out in the car just to put the aircon on for a few minutes.
Potts is in. Scriven is leaning forward, not a big stride, but he's guided it wide of Travaskis out towards Toole, who's out there on the point boundary. Takes 1. Scriven on to 13, 365 for 5, just another 5 to ensure Leicestershire won't be asked to follow on.
I don't think that would have probably been in the plan anyway, really.
You just wonder with Potts having come in, but yeah, take your point. It was interesting to hear some of the players yesterday. Matty Parkinson was particularly sort of sure, if you like, that as Potts comes in and bowls to Ackerman, short, bounces up, goes past his outside edge and into the gloves pointing upwards of Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Good bouncer. And he did fend at it, no question about it. Ackerman went past his outside edge. Lucky to get away with it, but Matty was he thought the pitch, he said we could play for 14 days on it and not get a positive result. So he was, I said, well, a few turned for you. He said, yeah, it tended to be out of the footholes a bit. In goes Potts, bowls another bouncer. Ackerman ducks it. Potts 3/4 of the way down the pitch. Doesn't bother having a word with his teammate to be. I wonder if that, yes, I wonder if, yeah, as a consequence of knowing that, Potts will be less inclined to indulge in a few gentle verbals with Ackerman compared to Scriven.
Yeah, just going back to Ampleforth. So I did a drive and I went out to Coxwold Village, just over the hill through around near Bylands Abbey.
Potts is in. Another bouncer. Ackerman ducks, walks up the pitch because it's the end of the over. 365 for 5.
And there's a lovely pub there called the Falkenberg, which is where David Lloyd used to live. They had a house there, and so he was a regular. Anyway, I was in there, and there were lots of people in the bar, and I just bought the Cricketer magazine with the World Cup winning front cover as a sort of memento, and I had that with me, and everybody said, "Oh, you follow cricket, do you?" And they were all staying in that pub because there was an under-15s national under-15s cricket tournament on at Ampleforth. So there were kids from all over the UK staying there that week.
And talking of which, I can tell you some of the schools that are here today now. Sandfield Close. This is the family stand. Rushy Mead. Braunstone Frith Primary.
Oh, change of bowler now. It's Toole. Raymond Toole into the attack to replace Rain. Left arm over. He hasn't taken a wicket yet. None for 69 from 16 overs. There's more kids in this near corner now.
Right, that's the
Oh, the Fox has arrived.
Oh, there's going to be a mascot race,
yeah, the
by
Fox
the way.
is there.
Charlie Fox is here.
Yeah.
He's never had a response like this.
No.
It's usually
I think
fairly
Charlie Fox
abusive.
might be a little bit scared, to be honest with you. There might be some Fox droppings in a minute. 3-6-5 for 5. The ball played short on the leg side, and Potts races in from mid-on and tries to have a shy at the stumps at the keeper's end. 1 run.
Right, the Daffabet stand. Is that one?
Where's
No,
that
that's
then?
there. But
Oh,
you can
that
see all
one,
the
yeah.
six. So in there, the schools are Laund Primary, All Saints Primary, Sacred Heart, Rolleston Primary, Beaumont Lees School, Moira Primary.
Tool to Ackerman. Ball played back to him.
Uplands Junior, Woodcote Primary, Rowletts Mead, and Christ the King. Welcome to all.
Sounds like you've just read out the lyrics to a Christmas carol there.
It did a bit, didn't it?
Yeah. John Hutchison has emailed, greetings from rainy Bolton. Nice of you to join us, he says. Talking of school trips, Slot from Gateshead used to go to Duke House Wood up near Hexham. Tool bowls, good ball, that races through past the batsman and into the keeper's gloves. He said, I remember a trip in the Easter break when we had to break the ice off the outdoor pool so we could get the canoes in to do rolls. It was very cold, but it was character building. Yes. It's more likely to snow at Easter than it is at Christmas, isn't it? A meteorological fact. That's possibly because Easter moves around. 366 for 5. Tool bowls to Ackerman. Ackerman forward to this one. The ball races away along the floor to point. He gets a single as Travaskis fields it. So Josh Tongue has come into the England side. They've left Moeen Ali out. And that's why Matthew Potts is here. But I gather they've kept Ryan Ahmed, the Leicestershire spinner, although he won't be playing. Somebody's got a drum with them as well.
Leicestershire, la la la.
Tool. This is defended by Scriven, who's on 14. This partnership already worth 20. So they came together in the 83rd over, and we're now in the, well, that's the end of the 89th.
Players looking around at the school children. Slightly surprised on a, what day is it? Tuesday morning in Leicestershire.
I can't remember what day of the week it is.
It all tends to blend. Potts is in. Bowles goes past the outside edge of Ackerman's bat, I think. Although he did curtain rail the bat back inside the line, I suspect after it had gone past his outside edge. A bit of swing for Matty Potts. I'll have a look at the replay. We aren't behind the bowler's arm. The pitch cuts so far across to the west side of the square, where for Potts' bowling, long leg rather than fine leg, comes charging down the slope again and bowls. Ackerman is turning him off his Midland leg stumps, it looked to be, only as far as Borthwick, who's at a straight-ish mid-wicket. Let's have a look. Yeah.
The Everard's Meadows, what was there before?
I've no idea. Sorry.
It must have been something else at one time. I know you haven't been here that long, but it's a nice spot, isn't it? Rode through there on the bike last night. Is it the Saw that trickles its way through there?
The river is, yeah, absolutely.
Meanders through the meadows.
Yeah, there's a lot of pleasant surprises if you know where to look for them in the city or around the city. Short from Potts, quickish bouncer, ducks underneath it. Ackerman, very different game this morning to that he was playing last night. Taken by Robinson, of course, behind the stumps. Sharpish bouncer there.
Fox is all the way around the popular stand now.
Is he run? Has he?
He's
gone back to his burrow. Oh, he's posing for selfies at the moment. Pleasingly, he's got his whites on instead of the T20 kit I'm used to seeing him in. Leicestershire 150 behind now as Potts is in. Bowls. Ackerman drives, and pleasantly. It's a long chase back for Ben Rain. Might get there. No, he's not. I thought Benny was going to get closer than he eventually did. Lovely shot from Ackerman. Didn't try and overhit it. Again, used Potts' pace, pushed the ball back past him. Picks up 4, moves on to 114, and yay, up go all the 4 signs. Bless them.
Yeah, there are some nice bits of countryside, aren't there? When I left here last year after the T20 and drove down to Northampton, I went via Foxton Locks.
Yep.
That's a beautiful spot on the canal.
It is. Potts is in again to Ackerman. Again, it's quick, but again, Ackerman is late on it, but on it nonetheless, pushing it through the vacant mid-wicket area. It's a long chase round for Travaskis, who gets cheers as he picks up a deep-ish mid-wicket, gets his throw away, and Ackerman picks up a couple.
Is would that be cycling territory for you, or is it a bit too fast that road and a bit too dangerous?
It's quite busy, yeah. So I tend to sort of go off to the east, Market Harbour, towards Uppingham,
around that,
and there's some there are some designated national cycle roads around there, and some of the villages are simply gorgeous, and pretty quiet. You know, the quiet roads as well. And they're decent roads too. Potts is in. Ackerman is defending on the back foot, dropping the ball out towards point, and it's the end of Potts's 5th over. None for 20 for the England man. Still working his way back into a rhythm.
It was Route 4 that I was on last night. Mind you, the first part was just following the dual carriageway, which you're watching lorries thundering towards you, thinking, I hope the driver's got his eye on the road.
Yes. Yeah, he's not trying to text or something.
Yeah. Davy Fenwick's been on, and this one's entitled School Trips. We were regular visitors to Lambton Lion Park on our school trips from St Margaret's in Durham, watching baboons rip chrome wing mirrors off cars. It seemed miles away from Durham as a child, when really it was a maximum of about 25 minutes. Here's Toole bowling. Oh, this is in the air, just wide of Potts at mid-on from Scriven. 1 run. Bit of a false shot there. I always had my sandwiches eaten well before lunchtime, he says. Got an email, I mean, this person may indeed be listening today, but used to go on his summer holidays from Sunderland to Chesley Street and get the local service bus, spend a fortnight summer holidays at his auntie's house in Chesley Street. It was in the 1950s post-war years. Tool balls and turned off towards long leg to Rain by Ackerman for 1. Ackerman on 117, Scriven on 15. He's now faced 21 balls, Scriven, and he's on strike, and this partnership's worth 28. There have been 41 extras. I think there was 64 the other day, and 26 have come from no balls, which is rather a lot. 13 no balls. Toole left arm over, played out into the cover area by Scriven. All right.
Mike has sent you some details about Everard's Meadows.
All right.
Everard's Meadows was undeveloped previously. It was developed when the Everard's Brewery moved when Foss Park was expanded.
Yeah.
It now links with the Great Central Way, part of an expanding cycle network. If that
nice.
helps.
Yeah. It's a lovely building because they've built this whole sort of brewery hall on the side of the brewery where you can have a drink and something to eat. Sort of thing I would build in Sunderland if I had the money, and some kind of brew house type thing like that.
Well, when your premium bonds come in, you'll be right.
Oh, playing a miss there from Scriven off a ball from Toole that's angled past him. There's a nice one in Cheltenham as well. I don't know if you've been to that one. It's at the end. There's a shopping centre right in the centre of town, and I was staying in the hotel across the road, and they had this big brew house pub across the road, which was really nice. You see all the beer on big plinths in the background, and the brewing tankers and whatnot. It's gone off towards point by Scriven, stopped by Travaskis. There's a group of kids being led to the indoor school now for a game of glow-in-the-dark cricket.
Big Josh Hull, young Josh Hull walking.
A big left-hander.
Yeah. Down the boundary in front of us.
Didn't somebody mention he'd been involved? Was it Suffolk Minor Counties? Saying to us during the T20. This is left alone.
He went to Stamford School, so he's
from Huntingdon, isn't he?
Yeah, and Huntingdon is sort of getting in vaguely in that direction, isn't it? So it's certainly possible.
It was one of the Leicestershire youngsters who'd been playing, I think, that game I went to watch with Don Topley a couple of years ago when Suffolk won the Minor Counties title and they beat, I think they were playing Cheshire at Old Copdockians Cricket Club near Ipswich.
Okay. Used to get sent over to Ipswich a fair bit by the Guardian, but not from a number of years, not since they plunged into League One. Potts is in to Ackerman. Straight bat on the back foot in response. Potts leaps into the air, takes it one-handed in his follow-through.
They're back in the big time now, though. And their first game back in the Championship is away to Sunderland on a Sunday afternoon.
Long trip, but a lot of trips from, well, to both those grounds are long trips, aren't they, one way or another?
Well, the day I had my interview for the BBC 25 years ago, I was watching Sunderland in Ipswich Town the night before.
Potts is in, bowls. Ackerman turns him on the back foot off his legs, out towards mid-wicket. Should be two. Oh, there was two. I'm certain there were two.
There.
But Scriven decided to send Ackerman back. Ackerman, to his
surprise, wasn't he?
Turned quickly on his heel, got back in, and having given Scriven a rather reproachful look, wanders down and has a word. Now, young man, who's the senior bat here? Whatever. I'm sure it wasn't anything along those lines, but I think in the circumstances, I suppose it was Scriven's call in a way. He was looking vaguely in that direction. One taken. Ackerman on to 118, 376 for 5, trailing now by 141. Leicestershire, the follow-on long since, or the jeopardy thereof, long since avoided. Travaskis being brought into fairly conventional, so just in front of square, almost mid-wicket position for the new, relatively, he's established now, Scriven. He's been in there for 25 deliveries, he's on 15. Potts charges into him, bowls, a good bouncer, quick bouncer. You heard the grunt of effort, and Scriven played it well in that he ducked quickly out of the way.
Potts ended up about 3 yards from him there, staring him out.
And another party going for a bit of, I wonder if it's got a special name, the neon cricket, but it looks wonderful in there.
He said it was just called Glow in the Dark.
Glow in the Dark.
I did a little video this morning of my match preview video, or preview of the day's play, so I went in and filmed in there, so if you want to have a look at Marty Cricket on Twitter, it's in there.
I'll tweet out one of John Mallett's photos as well, but yes, by all means have a look at Martin's video because it looks wonderful. Potts in again, Scriven back foot, nice high left elbow, back down the pitch it goes. Ben Rain hurls the ball, having picked it up well over Scriven's head to Robinson behind the stumps. Where does the game go from here? It's difficult, isn't it, to see a result other than the draw now. Leicestershire not at the moment scoring. They're still, run rate is still over 4s. As Potts is in, bowls. Oh, cuts back, hits the pad, hit far too high, I would think. Potts, he wasn't really supported from behind by his wicketkeeper and slips. I like the theatre of his appeal. He turns and keeps running backwards, puts his arms out.
I think it might have been outside the line of off stump.
Let's have a look at the replay.
I'm trying to see the ball, to be honest with you. Where is it?
No, it's high,
wasn't it? Yeah. Hit the back thigh pad.
And as a consequence, that's why both the appeal was turned down and it didn't get too much support from behind the stumps. To pace and movement, as you'd expect from Potts.
Mervin's emailed with a prediction.
Go on then, Merv. In goes Potts and bowls again. It's a little bit short of a length, but Scriven covers up, drops it out into the offside, and there is no run, end of the over.
Yeah, Mervin's email last September about how, well, Michael Jones was batting in how he was destined to get a century, and as I was reading it out, he was out on 97. He says, "Good morning, Martin. Regarding school children attending the cricket," he said, "I have the vaguest recollection of a group coming to a Gillette Cup game at Ropery Lane when my hair was a lot blacker than it is these days. As of today, though, I think that if Durham got another wicket soon, they may clean up the Leicestershire innings. I must add that my thoughts are usually hopelessly wrong." Thanks, Mervyn. So, well, we'll see. Here's Toole looking for his first wicket in a Durham shirt. He bowls, and it's defended by Ackerman. Ball trickles out to Borthwick on the offside, no run.
Leicestershire's best batsman this season, or at least the man who's top of the averages, is yet to come. Chris Wright, who's scored 284 runs at 56.
I'm sure I've seen him get a half century against Durham.
Just the one half century so far this season for Chris, but an awful lot of runs.
He got 66 in the opening game against Yorkshire. He's had an 87 against Derbyshire. That was in 2021.
But this season he's been very hard to get out, indeed.
He did. He got 54 not out against Durham in 2018. I thought I'd seen him get out.
He's got 3,500 sort of first-class runs, really, so he's a very good tail-ender, put it that way. It's getting a bit gloomy, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm wondering if, well, it's clouded over, but there was all that smoke from the wildfires in Canada drifting over yesterday, wasn't it? I wonder if there's still some of that in the atmosphere. As this is played by Ackerman out through towards the deep cover area to Travaskis for 2. This chair keeps drifting and turning towards the wall. It's on a downward slope.
The balance of your weight, you have to.
So you're telling me my left half's
your left half is heavier than your right half, clearly. It's sending you in. Do you think if you just let it go, you'll just sort of turn in gentle circles throughout?
Yeah, and then
see how far you get.
Eventually nut the wall or the radiator.
Just push with your right foot and see if you can complete the 360.
Toole comes in again, and that is defended on a length by.
Right, gentlemen, we're on on camera, so you have been warned.
It's nearly midday. We'll have to go and
do
an
an
update
updates
next door.
time, and then Atif will be coming on. Once I've done my update, we'll get Atif back on to accompany you for another half hour or so.
In comes Toole. Left arm over to Ackerman from the pavilion end. Ackerman drives to Borthwick at mid-off. No run there.
There must be a little part of Ackerman that is making a point here.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, deep down, although he'll say he's just as committed as any other innings, but he's showing Leicestershire what they are going to miss. He's showing Durham, hopefully, what they are going to get.
I said to Marcus North, the Durham director of cricket last night, I said that he's just given a good advertisement of himself as to why you've signed him. And this one's played up the field. Borthwick is going to have a shot at the stumps. He smashes the stumps to smithereens, but Ackerman was already at the bowler's end by then for 1. And he said, yeah, but as far as
we were laughing about it this morning.
He said,
we're already convinced.
That's it, he's had enough now.
Yeah.
We don't want him to get any more.
We knew.
Last ball of the 93rd over. I'll nip next door, do an update, then I'll come back and join Atif. So I'll just leave the laptop there in the corner. All right.
Brunty's talking about cricket in the dark.
In comes Toole. This has gone up to mid-on, no run there, end of the over.
He said he didn't need the light switching out. He batted with his eyes closed most of the time anyway.
Was it Nyan Doshi who played for Leicestershire? Or was that Derbyshire? Got a hat-trick against Durham. I think it might have been Derbyshire. That was dark. It was pre-floodlights. And the batsmen who were out basically said they couldn't see the ball. It was in a T20 one night. Right, I'll be back in a minute.
379 for 5, so Leicestershire 32 for the partnership so far for the 6th wicket. 15 of them to Tom Scriven. Beginning to sort of see off the new ball, so to speak, which is now 13 overs old. Indeed, they've seen off Matthew Potts for the time being. 6 overs for Matty Potts, none for 21, so job done as far as the Foxes are concerned in that respect. And it does rather emphasise the benign nature of the pitch as Atif comes back alongside. Ben Rain is going to replace Matthew Potts, and so Borthwick and Rain are just changing the field. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Ackerman 121 not out, facing Ben Rain. 2 slips and a shortish mid-wicket. Rain is in. Bowls. Forward goes Ackerman, blocking it out into the offside. And there is no run. Two centuries, 4 half centuries for Colin Ackerman now this season. And he's taken himself past 600 runs already. Rain is in. Bowls to him. He turns him off his legs. No, doesn't get it past mid-wicket. Here's the update. Foxes have moved on to 379 now for 5, so the jeopardy of the follow-on has been definitively avoided. Colin Ackerman is still there. He began the day on 104 not out. He's moved on to 121 not out. He did lose Vian Mulder when the score was on 347. Mulder, having just gone to his half-century, was leg before wicket to Ben Rain, but he's found a good partner now in the all-rounder Tom Scriven, who is 15 not out. Question now is, can the Foxes actually get ahead of Durham's first innings score, 517 for 6, and make life uncomfortable for the visitors on the final day? A lot of work to do to get to that point. They're 380 now for 5. And Atif is back alongside. I'll finish off this over so we don't get confused. 3 balls of the over to go. Over 8 plus 4.
I was just enjoying the chants over there. I went over to the balcony. I could just hear the kids just chanting, "Yeah, la la la, Leicestershire, la la la." Wonderful. They just repeat it over and over again, which is, it's nice actually. I heard a few different chants during the test match last week, the men's test match last week. They were a little bit less child friendly, but I quite enjoyed these ones. I was wondering what prompted them, and I'll tell you what it was in a minute. You probably already know, to be fair.
The Fox.
It was the Fox.
In goes Rain and bowls and goes past the outside, I think, the outside edge of Scriven's bat. Well, the ball did. It's the question of whether he played at it. We'll have a look at the replay, which isn't from behind the bowler's arm, so we might get one. But I'm pretty sure he played at that. Rain just still getting a little bit of swing.
What's the Fox's name?
Charlie.
Charlie the Fox.
Charlie Fox.
Charlie Fox makes sense.
Don't know, really. In goes Rain and bowls again. Goes past the outside edge of Scriven's bat. And again, there is no run. Oh. We'll do a bit of swapping around at the end of this over, and Martin will be joining Atif on commentary. All gets a bit complicated with headphones and things like that, because we're very simple men, basically. Getting ourselves sorted out, as ever, is not a straightforward process. Rain is in, bowls straight, and Scriven covers up this time, plays it back down the wicket to the former Leicestershire, now Durham all-rounder, and that is the end of the 94th over of the Leicestershire reply. 380 for 5. So every prospect of picking up another batting bonus point, and kindly the players are going to have a little drink now. I don't know why, because it is not hot out there. It is more or less perfect conditions, probably about 17 or 18 degrees, something like that, but they're going to have a little drink, and as a consequence you're not going to miss any cricket while we do our little soft shoe shuffle.
Who sang that? Bit of a grey day at the moment. Gentle breeze, cooler than it has been the rest of the week. Yeah. Your ears can't breathe in those big things, can you?
Yeah, I've tried every variety of headset over the years.
Yeah.
I do prefer a headset to a lip mic, which the BBC is very partial to.
Which is covered in someone else's spittle. Mm.
Well, when I see them, I have to like insist upon those sort of aesthetic wipes that they have.
Yeah, I did try and steam clean some lip mics a few years ago, and they've got a very feminine membrane in them, and of course, it destroyed them. And the engineer asked me not to do that again. So.
Gentle technology.
Yeah, but these headsets, I like these headsets, and you move the microphone around. It's reversible as well. So
Yeah.
But when you're sitting all day long, they do tend to put a bit of pressure in your ears after a while.
But you'd have to wear a headset anyway, even if you were commentating, because you'd have to wear the ears and yeah, you know what I mean. Lip mics just don't do it for me.
The other thing is, if you're sitting with your sunglasses on, with your headset on top of them, then that sort of digs 2 holes in the side of your head. But anyway.
That's because you and I like our hair short.
Hair short?
Hair short. We keep our hair short on
yeah.
You know, on the sides. If you've got like a big bushy hair, it gives you a bit more cushion.
What, from the sunglasses? But it's the pressure of the headset sitting on their sunglasses. So
yeah, it'll just leave a little indentation in the hair on the side.
Put them on like this, look.
I'm getting a demonstration now. This is excellent.
And then, so that has to sit there. But I try and have one ear off.
Yeah,
and
like a DJ.
Yeah, yeah, so the wheels of steel. Umpire at the far end is just returning from a loo break. He's been off to the indoor school.
I've got a trivia question for you while we're waiting for the umpire to get in position. So we know that the mascot for the Leicestershire Foxes is Charlie Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the mascot for the Durham Dynamos, I guess?
Well, they've got 2. They've got Chester the Lion, which is the bloke, and River, which is the girl.
Very well done, sir.
Toole in, bowling here to Ackerman as play resumes.
So that's the Kookaburra after 80 overs.
Right.
So that's what it looks like after 80, and that's after that's at the end of the Durham innings, so that's about 40 overs old.
Right.
So Richard Ray has just handed us 2 Kookaburra balls that have been used. One is 80 overs old, and one is about 40 overs old, we're going to say. And there's not an enormous amount of deterioration between the 40 and the 80. I have to say, there's a bit of scuff. And break off as
Toole comes in and bowls.
Yeah, we were going to take a photo of it, but we're not allowed to, of course. But I can describe it to you in detail. So the seam is a little bit more embedded, as in it's sort of been bashed in a little bit on the 80 over ball, as you expect. But the leather is held up together quite nicely, actually. A little bit of scuff, as you expect. But generally speaking, yeah, it's held its shape very well after 80 overs as compared to 40.
Feels
something
quite
to be said.
small. Do you think that feels small?
Well, it's been bashed in a bit smaller, hasn't it, I imagine?
Feels like a junior ball, that. Toole bowls here to Scriven. That's played back up to the bowler's end.
It's because you're used to the one that you use in a nets, which is kind of slightly older. You're having a little smell of it. What can you tell from the smell?
That's kangaroo hide.
Is that the kind of technical analysis we were looking for? Kangaroo hide?
Well, they use kangaroo hide, don't they, for kookaburras? Serious? No, I think I made that up.
Yeah, of course you made that up. There's no leather on a kangaroo.
There is. In comes Toole. That's played out into the covers. They do use kangaroo hide, don't they, in something for some manufacturer? I'm not making that up.
I don't know. Just having a look at the pair of them
again.
It's
a nice smell.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to smell it. I'm going to take your word for it. But what I like is I can hold it up to the camera on our stream. Actually, I just realised we can do that. Are we allowed to do that? Are we allowed to? No. Okay, we're not allowed to do that. So we'll just keep it out of sight. But we'll describe it.
Toole from the pavilion end bowls and that angles across and through to the keeper.
So. Yeah, I'm holding them, and I can tell you they've both held their shape very, very well. This is very impressive in terms of durability. And the seam obviously disappears a little bit, as you expect with any kind of ball. It just kind of sort of gets more even, more flat with the surface of the leather. Yeah.
Kangaroo hide is made into bags, purses, wallets, jackets, shoes, and most notoriously sporting goods.
But we don't know whether
Toole in, driven out through the covers. Dot ball, and Australia exports an estimated 3 million kangaroo skins worth more than $17 million to Europe and the United States annually.
Well, I kind of hope that's not what I'm holding right now, but we'll have a little search engine action to work it out. Well, thank you very much, sir, for sharing that with us. Much appreciated. Yeah. That's very interesting to see that it just held together, though. In my mind, it would be sort of battered wildly out of shape, and the leather would be sort of all over the place. But it's actually something to be said for these balls.
So the Kookaburra ball has a slightly smaller than a golf ball cork rubber core, 5 layers of cork and string quilted. And the leather is not just any leather; it's going to be Marks and Spencer's leather.
Here's Ben Rain now from the Benetend, and he starts with a full delivery, just driven back to mid-off for no run.
It's hand-selected Australian first-grade alum.
Alum?
Tanned steer hide. Tough as nails, mate.
Tanned steer hide.
Yeah.
Oh, God, sometimes it's nice not to know, isn't it?
Well, it's
Oh, dear. Well, here's Ben Rain. Got that short mid-wicket in place. He's got that tan steer hide in his hand, as that ball nearly takes the outside edge, goes through to the keeper. He's been hitting a very good length today and getting a bit more value for it today, Ben Rain.
yeah.
There you go, the more you know.
Had Jason Gillespie on the phone the other day, who is, of course, vegan, so
How does that work?
I don't know.
with
Interesting
vegans and
playing cricket
balls?
with a ball made from leather.
Yeah. As long as you don't eat it, I suppose.
Mm.
Or have a chomp. Here's Ben Rain again. There we go, as that ball's pushed back to him defensively for no run. Yeah, I think I feel like you could touch it, you're not eating. I mean, it gets more complicated when you're applying saliva to it, I suppose.
You're not allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah,
are you?
or you sweat or whatever, you know, your bodily fluids. It's like, I don't know how that transitive property works if you're vegan. I suppose the point of veganism mostly is to do with your diet, right? And just keeping it tidy, I suppose.
Yeah.
Never tried it myself. I've tried being vegetarian for chunks, and that's always been quite pleasant. This is a short ball, very short ball. In fact, it required a big dive from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. It has been signalled a no ball. The umpire didn't even need any guidance from the square leg umpire that time. That was an excellent take behind the stumps, though. It was acrobatically. He was almost across the third pitch, Ollie Robinson, by the time he got across to take that. Easy duck for Ackerman. Another single to the score, 383 for 5 now.
Got to know Jason Gillespie really well when he was the Yorkshire coach. He became good friends with Dave Callaghan, our good buddy, the former Yorkshire commentator.
It's Ben Rain again. This is short. It's been pulled out towards mid-wicket. This is the Mr. Callaghan who did the famous quiz.
Yes, Callie's quiz in Scarborough, yeah.
That's the one.
You're right, Emmers. Yeah, sadly no longer with us. Callie, what a lovely man he was. And Jason, when he was coach of Sussex, Sussex were playing at Chesley Street in a 4-day game, and he came over to the Roca Riviera for a night out with me. And Jason Swift, one of his coaches, who's now a match referee, and Adrian Holmes, the Sussex commentator, and had a meal on the Riviera.
That sounds like a fun group of people. Here's Rain again. That ball's been pushed to cover for no run. Yeah, you guys must have painted the town.
It's just a nice. My dad was there as well. My dad was ferrying them around actually, but it was a nice evening. Had a nice meal. But Jason came in the harbour view, sat in the table in the corner, and lads who I know in there who have a pint with, who've got absolutely no interest in cricket, straight over to say hello, getting his autograph. And I thought, this is a bit bizarre. And I said to one of them, "You don't even like cricket." Of course I do.
It's always awkward, isn't it, when you're combining those two groups? This is takes a big appeal, and the finger goes up immediately. I thought I heard a sort of woody sound there, but the umpire's finger went up straight away. LBW. The appeal hadn't even got going yet. As we look at it, if there was no bat involved, that was absolutely stone cold LBW. Bang in front of middle stump, probably hitting just below the bails. It's a terrific delivery there from Ben Rain. I did think I heard a bit of wood, but just looking at the replay, I didn't seem to see any kind of inside edge or anything like that. So, good decision by the umpire. And Leicestershire lose their 6th wicket now, 384 for 6. And it is at the end of a very sort of difficult innings for Tom Scriven in a way. A lot of high-quality bowling coming at him, some testing conditions, but I thought he was
the replay
weathering it well.
Oh, here we go.
Take another look at it. This angle won't be very helpful though. We're trying to work out if there was any bat on that before the before pad. Oh, yeah. If there's, it's impossible to tell, isn't it? Yeah.
You can tell it's hit him hard because he's lifted his leg to try and stretch out what's going to be a bruise.
Yeah. Well, Tom Scrivens sort of gingerly walking back to the dugout, and Chris Wright makes his way out to face what is.
I don't think there's any. Actually, it's. I don't think there's any bat near that. To be honest with you, it was the noise. I agree with you. The noise.
It could just be those thigh pads are so thick these days as well.
So 384 for 6, trailing by 133. Ben Rain has.
He's enjoyed bowling today more than yesterday.
Yeah,
that much for sure.
He had a good game here a year or two ago as well in a championship match when Durham won.
He is. He's bowled 6 overs so far today. He bowled 20 yesterday with just the 1 wicket, and today his 6 have already got him 2.
He's taken 3 for 113. Much harder task with this Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, there's Chris Wright's going to be the non-strikers. Then that wicket fell at the last ball of the previous over. So Ackerman's vigil continues. He's still out there on. I know on the stream it says 16, but I can promise you it was 124. I was showing us a contribution to the partnership. I beg your pardon. 124 off 226 deliveries.
So Richard was just mentioning Chris Wright's at the top of the averages. He averages 56.8, which was more than Rishi Patel going into this innings. He averaged 54.2, and Lewis Hill 51.2.
I reckon he had about 5 not outs in that though.
Not outs 5, yeah, 150. And this is it's your end, this isn't it? Matt Parkinson bowling. He is appealing now. The ball went to first slip.
Yeah, it turned away, didn't it?
Yeah.
I just did the dismissal. I can do this if you like.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Just
I'm confused now, right?
I should have given
this
it
is
more
my
welly.
end then. Yeah, you did. You're right. You described Ben Rain, didn't you? Right, here's Parkinson then. My end. Oh, chopped down under the front foot by Ackerman. Parkinson has taken 2 wickets for 91, 26.2 overs, 3 maidens. Got a bit of turn yesterday. Bit of wrist spin, leg spin from him. He comes in and bowls it again. And Ackerman takes a big stride back into the crease, thumps that hard up towards wide. Long on. And Matty Potts goes across to try and cut it out, but can't get there. 4 runs.
Some entertainment for all these young kids in attendance today as well. It's just Murphy's Law, isn't it, really, in a way? You've got 2 days of really, really high scoring, loads of great shots. And then one day you get a sort of a decent crowd in. It's more testing conditions, which is entertaining in its own way, but possibly not to the youngsters.
Ball pushed off, short on the leg side by Ackerman for 1.
It's still very gloomy and nice and cool, actually. I mean, ordinarily I might find this a bit chilly, but when it's contrasted with the days we've had, it feels nice.
Yeah. Parkinson up to bowl to right. Right facing his first ball. Guides that behind gully for 1 run. Jones chases after it.
Yeah, it's that time of the day where your mind starts wandering towards lunch. Have you seen the menu for today?
Oh no, I bet you know, if you sent me it on a WhatsApp again, I'd hardly ever look at WhatsApp.
I mean, it's always exciting to see what bougie dish we're going to be served today.
Next ball whipped away by Ackerman for 4 past square leg. Easily done.
That's a lovely shot, that. Just way too short. You can't drop short protecting that tiny boundary on the leg side. Ackerman finding the boundary a couple more times. It's been very. I've learned that about yourself and Richard. Now you guys eat very fancy things and sort of foodies. Would it be fair to call you a foodie?
Foodies? What do you mean?
I don't know. Foodie's a word that
food.
just turned up in the last sort of 10-15 years. I don't understand it.
I
but
tell you what,
you
I
see in people's
enjoy
bios.
doing. I love cooking, right? And I like experimenting with different things. And I'll try and find things that my wife might be interested as well, because she's vegetarian. But I bought an air fryer just over a year ago.
Uh-huh.
It's a very good one. And I've done a lot of stuff in that. And that's good crack. But, you know, equally I get the skillet out every now and then and grill some stuff on there.
It's very popular, air fryers. Everybody's got an air fryer. They'll tell you all about why it's amazing. Here's Ben Rain again. There's a big appeal for LBW, and the finger goes up again. Another wicket for Ben Rain, and another immediate trigger from the umpire. I'm very happy with that length. As we take a look at the replay.
Right, we'll not be getting 50 odd today. He's out for one.
Yeah, he's headed back on just his second ball as well. And a terrific delivery from Ben Rain, just shaping back into the right-handed batter, hitting him in front of leg stump. It's kind of high-ish, but I think you're pretty safe giving those out. The umpire didn't have to think about it for too long, and it actually carried off that thigh pad straight to the first slip fielder as well. He walked off almost immediately, did Chris Wright, and now Leicestershire in a bit of trouble.
Hang on, is Rain on a hat-trick?
Yes, he is,
Yeah.
because it was the final ball of his previous over he took a wicket with. That was LBW as well. So Ben Rain here, having toiled for 20 overs yesterday, he's taken 3 so far today, 2 and 2 balls, and now he's on a hat-trick with Callum Parkinson walking out to the middle. This is very exciting. I kind of wish the PA system would announce it to the children so they could know that what they're watching. This is a very exciting moment here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in Leicestershire. Ben Rain is lighting it up. 394 for 7 now. Still a long way in arrears with the lead for Durham still standing at a very, very healthy 123 runs.
The last hat-trick for Durham was at Hampshire in 2015, and it was Chris Rushworth across 3 overs.
Wow. Across 3
and 2 innings. Yeah, he got James Tomlinson, LBW, with a final ball of his 21st over. Then he bowled Gareth Berg with the first ball of his 22nd. That ended Hampshire's first innings, and then he got Michael Carberry caught behind with the first ball of their second innings.
Outstanding. That might be my favourite hat-trick of all time.
So the last person to do it in England like that was Tony Locke, Leicestershire against Hampshire in Portsmouth in 1967. So
my goodness.
Here is Ben Rain then. He's on a hat-trick, and it's Callum Parkinson who's joining Durham next year, who is the man who is facing him, and he gets his bat on it. So I can put the hat-trick stat away again now. So, I have seen it. I saw that. I was commentating on the Rushworth one. I tell you what happened at the time. They had somebody new doing the electronic scorecard, and they were all over the place.
Yeah.
And as each wicket fell, I was writing down what ball it was, but according to the electronic scorecard, the wickets were quite a few balls apart from each other.
Yeah.
And then it was only once he'd got Carberry at the start of the second innings, his dad was down there, and he came in to see us, and he said, I think Chris has just got a hat-trick. And I said, that can't be right. And I looked on my scorecard, and I said, no, the balls aren't consecutive.
As Ben Rain in again, this is full push to point. There is no run.
And then we went and looked back through the electronic scorecard again, and it had all been corrected by that point, and indeed it was a hat-trick.
So he discovered after the fact.
Yeah, so none of us knew he got a hat-trick.
Did he know?
I think he might have done, yeah. I think Matthew Potts got a hat-trick here in a T20 a few years ago. It was the last over of the game, or the innings. And there was another hat-trick that I saw Paul Coghlan get at Northants in a T20.
Here is Ben Rain, another short ball, ducked underneath by Parkinson through to the keeper, no run.
But the Ben Rain one, sorry, it was Paul Coghlan at Northants. He'd been quite expensive, and I was more worried about the fact he was going to go for more than 50 runs. And in his final 3 deliveries, he got wickets. But he looked so disappointed with how his night had gone that when he got the 3rd wicket, there was no emotion from him or anything. And Paul Collingwood had to run up and say to him, by the way, you've just got a hat-trick, because I think he was annoyed with how things had gone before that.
Rain in, full, defended, extra cover, identical manner to continue.
Anyway, so that was the hat-trick. I saw Steve Harmison get one against Worcestershire about 2005, something like that. Most people had gone home that day because it looked like the match was going to go to the next day, and then he just ran through the tail. and so a lot of people who'd gone home early expecting, or left before the end of play that day expecting it to go into the next day, were surprised to find out what had happened.
That's interesting, isn't it? And it just goes over most of the crowd's head as that ball's been guided again off a sort of thick outside edge out towards deep cover. It's a single to finish the over, a successful one for Durham and for Ben Rain. Figures of 4 for 113 from him from his 28 overs. 395 for 7 are Leicestershire. And yeah, I feel like I've seen quite a few hat-tricks over the years, but the one that always stands out is Toby Rowland-Jones against Yorkshire, because that was quite iconic
for a few Somerset fans upset that day, weren't they? And I said, well, you've got no reason to complain. The wickets you've prepared in Taunton this year, which got them falsely into the narrative, I think.
It was a great time for Middlesex. A great year. It was the first time I actually got to hold the county championship trophy itself. I actually managed to get my hands on it.
Yeah, I've held it a few times.
Here comes Parkinson. It's your over, but I'll tell you what happened first ball as that goes to mid-wicket. I know you've got a very exciting
now then
menu.
Do I go for mushroom soup or prawn salad? I think prawn salad.
Mushroom soup is always
which
very
contains
exciting.
crustaceans, milk, egg and gluten.
No hide?
No.
That ball's been defended on the front foot.
And I'll have Parma ham
run.
with pork. That looks nice, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you take over this over again while I work this out.
Parkinson bowling to Parkinson. This is turned by Parkinson off Parkinson out to mid-wicket, no run.
It says on the menu cram of mushroom soup, but I'm sure it means cream, right? Yeah, cram of mushroom sounds
Unless
good.
Steve Cram's had something to do with it.
I'd love the soup actually, and perhaps the sweet potato and lentil tart. Thank you so much.
One twin bowling to another here. Parkinson in, and Parkinson launches Parkinson out into the deep on the offside for 2 runs. He might get a third here. He's going to come back for a third. They've only played each other in one county championship match prior to this. That was 2019. Need to get a picture of this.
I'm pretty sure neither has dismissed the other in first-class cricket, so we could get a moment of family history, if nothing else.
I wonder what the parents, the family are thinking now.
Well, Mum's no longer here, bless her. A fond memory. Matty's in. Ackerman's forward. Back to him.
And that's a photograph of Parkinson to Ackerman. Why did I bother taking that?
I was just wondering.
Pointless.
Needs a single. Ackerman. Well, actually, doesn't. This is the last ball of the over, so you have to hang on. Forward goes Ackerman, playing it back to Matty Parkinson. Yeah, lost a mum in really tragic circumstances, very young. In the first couple of seasons, she used to be in touch with me all the time. Mrs. P, listening to all the commentaries about Callum. And yeah, that was a shock. And Callum played that day. Played that morning.
How many years ago was that?
About 4, I think, now. Bless him. 398 for 7, end of the over. I've come in to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Ben Rain, will he get... what was it? The first dismissal he got was caught Travaskis Patel. But 3 consecutive leg before wickets. So looking for a 5-foot on his return to his old ground, Ben Rain. He's taken himself, I think, ahead of Matty Potts now, hasn't he, in terms of wicket-taking for in the Championship this season. They were both on 30 coming into the game. Potts obviously has only bowled those 6 overs. Rain has bowled 28 in this game, but he has picked up 4 wickets, so he's ahead of Potts as he comes in down the slope from the Bennett end. Bowls to Callum Parkinson, who defends out into the offside. Here comes the update. A few Leicestershire wickets have fallen in the last few minutes since I was with you last. Anyway, all leg before wicket to Ben Rain. Mulder fell early leg before to Ben Rain for 56, but as I say, in the last few minutes, both Tom Scriven and Chris Wright for 15 and 1 respectively have gone in the same way. Ben Rain, of course, formerly of Leicestershire, so he's looking for a 5-4. Leicestershire have moved on to 398 for 7, and we've got the very interesting side of Matt Parkinson bowling for Durham to his twin Callum Parkinson playing for Leicestershire. I don't think the twins have got one of the other out during their time playing against each other, so it could be a little bit of history being made if one of them dismisses the other during this game. Foxes at the moment, in reply to Durham's first innings 517 for 6, are 398 for 7. Rain is in, bowls down the leg side to Callum Parkinson.
It would appear they have, and they both got each other.
Did they?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm looking at a feature here in the Cricketer.
Okay.
So it was the match when they played in 2019. The final game of the county championship season has come to a wet end. It's the deadest of rubbers, top against bottom. Nick Friend's written this. Lancashire promoted as champions, Leicestershire consigned to the wooden spoon. And just quietly, Matt and Callum Parkinson have made history. Never before have twins taken each other's wicket in a first-class game. Rarely, of course, have two twins had it in them to make it as professional athletes together. After Matt dismisses Callum at Grace Road, as Rain bowls here, that's defended, Callum returns the favour when his brother, 16 minutes younger, comes to the crease. The outside world affords itself a laugh. It's the kind of quirky statistic that one day might make its way into trivia circles.
Thought we might see it. That, which ground was that on?
Here, I think.
That was here.
I was looking.
So I must have.
Yeah.
I must have seen it. Well,
I'll find the scorecard.
So I'm just making sure I've got all the orders.
Because they have only played each other the once in the championship.
I really should have realised what had happened there. Leg gully has gone in now for Rain bowling to Callum Parkinson. Rain is in, bowls outside off stump, comes back in a little bit, but after it had gone past the stumps, Parkinson let it go through. One more blow, or just 2 more runs, we'll see Leicestershire pick up another batting bonus point, so they'll go to 5. They'll do well to get to 450.
Callum Parkinson, LBW, Matt Parkinson, 29. Leicestershire all out for 155.
Rain. Parkinson surrounded by close catches as Rain goes in, bowls to him. He's solidly forward as ever. Playing it out to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 398 for 7. Ackerman, the eternal Ackerman, 133 not out. Parkinson, 4 not out. So this could be the over in which Matt snaffles his brother, gets ahead of the game.
Matt Parkinson, LBW, Callum Parkinson, 4. Lanks all out for 170. They must have forfeited an innings or something here. Leicestershire. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, the second innings, Leicestershire, he didn't bat. So then, Parkinson to Parkinson.
Still not. No, it's still to Ackerman.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. I thought the scoreboard had Parkinson written. He was lit up in orange there. It must have been from the previous over. Still Ackerman then. 400 for Leicestershire and a 4th batting point. 100.1 overs.
$7-5.
Ackerman, looks to drive, and he's played and missed the spin there. Ackerman's on 135 from 235 deliveries. He plays this out to the covers. Of course, now I want to take a photograph. They'll not bowl to each other again. They'll face each other. Guaranteed. Parkinson from the pavilion end to Ackerman. Forward to snuff this one out. "25 minutes to lunch on day 3.
Writing down the menu and sending it through has made my mouth start to water.
And another defensive shot there from Ackerman, who stares at the toe of his bat after playing that one.
117 behind Leicestershire. I wonder what Durham would, how far ahead they'd want to be. Plenty of time.
Yeah. Parkinson again. Ackerman whips that off his legs, goes out to the square leg boundary, and it's the end of the over, so he keeps the strike again. So I put my camera away once more. Some emails. Who's emailed?
Would they be prepared? Durham, I think they would be prepared to sort of set up the game. Set Leicestershire, what, 320 in? Well, they could eat. There's loads of time, actually, when you think about it, because both sides have scored so quickly at over 4 and over.
Matthew Potts coming back into the attack. John Hutchison says, with the England 11 for Lords named and the exclusion of Mark Wood, any idea why he hasn't been released back to Durham, or is there a slight injury concern? No idea. Hasn't played for Durham this year that I can recall. Didn't play last year through injury, and he needed an operation. It was an elbow operation, wasn't it, last year, I think, for Wood. It's been that many. He's like the bionic man.
You can certainly see Potts is coming back on now for Rain, so he's going to have to be content for the time being with his 4 wickets. You can certainly see Durham, you know, if they can pick up these last 3 wickets reasonably quickly, as Potts is into Ackerman, who defends on the back foot, back down the wicket towards Potts. Fields in his follow through, then throws it to Rain to do a spot of ball polishing, getting 380 ahead by the sort of towards the close, and giving Leicestershire 90 odd overs to try and get them. It's every possibility of a very, very interesting day tomorrow. It depends how flat they feel the pitch is. In goes Potts, bowls again. Ackerman stands up tall, plays with a high left elbow. At the moment the lead is 116, so let's say Leicestershire finish 80 behind, something like that. Loads of time, really, if Durham are positive in their second innings, for them to get to that sort of 350, 380, ahead by roughly by the close, and then get Leicestershire back in tomorrow. See if they can bowl them out on a 4th day wicket. Bowls a bouncer, Potts, but very short, and it rather loops over the head of Ackerman. Indeed, so short it's been signalled a no ball on height.
Just looking through the scorecard here, Ben's with that when Ben was on the hat-trick there, so that was his 4th wicket. So he went into this game with 396 first-class wickets, and
so he's got 400
yeah,
then
he's
now.
now got 400, and that means he's now got 193 for Durham as well.
So Rain's 400th first class victim was Chris Wright.
Yeah.
In goes Potts, and he's turned down 2. Fine leg 4-4 by Ackerman, who moves as a consequence onto 140, 407 for 7. While Ackerman is there, Leicestershire can retain hopes of some sort of equality come at the end of their first innings. Parkinson will certainly provide him with some sort of doughty support, and it's the sort of pitch on which, if you get behind the ball, sort of whipped off his hip by Ackerman there, you can stay in. Potts is in, bowls, bouncer again. Ackerman just bends at the knees, ducks underneath it, bounces high through to Robinson behind the stumps. Potts showing all the aggression you'd expect of a top quality fast bowler, trying to flog some life out of the pitch. Umpire Watts is sort of gesturing away to the right, so whether he ran a little bit onto the line, I'm not sure there, but no obvious indication that that's what the gesture was all about. All I can do is speculate. Potts into Ackerman, who's turning it through the vacant mid-wicket, well wide of the short-ish mid-wicket. Travaskis has a chase up the boundary, so to speak, away from us, from north to south. Picks up at deep mid-wicket, throws. Ackerman picks up 2, 142 to him, 409 for 7. So the run rate's still over 4, though obviously it has slowed a little bit. Minutes until lunch, so 5 more overs, maybe 6.
Ian Todd's asking the question, this could be a point actually, there's so many vagaries in cricket, but he's saying, is there perhaps a rule that mid-game substitutions by released England players?
Potts bowls to Ackerman, who on drives but checks it, so it bounces straight to mid-on.
Is limited to 1, so hence Durham could only play Potts but not Wood. I don't know is the answer, but there might be something in that.
They must be able to play 2 days, we know that.
Yeah.
That's one of the rules, so they can't come back just for a final day, for example. They do have to, you know, the game has to have at least half its course to run.
Yeah, we were told at the start of this match that he had to be here by this morning. Or at least Durham had to know he was coming today.
But as far as we're aware, everything else is at England's discretion. If that's the right word, it's entirely up to them.
Contracted to England, isn't he? So they have to.
They pay the bills, don't they? Well, they kind of pay the bills anyway, don't they?
It's Parkinson. Parkinson, I've got my camera ready, and this is going to be a dot ball. There we are.
Callum's determination not to get out to Matt will be absolutely huge.
I wonder what Michael Parkinson thinks about this.
I'm sure John Mallett's got his cameras trained at the moment.
Here comes Matt, bowling to his brother. A little inside edge down towards short fine leg for 1. Comes in and bowls to Ackerman. Big stride forward there to block that one. Kids going to be allowed on the field at lunch, do you know?
Yes, they are. Yeah, all sorts of games are going to go on apparently.
Good. Matt Parkinson in here, and that's gloved back to him along the floor by Ackerman.
There's also going to be some sort of mascot race. I haven't seen any others than Charlie here at the moment, but who knows?
Who could you have? The Leicester Riders, if they got a mascot?
Yes, yeah, they've got some sort of horse, I think.
A horse?
Yeah.
Parkinson bowls, and it's a bump ball back past him and up to Lees at long off. So you'd have the rugby team, the basketball team.
The rugby team has Rory the Tiger.
The footy team.
The footy team, I think they've got a couple of foxes as well. So whether it'll be a fox-dominated mascot race or whether it's mascots from the other counties, I know not.
Last ball of the 103rd over, 411 for 7, defended by Parkinson, off Parkinson, and that is the end of the over.
I'm not sure that last batting bonus point is particularly on Leicestershire's mind. I think they just want to keep reducing the deficit, essentially, which is now 106. There's a little plane, heads for Leicester Aerodrome, which is only 2 or 3 miles away to the south east.
Yeah. One of my friends who flies helicopters had a crash there once.
Ooh.
Gust of wind caught him and drifted his helicopter into a dry stone wall, apparently.
Well, hopefully he wasn't hurt.
No, he was okay, he was fine. I'm not sure the helicopter
just taken
was,
off
though.
or any? No, I wouldn't imagine it would.
I think he was coming into land in a storm.
Right.
I think that's the story.
Now, much discussion going on between Ben Rain, Scott Borthwick and Matty Potts, between those two eminence gris of the Durham lineup, before in comes Potts and bowls to Ackerman, who on the back foot to a slightly short of a length delivery looks to force it out into the off side. Can't get it past Graham Clark, who has pads on under his whites. He's also got his Durham sun hat on, as has Lees. Everybody, oh no, Beddingham's also got a Durham sun hat. Everybody else has their cap on. Good chanting going on. Not quite sure. I mean, that bit was Leicester, but I think it was just letters beforehand. In goes Potts and bowls. Ackerman covers up. Straight full delivery. Back down the pitch it bounces. Yeah, admirable quality of the cameras these days. Really is high quality stuff. Fixed camera. On the computer. If you're watching on the stream and listening as well, we're very pleased to have your company. Ackerman 143. Can he get his 150 before lunch? Potts is in to him. Again, back foot defensive shot back down the pitch to Potts, who, in attempting to field in his follow through, I think knocked it up and it knocked against his chin, I think, in the end, somehow. I don't know how he could. Yeah, it did. It managed to. He put down his right hand. It didn't hit him hard, but any sort of knock from a cricket ball, he doesn't have to hit you too hard. You'll feel it. And it bounced sort of up his arm, rolled up his arm, and against the side of his chin. He shakes his head, runs in again, and bowls to Ackerman, a bouncer. Ackerman sort of saw that pretty early and just bobbed at the knees, ducked underneath it. Remains on 143.
Damo, the conspiracy theorist, says it'd be quite ironic if Ackerman's innings stops Durham going up to Division 1.
Yeah. And remember, guys, Leicestershire played Durham in the last game of the season. When who knows what the situation will be then?
Yeah.
It's an odd one, isn't it?
Somebody questioning whether either of the players due to head to Durham will still be playing in the Leicestershire team by then.
There's a lot, of Leicestershire supporters who feel that they might not. They've both got, well, Parkinson certainly got 100 gig, and I'm pretty sure Ackerman will have. As Potts goes in, bowls two of me might definitely have after this innings. Not that it's too relevant to the sort of cricket he'll have to play in the 100. Certainly did last year, but let us say that they both have, and the general feeling is them. And it may be wrong, entirely wrong, but among Leicestershire, some Leicester supporters, that they might not be back after the 100. Some sort of arrangement will be reached, but it's hard to know what, because well, you never know. Potts is in, bowls short down the leg side. Ackerman tries to just sort of paddle pull it around the corner, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Robinson. End of the over. Potts is 8th, none for 29 for Matty Potts, 411 for 7. 104 overs, so 6 overs remain for Leicestershire to score 39 runs if they want that last batting bonus point, and indeed for Durham to pick up another couple of wickets if they want the last bowling bonus point.
Paul Summerside says, can we win the league with a run of high-scoring draws? With a decent advantage. Anthony Dent says it's boring cricket. The pitches are clearly far too batsman-friendly. The long dry spell is probably the reason for that. Well, it was very damp in the spring, so we had it the other way around then. Paul says it is becoming difficult to force a result.
And the ball, remember, Paul, as well.
And the ball, yeah. Parkinson, right arm over from the... bowling to his brother. 1 run.
Have you given up on the prospect of a...
I was just trying to take a photograph of one ball at the other.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd have to photograph every delivery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
I had a canny knack of getting wickets when taking the odd picture at Sussex earlier in the year. Got David Beddingham caught in the slips. 1 or 2 others. Ackerman on 143. Parkinson in, bowls, and it's cut off towards the point boundary for 2. He gets to 145, 414 for 7. So they are 103 behind at the moment. Scott Borthwick's warming himself up. Is he going to give himself a twirl before lunch? Next ball is out on that offside from Ackerman. for 1. I keep looking across and seeing what looks like an umbrella at the far end, but it's in a gazebo, isn't it?
It is, yeah, they set it up
every time I see it, I keep thinking,
yeah.
oh, it's raining, but
yeah, no,
they've
it's
set a table up.
they're doing some sort of makeup thing. I'm not
right.
sure, sort of
face painting, malarkey.
yeah, something along those lines, I think. Although you couldn't go back to school with your face painted, could you?
No, you might be allowed to today. In comes Parkinson. That skids along low, and Parkinson plays it off to backward square leg. In fact, what time is it now? By the time they get home, they'll be going straight home, won't they? They'll get dropped off at school, and then they'll be out the door. My daughter comes out at 3:15. The other two are 3:25. Still in the middle of the afternoon, isn't it then? Parkinson bowls and cut to... Is that a catch? Was that a bump ball? No, it's a catch. Is that the end of Ackerman? He's gone for 146, has he? Or was it...
He has
Oh,
gone.
he's
I
out.
thought he'd cut it into the ground like
I thought he
you,
cut it
but
into
there was
the ground.
such a little reaction. He must have just top-edged it straight to sort of backward point, deepish gully for us the simplest of catches.
Well,
That was
Jones
a bit
took the catch.
anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was just no noise out there or anything. So Ackerman cuts the ball from Matt Parkinson to gully to Michael Jones. I honestly thought he'd bumped it into the ground first, but there was no reaction really from anybody out there. He walked down the field, the track, as if he was just going to have a chat with Callum Parkinson, and then as he was walking past, Matt Parkinson shook his hand, and off he comes for 146, 258 balls.
Raises his bat high, rightly so, because it's been a magnificent effort from Ackerman, and he'll be very disappointed. Let's have a look at... Oh, they're going to show the replay then, but here we go. And we can see just how deceiving it was. Parkinson goes in, bowls. Yeah, just came off the top edge and straight to Jones. But it was just the lack of reaction from anybody that rather fooled us. The body language fooled us, I'm afraid. Eddie Barnes comes out to replace Colin Ackerman. Our partnership was worth 22 between Ackerman and Parkinson, but
101 behind.
Yeah, Durham have been a good morning for them, really. So they've taken 4 wickets now, with Leicestershire adding, having started on 335.
Matt Salisbury will
81.
be the final batsman. Brandon Glover doing 12-man duties for Durham.
Barnes can be a very adhesive bat, quite hard to extract, as you'd expect from a Yorkie. A Yorkie and a Lancastrian. Second wicket then for... Third wicket, I beg his pardon, from Matt Parkinson. 3 for 114 for him now.
What was Ackerman's highest score?
17 fours in his innings, by the way. Oh, yeah, that was
277 against Sussex last year.
Yeah, no, he had a long way to go before that one.
Parkinson to Barnes. Barnes forward to this one. Plays it on the ground out to short extra cover to Liam Travaskis. End of the over then. 416 for 8.
They can get a lead of 80. Bat pretty much for 2 sessions. Be leading by 340, 350. Maybe have a little 20 minutes tomorrow, maybe just declare overnight. We could have a really exciting day tomorrow, because I think Leicestershire would have to chase for the runs, have to go for it. Friendly, batting friendly pitch. They need the result. Could be an interesting one, really interesting one. But it's a shame that it's been that sort of morning for the kids, really. Not too much happening. Just a sort of gradual fall of wickets. rather than any sort of spectacular big hitting. Potts will continue, try and blast out the tail. Callum Parkinson and Eddie Barnes will get in line.
Do you know what,
Go on,
Richard? I'm thinking when these kids get home tonight, none of them will be asked by their parents what was the run rate.
No, did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
I don't know, didn't watch too much. Potts goes in and Parkinson gets behind the delivery on the front foot, plays it out to mid-on. That's what, you know, that, yeah.
They'll have had a great day out, man.
Hopefully.
Any day out the classroom's better than being in the classroom, isn't it? I mean, even when it's,
not the academic sort of.
We live on the coast and the kids often go on class trips rock pooling and stuff, and they always enjoy it.
Yeah, I often see in Spain a class going down onto the beach. In goes Potts, bowls. Parkinson looked to get out of the way of it, didn't really get up, and it hit him square on the right buttock, as Tom Hanks would have said.
Right, I better go next door. We'll be back after lunch then. See you then.
And Parkinson is down, squatting on his knees with a sore rear side, shall we say. I don't know whether Atif wants to come on just for the final knockings of the session. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly after 1, before we go down for our prawn salads and mushroom soups. And Parkinson will have a bruise to display, should he wish, in the changing room. Just sort of
to display.
Into it. He was looking to turn. Yeah, well, you can be quite proud of him. Depends where,
yeah,
doesn't it?
That's
but,
what I mean. Yeah.
Anyway, short leg has gone in, unsurprisingly now. As Potts comes down the slope, Clark with his legs akimbo at short leg, as in goes Potts and does bowl another short delivery. Parkinson wisely leans away, as in forward, and the ball goes over his left shoulder down the leg side, or well, left, goes over his left side. He's well sort of padded around the rib area and obviously helmet, but it's just his
Yeah, it's always the way as well. Like everything, you wear loads of protection, and the one tiny fraction of you that isn't protected is the bit that's going to get.
Well, he kind of turned away from it, so he exposed the exposed section, so to speak. In goes Potts, but only hit him again, absolutely in close to the right spot. Now Potts inquires whether it might be leg before. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary, off Parkinson's extended rear end, as Potts is now demonstrating. He's sticking his bottom out and is slightly mocking Parkinson, who doesn't sort of smile back in response. But Parkinson just sort of leaning forward, looking to step it out of the way, leaving his rear end.
He's going to struggle to sit down for lunch at this rate.
Exposed, and he's been hit on it twice now, and it will be sore.
It's the same cheek as well.
It is. In goes Potts, bowls to him, and this time he gets his bat on it, goes back and turns it off that cheek, and he should get a couple of runs as Travaskis picks up and throws, having run back towards backward square, and Parkinson picks up 2, and there's a slightly sarcastic cheer, maybe from one or two of the Durham faithful who've made the long trip for this game. Parkinson on to 9, 418 for 8. He won't want to take the mickey too much, I don't think, Matty Potts, because, as I say, these two are going to be teammates next season. How much Durham will see of Potts next season, of course, remains to be seen. Potts is in again to Parkinson, bouncer. He ducks underneath it, but again he sort of turns to the right, and it bounces over his left shoulder, and that, as Parkinson walks off,
He can't get off quick enough.
Lunge, it would appear, despite I thought there was a ball to go in the over, but apparently not. It the scoreboard had got a little bit behind. So what an oddly disjointed sort of last 15 minutes that was. 418 for 8 at lunch, Leicestershire. They are 99 behind, and I've been saying, Atif, that if Durham can take these last two quickly, lead of 80.
Yeah.
By the end of today, they could be the best part, or should be the best part of 340, 350 ahead. We could have a brilliant final day, basically.
We most certainly could. I mean, Leicestershire, for their part, despite the sort of the wickets that have fallen this morning, they've managed to get themselves up to 5 points. So they've got themselves back in this game, so to speak, largely off the back of that exceptional innings from Colin Ackerman, who was just quite outstanding. But there's still a little bit more resistance to come. One feels from Leicestershire. And they've had the worst of the conditions with the bat as well today, but they've done reasonably well in the circumstances, I would say.
So we'll leave.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot!
Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him!
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Road in Leicester afternoon session on day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Durham. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sport bringing you ball-by-ball commentary as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the English and Welsh summers, I should say. 418 for 8 is the Leicestershire score. They are replying to Durham's first innings of 517 for 6 declared, from which, if you are good at maths, you will already worked out that Leicestershire are trailing by 99 runs. And you can hear in the background the sound of children's voices because it is schools day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and it's been lovely to hear them. They've been watching mascot races, which, as we were partaking of Leicestershire's wonderful lunch, I didn't actually witness, I have to admit. Atif Nawaz, did you by any chance check out the mascots results? We know who was in it.
Somebody in a stuffed costume won.
Right.
Somebody in a costume won, I can tell you that much. I don't know.
It tends to be the one with the smallest feet, doesn't it? As in smallest sort of clown feet, so to speak.
I always find it very impressive. I commentated on the mascot race at Edgbaston last year on T20 finals day, and like in order to commentate, you kind of have to run around with them,
right?
Which is hard enough. Never mind having all that extra gear that they have on. It was. I remember the Viking. I think it's the Yorkshire mascot, Vinny the Viking. He's got a tough job because there's a cape and there's a sword and all these attachments that you have to run with. In theory, it should be quite straightforward because you just got your legs.
Matt Parkinson is going to bowl to Ed Barnes. Does so, and forward goes Barnes, pushing the delivery out into the covers. It's picked up by Borthwick.
It's nice attacking fielders for Parkinson as well straight away. He's got the slip, he's got the short leg. Oh, it was coming in now to silly mid off.
Yeah, there's an immediate change. So backward short leg goes right up to that silly mid off position. Clark under Barnes's eye line as Parkinson goes in and bowls to him. He looks to drive, rather squirts it off a thick outside edge along the ground towards the sort of gully. He does bowl quite slowly, Matt Parkinson, as he goes in, tosses it up. Oh, forward goes Barnes and plays it just short and wide of Clark at that silly mid-off position. He was not really in control there, Ed Barnes. Best of 80 odd not out against Somerset at Taunton. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him. He goes back, plays the ball off the pitch, so to speak. It does turn a fraction, but so slowly. I thought I'd seen enough from Parkinson yesterday in terms of the odd delivery turning to be sort of fairly hopeful the pitch was going to take turn, but if anything it's got a bit slower today. Parkinson is in, forward goes Barnes, getting to the pitch, pushing the delivery slightly across the line out towards mid-wicket, and that is the end of a maiden over to start post-prandial proceedings.
Nice. Love a bit of alliteration. I was thinking, just watching that fielder go into the silly mid-off position, it was Graham Clark, wasn't it? I mean, that's a terrifying place to field. I understand the theory of it, that if it's going to be hit in your direction by the batter, if you're closer to it and you're that close to it, it doesn't really have the time to build up the velocity to hurt you too badly, you'd think. But I don't know. I mean, you can pay me enough to stand that close to the batter.
Who says that theory? I would have thought it was quickest when it comes off the. I don't think it gets any faster, does it?
So I mean, because it's the gap is, we're talking about a gap of about 3 feet or 4 feet sometimes. I mean, in that time, it hasn't built up. I mean, supposedly, depending on the kind of shot, I suppose.
I'm not sure about your physics.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. Maybe it's one of those myths that fielders tell themselves when they're in that position. Like, oh, it'll be worse if I stand at extra cover. But surely not.
No. I mean, it's as fast as it's going to get when it comes off the face of the bat, isn't it? I mean, if anything, it's going to slow down as it. Anyway, go on. You're over.
Here's Potts. Down the leg side, taken by the keeper. There is no run. So wait. So like, if I'm throwing a ball at you and I'm standing where I am now, which is like a foot away from you, and I throw it to you from here, it wouldn't hurt as much as if you were 3 feet away. Do you know what I mean?
So it would have gotten faster?
Well, because it hasn't picked up the speed yet. It's almost like when a bowler is bowling, you have to measure it across all 21 yards, because if you measured it across fewer, it wouldn't be as quick.
Okay, no, I do...
There's something there. There's definitely something there.
Yeah, I do see that. I suppose it must take a small amount of distance to build up to maximum velocity, mustn't it?
Here's Potts. That's been flicked away now to fine leg for a single. You know, I'm going to leave that point there. That's just... That's about as close to anything right I'm going to get. So
you're talking to a man who proudly got a U for unclassified in his physics O-level.
Oh, you're kidding?
No,
O-levels were the same as GCSEs, right?
Oh, God, that makes me feel old.
No, I'm just checking.
It was.
I'm just
yeah,
checking.
basically,
Because we can compare. I got 2
it?
B, so we did a double science in those days where they combined chemistry, physics and biology, and you get 2 grades across the 3 subjects. And I got 2 Bs.
Well, so you know much more about... You're much more of a scientist than I am.
Oh, I don't know.
Having miserably failed to trouble the scorers when it came to physics.
Yeah, I'd still back you overall.
No,
certainly off the cricket bat.
A man who has gotten a B.
I don't know.
I bow to your superior knowledge. I grovel.
Here's Potts. This is short, big swing across the line from Barnes. Again, missing out really because it was short, it was down the leg side. There were runs to be taken. There's no fielders in the deep in the leg side other than the fine leg fielder. But Barnes failing to make contact, so it is a dot ball. And we're talking about science here, oddly enough. I don't know how we've stumbled upon this conversation, but here we are. It was that silly mid-off fielder.
About velocities, aren't we?
Yeah.
Physics. And
I think some of it has to do with the angle of the shot. So if you're standing at short leg, it may come at you harder than if you're at short cover as the next ball's defended to mid-off and mid-on, I beg your pardon. There's no run. It's a token throw back to...
I do get it, because at the point at which it hits the bat, for however short a time, for milliseconds, it is still, isn't it?
Yeah.
It must be.
Because if you're closer to it, you're sort of smothering the pace of it a little bit. I don't know. It's
so it's
possible.
just how long it takes to build. At what point is it going at its maximum velocity when it comes off the bat?
Either way, I'm still not fielding there. There's no way. Here's Potts. 2 slips in place. This is short. This time Barnes does make contact, and good contact as well. The fielder at fine leg makes a terrific tumbling stop. Is Parkinson down there at fine leg, and the batters do get back for 2. That was coming at him at quite some velocity, in fact. He really had to tumble to his left and did a very good job of it.
Got a round of applause from the children in the Daffabet stand.
Was it the kids who did that? I thought the applause came from...
Oh, yeah. Hopefully the kids participated.
I feel like they haven't paid a lot of attention to what's going on.
It's very difficult for them, isn't it, to sort of pick up where the game is at, understand what's going on and why. Just to come, I think the school's day sort of, in some respects, needs rethinking.
Here is Potts. Barnes is forward in defence, back to the bowler. There is no run. It completes the 108th over of this Leicestershire innings. 421 for 896. The deficit now for Leicestershire. They're just eroding away at it ever so slowly. And yeah, just to come back to that point about kids at the game. I mean, I think a lot of it is sort of subconscious, really. Like, it's about associations. Like, if they come to the ground, they have a nice time. Yeah, there was some cricket happening in the background, and there was a guy who had 100 and something, and what was his name? Colin Ackerman. That was cool. This guy hit this one shot in my direction, around when the stumps went. Like, these little moments, you hope sort of embed themselves in this subliminal subconscious somewhere, and keep them coming back, make them glutton for punishment.
Let us hope that amongst these many school children there are a few who will want to come back and see a little bit more. Parkinson to Parkinson, then Matt Parkinson is going to bowl to his twin brother Callum. Bounces in and bowls. Callum is forward a little carefully, pushing the delivery, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it back up the pitch to Matt.
I've got more questions about Leicestershire for you this afternoon, Richard.
I look forward to it. Callum is in, tosses it right up. Matt is in even. Tosses it, I knew that would happen at some stage.
Yeah.
And Callum pushes it out towards, towards mid-on. Potts fields, throws at the stumps, but Ed Barnes had already responded to Parkinson's call and had made his ground comfortably enough.
See, this is where Marty just hedges his bets every time. He just says Parkinson to Parkinson, and Parkinson plays that away. I think there's some padding being brought on for the short. It's a box actually. It's a little protector, or maybe a big protector. Who knows? That's not the point really. But it's being brought onto the pitch. I think there's going to be more close fielders for Parkinson. That being Matt Parkinson. Yes, so whilst that padding is taking place, Richard, I wanted to ask you, how much is a ticket for general admittance to a day of county championship cricket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground?
Now, I'm not absolutely sure because it varies sometimes, and obviously depends on the length. But if you're just sort of rolling up for a day, I think it's about a tenner. I may be wrong, and I'm sure the club will be directly on to me if I am, and it's less than that, or indeed more than that, but I think it's about that.
It sounds about right.
Parkinson in, bowls. Barnes is just pushing the ball out towards cover, or extra cover really. Travaskis, the athletic Travaskis, gets across to his right to field.
He's got a lot of company, Barnes, at the moment, around
he
the
has.
bat.
David Beddingham is the new close fielder. He's at silly mid-off. There is a slip and a short backward leg, or backward short leg, as Barnes cuts that out into the offside. It sort of bounces off Travaskis a few feet, and Barnes takes a couple of exploratory steps down the pitch before being sent back by Parkinson. Barnes has a couple, Parkinson has 11, 4-2-2, 4-8 is the score. A bit more cover in the covers, so to speak, for Parkinson as he goes in bowls to Barnes, who's turning it down towards that backward short leg, and it's almost on the half volley that it's stopped behind there. He doesn't seem phased by the presence of the close fielders at all. Barnes is just placing it still almost directly to them, and it was very close. He's not far away. He's only maybe 4 or 5 feet away from the bat, it feels, as Parkinson is in. Barnes is forward, trying to push it towards mid-wicket. Didn't get anything on it, came off the pad, but it was going on down the leg side. Although the polite inquiry from Parkinson was made of umpire Chantry, 4-2-2 for 8 at the end of the 109th over. Leicestershire have 1 over to score another 28 runs if they want another bonus point. More likely, perhaps, Durham have just this over in which to take the wicket they need for their final bowling bonus point. So that could happen.
110th, yes, of course. 109 overs into this innings. As, yeah, I was wondering that about the sugary options this lunch. You did tempt me.
I tried.
But I don't know how you do this in good conscience, to be honest with you, Richard, because you yourself don't indulge at all, really. I see you keep eating very healthy, keeping a very tidy diet.
You don't want to carry extra kilos when you're doing triathlons if you can avoid it.
Here's Potts now. Starts with a full ball driven quite pleasingly by Parkinson, but only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. 4-22 for 8, the score remains. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're in good shape, and I'm like, you've actually encouraged me to take on a slightly healthier lifestyle, particularly while my foot is out of commission and I can't do any sort of exercises. Or spend some time at the gym to feel less bad about those 16 donuts. That's a true story.
But you turned down the warm brownie with caramel sauce.
Oh my goodness. Bowled him! What a delivery! That was fast and furious from Matthew Potts. It knocked the off stump out of the ground. That was, well, Parkinson really was just a bystander there. That ball was a thunderbolt. It's literally knocked the stump out of the ground. It was fast. It was straight. Parkinson tried to get across to cover his stumps, didn't really get anywhere near it in the end, and Leicestershire lose their 9th wicket, 422 for 9.
And Durham,
a bonus point.
Exactly that. Durham
yeah.
Maximum bonus point return. Whatever assume if the game were to be drawn, they would now take 13 points from the game, which is a pretty decent return.
Yeah.
Obviously, it could be a lot more. It could be the maximum. It could be 24 points. And it could just be the 8 if somehow Leicestershire were to go on and win this. But Durham very much driving the game at the moment. At the moment, they're 95 to the good.
Yeah, what a delivery it was. It was quite something. I mean, you haven't seen an enormous amount of dismissals of that nature in this game. We didn't expect to really, but Matthew Potts immediately delivering with that that pace in bowling with great pace all day. This is his 11th. This is his 11th over, I should say.
Just came back a bit. It stayed, maybe stayed a fraction low. So Matt Salisbury, who will also, I would imagine, be a friend to most of these Durham players, having moved from Durham at the end of last season to Leicestershire.
There's a lot of that going on, a lot of Durham, Leicestershire connections. And there was me thinking it was just Richard Ray and Marty Emerson, but it goes a lot deeper than that. There's a few bulbs on the floodlights trickling on here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. I count 4 on the pylon to our right, and 5 and 6 on 2 of the others respectively. I can't see the one that's directly beside us, well, either of them actually, but they're flickering on. It is a bit gloomy outside. Here is Potts to Salisbury for his first delivery, and that is vicious. Short ball right past the grill of the helmet. We had Marty Emerson smelling the ball earlier in the commentary box. Matt Salisbury getting a whiff of it out in the middle. That was very, very quick.
That's another question we have to we tried to address. Does anybody know out there? Are kookaburras, which are used in Australia, are they made out of kangaroo skin? Kangaroo skin is used for some cricket balls, sports balls.
Matthew Potts, and he's bowled him again. Another one for Matthew Potts, demolishing that off stump like it owes him money. He's taken 2 in this over to close out the Leicestershire innings. Matt Salisbury, just his second delivery. It was a quick and angling in again. No chance really. Off stump does a cartwheel, and Leicestershire are bowled out for 422, which leaves them 95 runs behind Durham. Will come back out to bat and try and build on that lead and give themselves a chance, as Richard says, to claim those 24 points from this game. And those were 2 really furious deliveries from Potts, exactly what you want against a number 10 and a number 11 batter. Just quick, fast and straight.
That's what your quick bowler can do, isn't it? Clean up the tail.
Now the umpire, incidentally, with such a furious delivery, he's still not been able to put the off stump back in. I think it might be slightly damaged. They might have to bring out a new off stump. So Matthew Potts already causing issues here at Leicestershire.
Add a bit of soil to the hole, which has been sort of broken apart, possibly. But yeah, no, that's been a really good day for Durham to have cleaned up the remaining 6 Leicestershire wickets, while the Foxes went from 335 overnight to 422. So that is 87 runs they added, but they lost their last 6 wickets in so doing today. So Durham, I suspect, would have taken that of the or in a little more. They are good. Play.
The whole day they've cast has been very well set up for a win. I mean, they still have the opportunity to have a. I mean, they've got these conditions to work with as well. I don't think scoring is going to be as easy as it was in the first 2 days. It hasn't been for Leicestershire. It shouldn't really be for Durham, as long as they are disciplined and consistent on a good length. Let the ball work for them, particularly early doors when they've got the new ball to work with, and give themselves a chance, really, especially in front of so many adoring fans today.
And the fact that the floodlights have just come on usually means that the ball swings a little bit more. Now, we don't know whether that's going to be the case with the kookaburra necessarily, but Leicestershire will think, well, look, if we can bowl out Durham for 200, if it does swing, and it's an unlikely prospect on this pitch, you have to say that, but Durham might be looking. Foxes have got to pick up some early wickets though. Durham about to start their second innings with a lead of 95. As the Leicestershire players head out to the middle, the heavy roller wends its somewhat laboured way off the field. The pitch has been remarked, the creases have been remarked. Umpire Chantry is talking to Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's bowling coach. Umpire Watts is having a word with one of the ground staff. Chris Wright marches purposely towards the crease in the company of his captain Lewis Hill. He'll be opening the bowling, it looks like, from the Bennett end, and they'll shortly be joined by the two, presumably, Durham batsmen, Michael Jones and Alex Lees. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, Atif Nawaz of BBC Sport, Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle, your commentators for the game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the approach of the Durham batters here is going to be, if they do indeed try and make the most of these 61 overs and, you know, try and score a decent scoring rate, 4 runs and over, 4.5 runs and over, and give themselves a total, give Leicestershire a target and try and take all the points. You'd think that's the way to go, but just from what we've seen this morning, batting is not as easy as it was yesterday. Chris Wright's going to start things off. He's got a nice aggressive field as well, with 2 slips and a gully in place. So I think Leicestershire, having watched the Kookaburra ball do its thing this morning, will be keen to repeat.
Wright is in and bowls to Lees, tucks him up with the very first delivery. Might just have swung back in a little bit to him. Lee stayed on the back foot, it sort of rebounded. Let's have a look. Was there a little bit of early movement? Yeah, a little bit of shape. A little bit of shape back into the left-hander. Bounced away off the top of the pad, stroke thigh pad out into the offside, and no run.
Yes, immediately some encouragement.
2 slips, Budinger and Ackerman, as Wright is in to Lees, who defends. Straight delivery out to mid-off, and there is no run. Rishi Patel is in the gully. Ed Barnes at point. Looks like Tom Scriven in the covers. Hill is at mid-on. Now, looks like Budinger at mid-wicket as well, so somebody, as sometimes happen, is wearing the same number on their backs. That one swings back in. There's an appeal from Wright, was probably doing too much. Wasn't too high, hit him around about the knee roll, but it looked as though perhaps it was swinging down the leg side. Let's have a look. It was. Ooh, good delivery, but it was going to miss leg stump.
There's a good appeal for that. It wasn't a sustained appeal, but again, a very promising start. At this point in the previous innings, they hadn't looked like beating the bat, the Leicestershire bowlers, so I keep saying it, it's different conditions.
Yep. Heavy grey cloud and the floodlights on. Right. Is in, bowls to Lees, who defends on the back foot, angle bat, bounces down towards the gully where Patel fields at the second attempt.
Just curious, this will be a good test for Lees as well. He's been in good touch, got 100 in the first innings, relatively chanceless innings, but this will be a bigger test for him of his skill as an opening batter, with the ball doing a lot more.
Right. In, bowls again in the swing. Again, Lees on the back foot, covers up, but uncomfortably so. Yeah, we've got 2 number 1s out there, which is very nice of them. Thank you, Leicestershire. I think Budinger's at mid-wicket, and Mulder tends to go into the slips. So why Vian is sporting a Budinger shirt, I'm not quite sure. At first slip. Wright is in, bowls again in swing, again taking the bottom hand off the bat as he shovels it away is Lees, but he is shoveling it away, he's keeping it out, end of the first over at Maiden, and enough movement in it to be of interest for Chris Wright.
Yeah, absolutely. Just very, very tidy stuff. Just have to stay consistent. Can't get distracted from that length. Sometimes you get frustrated. You get close to a wicket. You don't quite get there. You put in an extra effort ball, or you try and do something different just to create something. But really, it's a game of patience. The ball will support you. Ed Barnes, who's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. He was just out there batting, and he saw firsthand exactly how much that ball was doing and how difficult it can be to face on certain lengths. So one would hope that he's got the right mindset here. Very aggressive again. 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward square leg. In fact, we're gonna say a deep backward square leg and a fine leg in place, mid on, mid off, up inside the circle. Here comes Barnes, full driven nicely, firmly by Jones, but only as far as the bowler himself, who collects in his follow through, and there is no run.
Doesn't often get the new ball, a chance with a new ball, Ed Barnes, so be desperately keen to take advantage. It makes more sense to have him partnering right with the new ball, I think, than Scriven.
Absolutely.
Barnes is the quicker of the, probably just about the quicker of the two seamers.
Scriven was a little bit inconsistent in the first innings as well, particularly in his first spell. Here's Ed Barnes. This is full, driven nicely by Jones, but only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. So 8 deliveries into this innings, and Durham yet to score. Just got to keep this pressure going, do Leicestershire, if they're to stay in this game. From their perspective, if they were able to get 7 or 8 wickets today, a couple more tomorrow, have a total somewhere in that low 200 region to chase over a couple of sessions, it could be very exciting still. It's just a matter of getting these wickets and staying focused. Here's Ed Barnes now. He bowls, it's full outside edge and dropped just short of the... See one more attacking fielder in there. Maybe a third slip. There's Jones on strike. Barnes runs in, he bowls a good length ball, which Jones organises himself nicely behind and defends. There is no run. Floodlights on full blast at the moment, making quite the atmosphere as some of the school children are filing out of the ground. As it nears time for them to, I was going to say be discharged, but it's not doctor surgery, is it? I don't know, I don't have any children, so I don't know. Go home is the word. Go home. Dismissed. Dismissed, right? Children are still dismissed from class? Yeah, I think so.
You are dismissed.
Not discharged. Here's Ed Barnes now. This is full, and a play and a miss outside the off stump from Jones. He practices a leave afterwards and then a variety of driving shots, but I don't think either of those drives is advisable when the ball's that far from your body. Maybe having his patience tested a little bit as well, Jones. It is difficult. It's a difficult mindset to adjust to, isn't it, when you've been dominating? And then
I think
he did leave it. He did leave it. Yeah, I've got to give him the benefit. I looked at the replay and it looked like he followed it, and then he left it. He actually shaped nicely along with the ball.
He resisted temptation in the end.
A bit like me and the cakes. Back of a length this time and left alone by Jones, I can say so definitively this time. Goes through to the keeper. There is no run. That is a second consecutive maiden to start this innings from Leicestershire. Durham 0 for 0. I'm going to make way for Martin Emerson.
Thanks, Latif. We'll find out whether Martin was tempted by the... He might have been tempted, but he too might well have resisted, or whether he went with the berry mess with vanilla ice cream and meringue and all sorts. The Grace Road berry mess. Fango down in Melbourne? No, they are not made out of kangaroo skin. They're made out of leather like every other cricket ball. You can almost hear the sigh in his voice. In goes right and bowls to Lees, who defends.
I can't believe you fell for that.
Off middle stump. Well, it's summoning up that that page that said sometimes that they were sometimes used for sports. It didn't actually specify cricket. It just said sports.
But I was just pulling your leg. I didn't expect you to fall for it.
I mean, there are a lot of kangaroos, aren't there, down there, including wild ones, and I don't know whether they are in any way farmed.
I've eaten kangaroo.
It's not an entirely impossible or unreasonable suggestion. In goes right and bowls, and Lee's nice high right elbows that one. Again, a little bit of movement, shape back into him, but everything behind it, back down the pitch. Goeth the ball. Were you tempted by the berry mess, or did you?
You know me, when it comes to things like sweets and stuff, my body is a temple. It's roughly akin to the same size as Bristol Temple Meads. That's the temple I'm thinking of. I went for the brownie.
Ah, you did?
And it was very nice.
With caramel sauce
lovely.
and vanilla ice cream.
Very naughty.
In goes right, bowls, and again looking to turn the in-swinging delivery into the on side, comes off the thigh pad area and bounces out towards Patel at gully, and again there is no run. So what's that, 15 deliveries so far into the innings. Scoreboard remains untouched. Virginal, 0 for 0.
The kids are all leaving now. As coming back round just near the Geary bar there was a group of kids lined up. They were all sitting on the path rather than in their seats.
Bless. Right in. Lees is off the mark now with a beautifully steered shot away through the offside to the cover boundary for 4. Offered width for the first time by Chris Wright. Lees didn't try and lace it away, just timed it beautifully through the gap to the boundary on the Milligan Road side of the ground. Durham up and running. They are now 99 ahead.
Yeah, the teacher was telling them in no uncertain terms, are you allowed to go out of line and not be walking with the partner you walked into the ground with this morning? So they were all having to stay in
their designated crocodile order.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec.
Right, examines the ball, turns, comes down the slope, bowls to Lee, straighter. Lees defends out into the offside. Matt Salisbury runs across from extra cover to pick up before the ball, that is, can reach Tom Scriven at mid-off. And there's no run. Yep, gradually, school by school, they are departing. I hope they've enjoyed their experience of county cricket. Could have done with being a fraction warmer. Perhaps in goes right and bowls, and this time it's turned into the onside by Lees, who sees that Hiller's got a bit of ground to make to the ball from mid-on towards mid-wicket, and that therefore a single can be reasonably comfortably taken. It is. Lees moves on to 5. He keeps the strike. 5 without loss after 3 overs in their second innings. Durham lead by around 100, and I mean exactly 100. Rather than circa 100. Jumpers weather for the first time for a few days.
I like days like this.
But, yeah,
it's not too
they're
hot.
rather more comfortable, aren't they?
Yeah.
Too?
I'd rather be just right in a jumper than too hot in a t-shirt. It's all about layering. Had to put my new cycling coat on last night going back. Got a little bit chilly as it was coming in dark. Barnes then from the pavilion end round the wicket to Lees. Lees plays the ball up to mid-off. No run there. Fielded by Wright. It's fun on that little foldy bike because it's a sort of sit upright one, you know, and it's just you can put around and no pressure on you to put loads and loads of miles in or do Stravas or anything like that. It's just a little commuter bike. It's good fun. Taking around the country in the back of the car.
It folds up quite small. Easy to do so.
Mm. Yeah. Ball comes in, turned away towards deep mid wicket on a misfield, and it was Salisbury who was fielding out there all of the first innings, but it's Scriven there, and it's gone through his legs. Durham move on to 7 without loss. He has all 7 of them. He ran 2 there. Yeah, the kids like playing it because you can adjust the height of the saddle up and down quite a significant way. My wife likes it as well.
So it's a family bike rather than...
Well, it's mine, but... Barnes in. Ooh, bit of a false shot there from Lees. He got too far inside the line of the ball. Just got a bit of bat on it. Looped back just to the left of the bowler in the air momentarily. can't get vexed with it for, I think it was about 200 quid, 250 quid or something. A very cheap 50th birthday present to myself. The lead is 102 at 7 for none. Lees plays this short on the leg side and goes for a single as the ball is chased down the field by Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire skipper, from mid-on to mid-wicket. 1 run. Suppose we'll have a much better idea of where we are in this game come tonight, won't we?
We will.
Whether or not Durham would still be able to take 10 wickets with a few overs tonight and all of tomorrow, or just tomorrow, remains to be seen. This is defended by Jones, just rolls out on the offside, no run. Couldn't do it against Glamorgan on a fairly flattish track.
Yeah, but the return of a fresh Potts is a huge sort of boost to their chances in that respect. The way he cleaned up Parkinson and Salisbury at the end there.
He took a 13 for 101 in the game here last September. A rare Durham win here. I think it was only their 3rd win in this ground. Bowler comes in, Barnes bowls, and Jones just blocks that one around about off stump, end of the over.
We're pretty pleased with the position they're in, 103 to the good now. And very much driving the game, as county cricketers say.
David's wondering, what do England get out of naming their team early? They have been naming the team a day before or 2 days before the first test, wasn't it? It's something that happens in rugby. I used to go and do the press conferences every Thursday with Rob Andrew ahead of whoever Newcastle Falcons were playing that week, and I think that they were required by the RFU to name their team
48 hours, isn't
48
it?
hours before, yeah. Not necessarily the same team that would run out on a Sunday afternoon, perhaps, but...
Roman Walker is with us. He is fielding at mid-on as Wright runs in and bowls to Lees on his legs, clipped nicely away through the leg side for 4 by Lees. No chance for Budinger. It is Budinger who's running back to pick it up. Just to warn you that for some reason Mulder, who's at first slip, has got a Budinger shirt on.
Yeah.
Why? He just, I don't know.
Maybe just picked the wrong one up. Did Walker, was he with Gloucestershire?
Glamorgan.
Glamorgan.
He's a Welshman. North Welshman.
I knew it began with a G, and it was over that sort of neck of the woods.
Right in again to Lees, looking to cut, just came back into him a bit, swung back in a bit, and he had to, well, as he took the bottom hand off the bat, sort of adjust and fend it off somehow. He examines the bottom of his fingers there, doesn't bother taking the glove off them, just have wrapped them a little bit, came back in rather more than he expected it was going to. 12 without loss, all to Alex Lees, who's faced 18 deliveries. Wright is in, bowls. Lees goes for the drive outside off stump. It wasn't there, quite there to be driven, and he missed it, basically. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball, went through with the shot anyway, which might imply that Durham are looking to crack on this afternoon and deep into the evening session. Maybe they'll want a little 5 or 6 over spell at Leicestershire tonight. It would be a big ask of Leicestershire to score sort of 300 plus the 4th day of the game to win. That is for sure. Wright is in, bowls, Lees once bitten, leaves outside off stump. Coming up to half past, well, actually we're a bit of time yet. 5 minutes or so before the next update. Maybe it's got a touch lighter. The floodlights will stay on, of course. No breaks in the grey blanket. Just sort of variations of grey, shades of grey.
Could be shades of forest fire from Quebec.
Shades of grey. Monkeys, wasn't it? They did a song called Shades of Grey.
The Monkeys did.
In goes Wright and bowls, and blocked out into the offside, powerfully blocked out by Lees. Bounces nicely though for Scriven at extra cover to make the stop.
Couple of tweets here about Mr. Potter's arrival today. Hawaii Man says he comes in halfway through the match. That's not right, surely. Jed Collins says, how on earth is this fair? Matty Potts, not originally playing, suddenly appears after 2 days. It should be the original teams which start the game, and not introducing ringers halfway through. I want Durham to do well, but it leaves a sour taste.
Wright is in, bowls. Lees turns him through mid-wicket, and he's done so with such timing that it's going to run away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Budinger couldn't get there at conventional mid-wicket, and the ball had enough momentum to cross the ropes at deep mid-wicket. All Walker can do is run back and pick it up. As I have no objection to the principle of a player coming back, but you kind of should feel that, I don't know, it should be sort of equal for both sides, but I get that that's very difficult to do. It's not an ideal situation, but on the other hand, Durham will, injury and call-ups meant, at the start of the game, they arguably were very much disadvantaged by England call-ups. So I understand what you're saying.
And Rayan Ahmed was nominated to return for Leicestershire, but England are holding on to him even though he isn't going to play. They're keeping him for a couple of tests, apparently.
They are. I know Leicestershire Director of Cricket Claude Henderson has been trying to get permission for him to come back to play in the last 2 T20s, but
yeah,
given that Leicester are long since out of that competition.
Are they?
Yeah, oh yeah, can't qualify.
Next over begins, and the ball is clipped away out through past square leg by Jones for 4. I thought, seeing as though they'd comprehensively done the double over Durham, they must have been flying. But
that is it, I'm afraid.
I know. Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Durham, the night before Durham got hammered here, I mean, their score wasn't a bad one, really, was it? No. But it was Rishi Patel just smashed them around the park. But the night before, they lost to Notts, but they went into that Notts game top, and they're now second bottom. So they haven't won in 6. Barnes bowls. Ball goes over to the cover area. Did you hang up?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Go all right? Atif's just been using the kit next door to do a piece with Radio Newcastle, which you'll be able to hear later on this afternoon. And ball by Barnes. It's a Yorker on leg stump, played away by Jones up 2 towards the bowler's end. I lost that behind the barrier there. I think it went to mid-off. There's a steel fence in front of us. Bit of a breeze, but it's certainly not the hoolie we had on Sunday. That was like sitting in an air fryer, wasn't it? Particularly sitting out there.
Well, it was nice, wasn't it? We don't get it often, do we? I do enjoy that. Extra, just briefly.
It's just a barrage of wind,
of warmth, but it was gorgeous wind.
This is defended by Lees on off stump. I remember the summer I left school and we had a really warm week like that. And I'd just got my new racing bike, and I found it horrible on the bike in the wind. And I remember my nana's friend saying, "Isn't this lovely weather?" And I thought, how can anybody appreciate weather that involves wind? But
it can be lovely when it's warm. Next week I'll be in a warm wind for much of the week.
Where are you going?
Because Leicestershire are out of the T20.
I'm going back to Spain.
I'm going to go and have a few days, in the warmth.
Barnes bowls. That's gone down the leg side. No run there. Yeah, I've got a week off then as well, haven't I? So it'd be a week.
Is that definitively runs. 2 wins couldn't give you a mathematical
I don't even think
chance?
Snookers would do it for them now. It's all very familiar. There's not many years where Durham make the quarter-finals. They've only been to 2 finals. They've only been in the finals once. So this year's been very much like quite a lot of them that I consign to history as soon as the event is over. I know at the back end of that week off we're going to see Blur at Wembley, but there'll probably be a week of school runs in between. Barnes bowls gone down the leg side to Lees. I would like at some point, and it would be nice to do it in the summer, particularly around this time of year while the light nights, to go up that North Coast 500 right round the top of Scotland. It's going to be a beautiful route.
Sounds nice. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. 6 overs have been bowled, 21 without loss. The lead is 116. Hello, well, Durham are playing themselves into a pretty strong position here, having bowled Leicestershire out shortly after lunch for 422. Matty Potts taking the last 2 Leicestershire wickets. They led by 95 at that stage. They've extended that lead to 116 without the loss of either of their openers. Alex Lees has 16, Michael Jones has 5. Question really is how far Durham will want to be ahead before they declare and set about the task of bowling Leicestershire out for a second time. Fair way to go till we get to that point at the moment. They are on make it 25 now without loss. As Jones spars away outside off stump, gets a sort of top outside edge and it flies over the slips down to third man for 4.
David says it's been in the rules for years regarding Potts. Durham have done nothing wrong, and I'm sure it's happened to them a few times as well. I remember one time when it helped them, when Chris Wokes left the game at Edgbaston on day 2 after he'd taken 9 wickets and Durham were on their knees, and then with him gone in the second innings they fought back and won.
Right, hair flopping, goes in and bowls to Jones, who edges again. This time in a slightly more controlled fashion, down to the third man boundary for 4. Somehow it gets through the slips. Mulder, Ackerman and Patel having been at gully. Leicestershire say, now enough's enough. Can't keep conceding runs. Let's have a see, is it really turning? He got on top of the bounce there, managed to steer it down. I think that was legitimate runs as far as the opener was concerned. And he moves on to 13.29 without loss. Latif coming back in, and at the end of this over, I shall make way, and he will accompany Marty for half an hour or so.
Came racing through the door there, clutching a phone as if he just snatched it off somebody and was coming in to hide it in here.
Right is in. Forward goes Jones, just blocking it out towards point, just in front of point. Budinger runs around from cover to field, and Jones jogs a single, as of course does Lees. 30 without loss after 6.3.
Is that your phone? Doesn't look like the one you had this morning. Is that your phone? Yeah. It's a big
Lees
one, isn't
16, Jones
Massive.
14. Right,
Looks like
none for 22 from 3.3. He's bowled rather better at Lees swinging it in than he has to Jones swinging it away. Goes in and bowls to Lees, who is forward, pushing the delivery, straightish delivery out towards Scriven at extra cover. There's no run.
This phone is so big it looks like something off the set of Star Wars. It's massive, this thing. Is that a sci-fi cover on it or something? Batman case.
Yorkshire punishment seems to have been announced. Ooh, let's have a look. See. Right. Interesting. As Wright comes down the slope and bowls to Lees, who defends, drops it down into the offside, only just a few feet, and the alert Jones responds to his suggestion there might be a quick single in it, because there was. Lees on to 17.31 without loss. The points deduction would come into effect in the 2023 season and includes a 48/72 point deduction in the county championship, 4 to 6 point deduction in the One Day Cup, 4 to 6 point deduction in the T20 Blast. I do not understand, Foxy Phil, what that means. Is it a deferred points deduction if another offence is committed? In goes Wright, bowls, dropped out into the offside by Jones, and there is no run, and a £500,000 fine.
I don't think they should.
I don't know what that means.
I don't think they should be given a points deduction this year because they've already started this season, and that isn't fair. So that should come in next year.
I'm going to have to look up that, see if there's some sort of press release from the ECB. Not as yet.
Durham were relegated by the ECB and then given a monumental points deduction for the following year for financial issues, which the ECB had a hand in helping create. Barnes to start a new over from the pavilion end. Bowls. Oh, and a playing a miss there from Lees just outside the line of off stump. I can't see anything online about that, to be honest with you. Let me just check. Yeah, well, they're not. We can't cite them as a source. There's nothing official yet. Looking through the BBC emails, there's nothing there yet.
Well, it's been reported in a couple of newspapers this afternoon. The Telegraph website has an article up about it by Tom Morgan.
Round the wicket comes Barnes, and defended on off stump by Lees.
So it's a very long article, but essentially it suggests that the suggestion has been made that it should be a £500,000 fine as punishment for the Azim Rafiq incident, the whole sequence of events, and a points reduction of 48 to 72 points in the county championship for this season, 4 to 6 points in the One Day Cup, and 4 to 6 points in the T20 Blast.
So that's not definite then. That's just the Telegraph reporting.
That's just the recommendation. Apparently, it's not. But they've also suggested that they don't want to push for. I mean, it is going to be one of the toughest ever sanctions ever on a county, but they don't want. Well, the phrase from the lawyer, the ECB lawyer, is it's wholly unproductive to put Yorkshire out of business, and that's not what they want to do.
Well, I wonder if Yorkshire had still been in Division 1, if they would have relegated them. Barnes bowls. This is defended. Durham finished, I think, 4th the season they were relegated by the ECB, and Hampshire should have gone down. Hampshire stayed up. They've remained in the top division for the 7 years since. Durham have been in the second division since. I felt at the time it was going to be at least a 5-year punishment from a Durham point of view, and then of course COVID came along and muddied the waters as well.
Yeah.
But if you take the COVID summer out of the Bob Willis Trophy, and then the following year, this is 5 years, isn't it? Barnes bowls, and played by Lees out into the covers. So 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 was COVID, 2021 was the conference system, 22, 23, so this is 5 years.
Yeah, there's various other fines recommended as well by the ECB's lawyer. There's a lot to sort of absorb here.
The other thing that was very upsetting about what happened to Durham was other people knew what was happening to Durham before Durham did, and by that I mean people at other clubs knew.
Yeah.
And that was bang out of order. Ball's turned off here down to long leg for 1. Hampshire knew they were staying up 2 or 3 weeks before the season ended. As far as everybody was concerned, in that final game of the season when Durham beat Hampshire at the Rose Bowl, Hampshire had been relegated. People at Middlesex and Yorkshire knew what was going on. I kept getting phone calls saying Durham are going to be relegated, and I was ringing the chief executive and he said they haven't got that within their powers to do that, it's not true. And then he was summoned to a meeting in London on the Friday, and it was well beyond his worst fears of what was actually going to happen. And at the time they were trying to get through this 100 thing, and they wanted 8 test venues. This is played by Jones to point, no run there.
No ball?
Oh, I can't see that. The umpire's behind the steel frame.
It's been signalled no ball.
I could see everything quite clearly this morning, so either this chair's wound down or my spine's been compressing as the day's gone on.
You got to get yourself one of these phone cases. It sorts your life out.
What is it? It sorts your spine out as well.
Yeah, it's very good.
What's the thing on the back? Why, was that a stand or a hook?
Well, so there's 2 functions.
Ah, clever.
I'll tell you about them in a second.
Yeah. That's off the pad, but it's going down the leg side. runs away towards backward square leg for a leg bye.
So one is sort of like as a sort of finger hook thing, which is quite handy if you're trapped. You know, it won't fall if you just put your finger around the ring at the back.
Because it's dead hard to just put your fingers around the edge and hold it like that.
Well, it's just a bit of extra protection. You drop it. These devices are worth thousands of pounds nowadays.
Yeah.
You want a bit of extra protection. And the other thing is, if you want to watch a little video or something on your phone, you just stand it up like that. Yeah. It's very useful when you're having a tea.
I just go for the same black leather case every time. It gets slightly bigger as the phones get bigger, but it just sort of stands up like that.
Yeah, I mean to each their own, really. I've got this as a freebie. I think I was attending a film premiere somewhere.
You see,
it was
got
a
a big
Batman
scratch
premiere.
across the screen on the front.
That's a screen protector. So I take that off, replace the screen protector, and the screen is pristine. But of course, you never get to touch your pristine screen because there's always a protector on it. So yeah, it was a freebie. I think it was the premiere of The Batman, where they gave us all these random freebies, and one of them was the
so off because these phones are getting bigger and bigger. This now won't fit in a lot of the little pockets I've got on my racing bike, for instance, to slip my phone into. It won't go in anymore. Got to take the case off and put it in without the case because they're just getting too big.
It's more sort of the wireless charging is the big issue, because a lot of these cases, if you put them on a wireless charger, it won't pick it up. This is tech talk on the Leicestershire County feed. Here's Salisbury to continue. Back of a length and just guided down to deep third. Actually. I beg your pardon, yes, he's just started. It's just been guided down to deep third for a single. Jones and Lees, they've got things going quite nicely, actually, after those first two maidens. They've taken control of the game again, and it's now starting to build that lead.
I was just looking at him there thinking, Chris Wright's running style's changed a little bit, and I thought, oh, it's Matt Salisbury. Former Durham man. Was with Essex initially, then went to Hampshire, and then came to Durham. 4 years at Durham.
There are so many connections between this Durham and these Durham and Leicestershire teams.
Yeah.
There's Salisbury again. A slip in place. Short and cut away nicely. Oh, that's running away to the extra cover boundary. And it's a very long boundary. It would have gone all the way across the green fields had there not been a rope. Just under the wheels of the tractor.
Yeah, I thought it was going to hit the tractor tyre there, but it's just missed.
It's just gone under the wheels of it. And Lee's on to 22-40 for no loss now. Durham, who are beginning to look a bit more... This is starting to look more ominous for Leicestershire. After those first 2 overs, we thought they had a little opening. There was that appeal, and there was the edge that dropped just short of the slip. But now, Durham are starting to impose themselves, much like they did on the first morning of the day's play. First day of play in this test match, I should say.
Right, Tony Waters has sent me a link to the Yorkshire story on the ECB website, so...
Oh, the BBC website?
Yeah. The BBC website, yeah.
Excellent. As into the pads of Lees, who works this away nicely towards the square leg area, with the fielder right on the boundary, that short boundary field, just a single, 41 for no loss. Is there any different information there?
I don't know. England and Wales cricket boards recommended Yorkshire fined £500,000 and deducted points across all formats for their handling of the Azim Rafiq racism scandal. Former Yorkshire player Rafiq said English cricket was institutionally racist and racist language was used constantly at the club. Yorkshire had previously admitted 4 amended charges.
Salisbury in. Oh, as that ball's just lofted up in the air.
Oof.
Was it off pad? Well, they didn't run through for a single in the end, but
it could have been off glove or arm guard.
There was no.
He tried to play it one-handed, didn't he?
He kind of fended it off more than anything else, but it's safe in the end.
It says the Cricket Disciplinary Commission will announce sanctions quotes soon.
Now,
I don't think they should be docked points this year. They should be docked points next year.
It feels a bit strange to do it mid-season.
They're already in this season. They've already come down. So from a points point of view, yeah, it might stop progressing the white ball stuff, but...
This is full and driven beautifully. That is an exquisite shot from Jones. Runs away to the long off boundary. It was over-pitched and dealt with by Jones. Terrific shot. One of the best of the day. The score moves on to 45 for no loss. I'm with you there with the points deduction, but it's more the money.
If you look at the league table going into this round of matches, are they
would just finish bottom of the second division, essentially.
Yeah,
you take 72 points off. But I don't think that will concern them as much as the fine, just because from last I heard, the shortfall at Yorkshire County Cricket Club was something like £3.5 million. That was after the emergency sponsors came in. So a fine, even if it is in the £500,000 range, not going beyond that, that could be could be very damaging for Yorkshire. This is short again from Salisbury, and it's been pulled away up in the air and is taken. The catch is taken at mid-wicket. The fielder was running in from deep on the boundary, had about 20 yards to make, so made good distance. I thought it was good contact from Jones in the beginning, but in the end he just spooned it up in the air. And the catch is taken. The first wicket falls for Durham in the second innings. 45 for 1. Jones looks up to the heavens as Ed Barnes is congratulated by his teammates for taking that catch. It's always a bit trickier when the floodlights are on as well, but he's held on. And that's an opening that Leicestershire desperately needed. And these two batters were looking to take control of the game. He's furious with himself as Jones. He's slamming his bat into his pad. You might have even heard the sound of it on the effects mic. He just played a gorgeous cover drive for 4. Next ball spoons it up for a relatively straightforward catch in the leg side. So Durham lose their first wicket, 45 for 1.
Oh, this is tricky maths.
What's that? Which one do you... The lead?
95 plus 45.
Is 140. Yeah, that's the lead. 140 with essentially 140 for 1, if you look at it that way. Yeah. Durham, and you'd think would want to bat to probably the end of the day, maybe a little bit of tomorrow as well. And see where they end up.
I mean, if clearly there, Jones has been trying to push things along a bit. The run rate's 5, so they need to keep pushing along at about 5. I would think Durham today would probably want to have a bowl at Leicestershire at some time this evening.
Do you think that 280? They'd take a 280 lead, something like that. Maybe a bit more. Because there's a bit of an opening for Leicestershire.
Well, yeah, but what they've got to do is they've got to back themselves and believe they're going to win it. And so, the fear element of losing doesn't come into it. You're either going for it or you're not. So,
of course, Bazball, I forgot.
Yeah. Well, Campbell, as somebody said, isn't it?
45 for 1 after 9 overs. Lee's 23. Jones now dismissed for 19.
The wicket came at the end of the 9th over. So the recommendations for a £500,000 fine, broken down in relation to each charge: £100,000 for the mishandling of Rafiq's case, £100,000 for the deletion and destruction of data, £150,000 for not taking action relating to racist behaviour. Barnes bowls to Lees. Lees plays this up to Lewis Hill at mid-on, no run there. And £150,000 for the systematic use of racist language over a prolonged period of time. But the ECB suggested £350,000 of this should be suspended for 3 years, while the remaining £150,000 be paid in instalments. So it's not a £500,000 fine. It might only be £150,000.
Yeah.
I think there will be plenty of cricket watchers in the northeast of England looking at that today and scratching their heads. As Lees plays this off down towards deep backward square leg for 2 runs.
In the sense that they think it's...
Well, just what the ECB did to Durham over financial issues compared to what's happening here. Durham relegated. They lost some players as a result. They had test status stripped away from them. They had a 48-point deduction in the county championship, so they were never likely to get back up. They didn't play the first round of games that year, so their first match was the second week of the season. Notts had already won, so by the time Notts beat Durham in Chesley Street, Notts were nearly 100 points ahead of them after 1 game, and it was insurmountable. Barnes comes in and bowls, and they lost 2 points in the T20 and 2 points in the One-Day Cup. T20, as I say, they rarely get out of the group, but One-Day Cup, that points deduction had an impact because they missed out by 1 point. But they were sent down, and then they had all this to contend with the following year. Yorkshire already down, and the points deduction's not going to make too much of a difference to them this year, I don't think. They may get out of the group in the T20, they might not. It's played away by Lee. So to find them points in the... Well, they're not going to... Well, this is going to have to... If it's soon, it's going to have to be in the next few days, because there's only 2 matches left in the T20, and they're going to need to know who the teams are. But it may be that Yorkshire weren't going to get out of the group anyway. In fact, the match got rained off at Durham on Friday, didn't help that situation.
Well, I'll just bring up the tables for the Blast in the North group, just to be sure of that. But
Durham were on 9 points. I think they were on 12. So Durham will have 10. They'll have 13. Next ball is played away by Leeds up to right at mid-off.
Yeah, so Yorkshire currently middle of the table in the North group in 5th place, 13 points from 13 games. Warwickshire top of that North group with 12 matches played, 18 points for them.
So if they play their final 2 games and they don't get out the group anyway, then that punishment's worthless, isn't it, this year in the T20?
It does feel inconsequential. But not just the T20, but as you say, even in the county championship, because they were already in Division 2.
Barnes bowls to Lees. This is defended on off stump. So my point is that I think a lot of people will be looking at it and thinking it's not like for like.
No.
Really.
And it's no
and
less serious a charge.
Durham got themselves in trouble because they were spending money improving the ground because the ECB asked them to. They were bidding money for test matches, which were silly amounts of money, which got other clubs into trouble as well. They weren't the only side who got into trouble at the time. Lots did. Yorkshire were massively in debt. Warwickshire were. Glamorgan were. Hampshire were. They all got bailouts from somebody. And Durham were effectively victims of the banking crash because they were sponsored by Northern Rock, and the bank went bust, didn't it? So,
yeah,
you know, as part of their long-term business plan, they weren't expecting one of Britain's major banks to go belly up.
And I would suggest that, not to minimise the issues there, but I would suggest that the racism scandal is significantly larger offence. But anyway, I suppose people will make up their own minds. 47 for 1 here at Leicestershire, at the Uptonsteel County Ground. All the floodlights are on full blast.
Other steel manufacturers might be available. I don't know how many of them are left.
I don't know. This is short and quick from Salisbury. It's been defended into the onside for no run.
Is British Steel still a thing or not?
I don't know.
Did it become Tata?
The only steel companies I know are sort of the Indian ones that sponsor cricket stuff. To be honest with you, most companies I know are cricket-based sponsors.
And the private investigator Remington Steel. There's Cameron Steel as well.
There is Cameron Steel.
Former Durham man, now at Surrey.
47 for 1. Here is Salisbury again. Good pace, pushed forward nicely to mid-off. They run through for a quick single. There was a shy then on striker's end. It may have been close. I'm not sure that it was. And the batters get through, so Scott Borthwick off the mark.
If you think about, we were talking about cricketing crime dramas, weren't we, yesterday?
Oh, yes.
And was it the Fake and Third Man pub? And
yeah.
What was the crime drama series, The Futility of the Night Watchman?
The Futility of the Night Watchman.
Yeah. But if you think of cricketers who have names where they could be detectives, Mason Crane always sounds like an American detective, doesn't
Mason Crane, yeah, absolutely. Here is Salisbury. That played into the onside for no run. Salisbury certainly wouldn't feature there. Well, Salisbury does sound a little bit like a butler's name.
Salisbury Tales. Canterbury Tales. Mason Crane investigates tonight the case of the missing cricket bat.
With the aid of his helpful partner, Salisbury. Just Salisbury.
Yeah.
You got to take the mat out. It's fun. That pub, your kind of theme restaurant style pub type thing, that could be fun. Here's Salisbury again from wide of the crease, angles into Lees, who defends resolutely to mid on. There is no run. And we're thinking about things that would go in there, weren't they? I mean, it's a heavy old day, and you know it's going to be talked about all over the place. And in many ways, it's a very sad day for cricket, but a little bit of levity doesn't hurt from time to time. So we'll try and bring that to you, dear listener or viewer, on the stream here at Leicestershire. Another lovely lunch today, I've got to tell you. Wonderful. Back of a length push back to the bowler for no run. Did you have any? I didn't ask her. Well, I must have missed the conversation about puddings. Did you have a pudding?
I did. I went down the pudding avenue.
Which one did you go for?
I went for the brownie.
Oh, that's the one I was considering.
Yeah.
Were you pleased with your selection?
I was very pleased with it, and I was thinking how pleased you would have been if you'd had it as well. And then I was quite sad for you because you missed out on something that was so nice. And that's going to be on your mind driving back down the M1 tonight, isn't it?
It probably will. Here is Salisbury as Lees just tucks him down to square leg for a single.
Tell you how the day's going to unfold. You're going to be stuck in those roadworks at Northampton. And you're going to say, you're suddenly going to think to yourself, why didn't I have pudding?
Why didn't I have that brownie?
Yeah.
Well, the answer is because I won't be able to work it off this week. No exercise will be. I'm not capable of any exercise this week based on my foot. So
were you batting when you got hit on the foot? Or?
Yeah. And I just soldiered on. I didn't.
So
really
was it the
think
Yorker? Was it?
Yeah, I think I sort of turned it into a Yorker, to be honest with you. Salisbury in again, and Borthwick forward in defence. That's the end of the over. There is no run. 51 for 1. Durham with a lead of 146. Yeah, I kind of naturally sort of moved forward to try and meet the ball, but it was dipping on me. And it was one of those chaps who's quicker than he looks, He's 3 or 4 steps in, but just keeps putting it on a lovely length. And yeah, get dismissed, hurt your foot, walk back, tidy up your pads, get your bag ready, and get called out to do some umpiring by your captain. It was one of those days where I bowled 12 overs.
I'll not read these tweets out, but have a look at that. There's the sort of sentiment I'm talking about.
Oh, right, specifically with North East in mind.
That one there, then that one.
I see what you mean. And it's somewhat justified, I would say. Somewhat justified. No, the focus is very much on other things at the moment. Had a look through those recommendations from the ICEC report.
Barnes to bowl from the pavilion end, played away by Lees to short mid-wicket. Borthwick's on 1. He's only faced the 3 since he came in. Lees on 26 from 45. Durham 51 for 1.
So in more pleasant news, I was having a chat with my friend Mashal St. Patrick,
He's here tomorrow.
He's here with you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
He of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Lovely, lovely gentleman. Great knowledge of cricket and great company. You'll enjoy tomorrow.
Barnes bowls to Lees. This is played off through square leg for 1. So he's just started doing some BBC work this year, has he?
I understand he's been doing some stuff mostly at Surrey.
Who?
There's I don't know, some club down south. Apparently it's
sounds a bit
been around.
provincial.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably not as nice as the one in North London, but who knows? In any case, I think he's been doing some work for them, and his podcast has been very well received. Had the pleasure of knowing him for quite some time, and he's a very nice young man. I think you guys will get on with him very well. I've already said to him to look forward to the wonderful lunches Leicestershire put on. I might try.
It'll only be the one. Barnes in. It's defended on off stump by Borthwick.
I tell you what, he, unlike me, is not encumbered with injury, so he might well be looking into the pudding option tomorrow. He's a pudding kind of guy.
When you're eating these lunches, and I mean this is the best lunch on the circuit by a country mile.
Yes.
You do feel afterwards that you're not going to need to eat anything else again today.
Yeah.
But then, by the time the day's finished, you've got back to the hotel. It's nearly 8 o'clock anyway, and it's 7 hours since your last ate. But you do feel a little bit guilty then eating another meal then, but I suppose you have to. Barnes bowls, played back to him. When I joined the BBC in 25 years ago, it was this year, first few months I was on breakfast shifts on the CFAX desk doing news. So you were up at 4:30 every morning, maybe a little bit later.
Sorry to interrupt. That's how you know you've been there such a long time. Does that because the CFAX desk doesn't exist anymore, obviously, but that's how you know you've been there for ages.
Can you remember CFAX?
Of course, 3:40 always on the cricket.
Yeah.
Somebody bought me a T-shirt last year for my birthday with a CFAX page on it, which is a very nice gift.
Bowler comes in. Oh, an edge. It's gone through the slip cord and along the floor. Past Ackerman for 4 off Borthwick there.
I think it was off the toe of the bat.
Yeah, it was. Played it right in the ground. The joy of being in the pub when they didn't have commentary of the Sunderland match on and waiting for the page to refresh.
Yeah.
And seeing that Sunderland had won 1-0 away at Southend on a foggy night in something like 1992 with a 97th minute winner. that joy, unbridled, let me tell you.
How did you know Sunderland was going to be your team?
I was born there, and it just happened.
Was it something
if you could choose your team, you wouldn't choose half the teams that you choose. You wouldn't, because it's a lifetime of misery, a lot of it.
Yeah, I picked all my local teams. It didn't work out for me.
My oldest daughter started watching games with me at home. She never saw them win for more than a year.
But she kind of inherited that from you.
Well, I didn't want to take her. I felt guilty. But she wanted to come. Then I discovered it was because we used to get her a hot dog and fries. And that was the draw. Last ball over the over from Barnes, played by Borthwick out through the covers 4-1 to Parkinson, just in front of the meet. I will pop away and I'll join you all again a little bit later on.
Well, fans of hot dogs and ice creams would love to know that it was announced on the PA system here at Leicestershire that there is indeed a hot dog stand and an ice cream stand here, which is nice, isn't it? Of course, we don't have to mess about with all that. We get these wonderful, lovely curated lunches with knives and forks and hankies and everything. It's very nice. And I shall be thinking about that pudding now. Thanks so much for that, Marty. Just leaving that in my mind.
It's posh when they introduce knives and forks.
Yeah. I've texted the Director of Operations at Middlesex County Cricket Club about the standards of tees and how they must improve down south. Here's Matt Salisbury now, as that ball's been defended from the crease by Scott Borthwick to extra cover, and there is no run as Richard Ray is back alongside me. And Richard, I was just saying to Marty, I was talking to Mash. I was just having a little text conversation with him. He'll be joining you tomorrow, and I've advised him as well. I've told him that obviously he's going to be in great hands, being looked after by yourself and Marty, but also to bring his appetite, because that lunch is something special.
I look forward to meeting him.
Here is Salisbury continuing. Another quick delivery, fired and angled in to the left-handed Borthwick, who pushes to cover, and there is no run.
Lead over 150 already. And there's still best part of 49 overs left to be bowled today. Light permitting, I'm beginning to get a bit concerned what it might be like a bit later on.
Yeah, the scoring rate is very positive, even though it has dropped off. It was 5 and over when Jones was there, but post-dismissal it's dropped to 4.6. Here is Salisbury again, as that ball's been played slightly uppishly towards mid-on, I beg your pardon. He just kind of thought he was on top of it a bit more than he was, Scott Borthwick. Missed out in the first innings as well.
One of the school parties has stayed the distance, haven't they, over there in the Building Society stand? They're all in red. There's a blue party too. Most of them have gone now, but one party has stayed.
That's a lovely day out for them, isn't it? It's so nice, these school trips.
I hope so. I hope they've enjoyed it. Salisbury is in. I've nipped in ahead rudely as that one is played out to mid-wicket, where Budinger picks up because an update. We're just getting the cue in our headphones that there's going to be an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Eftoons, all right, speedily. Ooh, Gary Neville joining Dragon's Den. There's news for you. Gordon Bennett. In goes Salisbury and bowls, defended by Borthwick back out into the offside. Here comes the update. Durham are playing themselves into a very strong position here. They're 57 for 1 in their second innings, having bowled Leicestershire out just after lunch for 422, giving them a lead of 95 on first innings. They've extended that then to 152, just for the loss of one wicket, that of Michael Jones, who was caught by Ed Barnes, running in from deep square off the bowling of Matt Salisbury for 19. Question is how many they will want before declaring and starting out on their task of trying to bowl Leicestershire out again. General consensus is around about 340, 350, which they should achieve before the close. Durham in their second innings, 57 for 1.
The weather's going to be staying overcast, apparently.
For the rest of the day, that's for sure. Forecast for tomorrow is, I think, a bit more broken cloud, which is good news. So
was just thinking, I mean, what a day to head back. 3 lovely days in Leicester. Had a really nice time here, alongside yourself and Marty. And tomorrow when I'm at the Oval, which it looks like I'm almost certainly going to be.
You'll have to let us know how they feed you. I think it's pretty good at the Oval, isn't it?
I'll take a picture and send it to you guys.
I seem to remember. I like the Oval because you can sort of wander around. They're very hospitable, and they're happy for you to. Or they were last time I was there.
Depends
it's been a while.
how busy they are.
It's been a while to wander around the pavilion and the library. I like the library.
It is. It's very nice. I spent quite a lot of time there. We did a lot of our off-tube commentaries for the BBC from the Oval as well. So got to know a lot of the gate staff and a lot of the stewards who are there regularly, and even the ones who go there voluntarily. It is a lovely place beyond the sort of jest of the local rivalry. It's good fun.
Colin Ackerman into the attack, immediately smashed back over long, off for 4, bounces short, not far short, but it was short, and is so signalled by Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill, who was at deep-ish mid-off, was slightly sort of cross-batted, but he still managed to hit it very straight. Lees, Ackerman in again. Lees is going big again into the air. Could be caught running in. No, it bounces short of the fielder running in, I think is Parkinson, and then it trickles over the ropes at extra cover. And a few hands on Leicestershire hips out there. Parkinson came running in, may have hurt himself as he flung himself forward trying to get to that ball. Couldn't do so. It bounced fractionally short as he flung himself forward at deep extra cover, and somehow had enough momentum, despite having been in the air for what felt like half a minute. In fact, it was probably only a couple of 2 or 3 seconds, probably, to bounce over the ropes. So 8 off 2 balls for Lees, who looks like he's going to try and hit every ball for 4 off Ackerman, who sends his captain Lewis Hill back to long off. Ackerman is in again. He's going for the reverse sweep. He connects, but off a bottom edge, and it bounces straight to slip. So, a bit unlucky there, Alex Lees.
We're seeing all the shots now, aren't we?
We are. So they are cracking on them. Maybe they want to pull out tonight sometime. Half an hour before the close. Ackerman is in, goes for the sweep. That's going to be close. Hit him low, full toss, maybe just outside the line. Maybe just outside the line. Have to make that bigger, perhaps, to have a gander at that when we see the replay. But it was a low, full toss as he went forward. Here's the replay. We're going to see it. Yeah, just outside the line. Just outside the line, Ackers, who goes in, bowls again to Lees, who's driving pleasantly. Good diving stop away to his right by Budinger. Got his right hand to it. The ball ran 3 or 4 feet away from his right hand. He picks up and fields, but Lees picks up 1. Moves on to 36. 66 for 1. The charge seems to be on relatively early, or maybe it's just sort of the targeting Ackerman. So, Borthwick taking his time because he's retaken his guard against Leicestershire's occasional off-spinner. The world record holding Colin Ackerman steps in round the wicket to the left-hander. Both of these batters left-handers, of course, and Borthwick just restores a bit of sanity to proceedings, leans forward and blocks it down the pitch on the offside. End of the over, 66 for 1. The lead then at 90. Well, add 100, take away 5 is the easiest thing to do, isn't it? 161.
I've actually, just looking at the intent there from Lees, I was grateful that Ackerman's on from this end and not the other, because my car's parked directly behind that hospitality tent over there. And just as I was thinking that, I remember walking past the board, the other side of the hospitality tent, which has Colin Ackerman's world record figures on it, or the piece of commentary that accompanied them. It's 7 for 18 with 12 dots, and that's game, set, match. I believe it says something along those lines. As the next ball's been played with soft hands into the covers, Lees runs through for a quick single, 67 for 1. That's what it says, right?
It is, but yeah, I always sort of read that and sort of sigh slightly because it was on telly. It's not my commentary. It's the Sky chaps.
It doesn't matter. It's not about who said it. It's about who it's about.
Yeah, I know.
Roland Barthes, the great French philosopher, once said, "The birth of the reader can only occur after the death of the author, so it doesn't matter where the words came from, it's about what you take from them."
A wholly admirable philosophy, but it doesn't really...
Doesn't make you feel
better.
better.
That I'm a fallible human, I'm afraid.
Salisbury in, and that ball's been pushed just wide of the fielder at point as Borthwick runs through for another single, 68 for 1. Yeah, it's a nice thing to commemorate, to be fair. It was nice to sort of wobble past as I park my car at the ground every morning. It's been rather lovely. Very serene and picturesque in the morning. It's the county ground here. And I very much look forward to visiting again at some stage.
There's not that many sort of championship games left, really.
No, it's only a few rounds. Salisbury and Lees, who works this off his hips to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Bearing in mind the next home game will be played at Oakham, which is 25 miles away, also.
South or north?
East, basically.
East,
yeah, towards Stamford. Well, obviously it's in Rutland. It is the county town of Rutland.
Do we
England's
get a good
smallest
turnout
county.
there at Leicester?
Well, we haven't been there for a while, so one hopes so.
Here is Salisbury. As, that ball's just pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. Is that so? The smallest county town in England?
Well, Rutland is the smallest county by a long way. It's a tiny little county, and so Oakham, logically, is probably it is a market, a lovely market town.
Where do you stay when you're there?
Well, I used to live in Stamford, which is only 5 miles away, but most obviously will still commute. It's not that far. It's only sort of 40 minutes drive.
Maybe not for the away commentators.
Lots of lovely sort of hotels in the towns around and villages.
Salisbury in, and that was again sort of fended off into the leg side by Lees. They take a single, 1 ball to come in this over, 69 for 1. Lees 38, Borthwick 7. Partnership now 24.
Yeah, the away commentators have sort of options in Oakham or in Stamford or around close by.
I've never been to either of those places, so
lovely places.
Something to look forward to.
Both.
Just when you think you've explored the whole country, you learn about new things. Rutland, the smallest county. Here's Salisbury. This is short. It's been pulled away. That's gone a long way. My goodness, what a hit that is. Over the square leg boundary for 6. An outstanding shot from Scott Borthwick. It was short and there for it, but he just rocked back in his crease and threw his bat at it. I think it's got about 4 rows back in the... It is a very short boundary as it is anyway, but even so, just really got a hold of it. Elevation and distance. 75 for 1 after 15 overs of play, and that Rovers at 5 and over, that would give them 175 more, which would take their lead comfortably beyond 300.
Ackerman is in, steered away off the back foot by Lees for 1 to the point boundary. Yeah, it's now 171, the lead. So, yeah, another 170. Well, the 300, that'd be about right for me, 350. I think I'd want that. It almost shuts Leicestershire out. Doesn't quite, but it almost shuts them out, and it gives them so many overs. Ackerman is in, forward goes Borthwick, defends out into the offside. There's some 106 overs, basically.
Kind of want to leave something that's somewhat tantalising, because you also want the team to go for it. It gives you more chances to get those wickets.
Well, I mean, it would still only be sort of 3 and a bit and over, wouldn't it? If Ackerman goes in, drops short, pulled out into the leg side, obviously, by Borthwick. Roman Walker, Leicestershire's acting 12th man, is out there in front of the manual scoreboard. Gets to the board, gets his throw away, keeps it to 1. Borthwick on to 14, 77 for 1. I just wish the kids were nearer the action, really. I must stop saying that. In goes Ackerman, forward goes Lees, and there's no run. But I think it's probably something to do with needing them to keep them separate.
Yeah, they're keeping the schools separate, probably got separate sort of chaperones and police and all that kind of stuff.
Ackerman is in. Back goes Lees, and it almost creeps through him there. It's onto him slightly more quickly than he thought it was going to be, and on the back foot almost got through.
See a lot of stewards in that stand with the kids.
Ackerman is in. Back goes Lees, trying to cut, misses misses the off stump and is not taken cleanly by Hanscom behind the stumps. End of the over. Ackerman 2 overs, none for 11. 77 for 1. 172 lead.
Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes when we think about distance from the pitch and the action, you're right. I mean, they could be in better positions. Like the orange seats to our right-hand side look like a better vantage point. But from the perspective of a young person who's never been to a cricket match perhaps before, it's probably just nice to be this close to the cricket, or as close as they are, or just have that kind of proximity. It's probably very exciting. And yeah, I still think it's a wonderful, wonderful initiative. And as we talk about making the game more inclusive, we've talked about this all day, things like this are really important. It's not just, there's many things to focus on, making the game a welcoming place, or county grounds around the country a welcoming place. We should factor in age groups in that as well.
Apparently we are a little bit behind on the stream again.
Oh.
So
would you like me to hit the refresh button?
Well, it's not at the receiving end, so to speak. As
Salisbury in again. That ball's defended on the front foot. There is no run. And
so if the guys are listening, it will need a bit of refreshing at the source.
Yeah, someone at the source has to pull out a plug and hold it for 10 seconds and put it back in again.
Something like that.
That's what you do with Wi-Fi routers. Anytime they're not working, 90% of the time, the way to fix it is
it has been fixed, apparently.
There we
Fango
go.
says, bless them.
Are they sure they left it out for 10 seconds? Here's Salisbury. This is full. It's been worked to mid-wicket for no run by Borthwick. He's got 14 of 20 deliveries so far, so keen to crack on, as is Lees, who's on 39.
So Martin swung left, didn't he? I've just swung right.
The angle of it.
Balance-wise.
But like, if I don't sort of hold myself in position on this seat, I just kind of feel like I'm leaning forward, like I'm at the top of Oblivion. I don't know if you've ever been to Alton Towers, but the top of Oblivion, it just sort of takes you, I think, something like 150 meters or something up in the air, and then just dangles you.
I'm not a roller coaster person, I'm afraid.
Oh, that wouldn't be the place to start, I would say. As that ball's been pushed just wide of cover, they'll run through for a single. Yeah, so what happens is when you're at the top of it, it's a vertical drop of about, I think it's 120, I don't know, a very big vertical drop. I think it's the biggest in Europe or something. So when you're at that point where you're about to do the vertical drop, they sort of tilt you forward.
So you're looking into
and it is literally a hole in the ground that you're about to go into. Right. So you look at it, contemplate your fate for a moment, and then bang, you drop in there. But the angle's not dissimilar to my seat over here, because you kind of lean forward.
It's yeah, unfortunately it's actually missing a screw underneath. I will try and...
It's good though. Yeah, I think it's helping me build my core strength, because I'm having to hold myself in place. It's very good. Salisbury in again, onto the pads of Lees, who works this away down to fine leg. There's a few oars from some of the Leicestershire fielders, but I don't think there's a real alarm there for the batter. 17-9 for 1. The substitute Walker just beneath us is having a chat with Chris Wright, who's been off for a while. He'll surely be making his way back on shortly. Bowled a long spell. Just having a little chat underneath us. Both of them miming batting actions, actually, oddly enough. Anticipating, or maybe discussing the shots the batters out in the middle are trying to play, or the best way to beat the outside edge, perhaps. Not too far away from us, you can probably hear me talking about them. I almost want to whisper so they don't hear me. Here is Salisbury to continue in his 5th over, and that ball takes an inside edge, goes out towards the square leg region. The batters run through for a single. More oohs and ahs, because that wasn't a million miles away, just sneaking through the defences of Scott Borthwick. 80 for 1 now, the score. Run rate just dipping again, 4.8. I suppose it is in Leicester's interest just to slow down the rate of scoring. It means they'll have fewer overs potentially, or a shorter target to chase, smaller target even. There is Salisbury for his final delivery, final of his 5th over anyway. Back of a length this time again, guided down towards the fine leg boundary, and it will get there. 4 more runs to Lees. Terrific shot, that was all timing. He's on to 44, approaching another half century. Durham 84 for 1, and lead of 179. 9 wickets in hand. Ackerman, it looks like, is going to continue from the pavilion end. And, it is getting gloomier, progressively more gloomy outside.
It is.
Is it one of those sort of glooms that passes over? Do you think once it gets significantly gloomy, they just kind of...
It's hard to tell, isn't it? It is an uninterrupted blanket at the moment, and there are no real sort of light patches around as Ackerman goes in and Borthwick goes forward, blocks it out to extra cover. Bodinger picks up and there is no run.
Yeah, all of the floodlights are on full blast at the moment.
Ackerman bowls, Borthwick forward, turns his wrists on it, turns it to Patel at mid-wicket.
They do look different, like half of the lights look significantly brighter than the other half.
Ackerman tosses it up a bit and he's caught. Caught and bowled, went to drive it back past him, Borthwick. Uppish it was, and taken one-handed by Ackerman, who I'm sure is continuing to impress his employers to be, having done so with the bat. Now he's doing so with the ball and with his catching. He's done a run out as well. He had a direct throw hit, and that was very fine, caught and bowled. It was well above his head. He jumped up, took it one-handed, right hand, quite casually.
Yeah,
actually. I mean, Borthwick didn't hit the bejesus out of it, but he hit it fairly crisply, and up went the hand of Ackerman to pluck it out of the air, and Borthwick stood for a moment in. Oh, he's caught it.
It wasn't. It was kind of casual. It was sort of the manner in which you might, sort of get up on your tiptoes to grab the bread from the top shelf. If you, like me, like fancy breads like sourdough or something. He just he reached for it a little bit, but he was always going to get there, and he knew he would. He timed his jump perfectly, and very casually, as you say, just plucked it out of the air. That's a useful time to get a wicket. It's always a good time to get a wicket, but that in particular, with the batter looking to charge, is very, very good for Leicestershire. Durham now 84 for 2. Wow.
If Durham had to lose a batter, they would probably have preferred to lose Borthwick than Lees, I think, who's really capable of taking an attack apart.
Although that pull shot, wasn't there, over the square leg boundary?
There was, yeah, that was a nice pickup.
It just made me think that a little flourish from him could have inflicted damage quickly. Mind you, David Beddingham's on his way out, and he's got a pretty handy record himself, so and he didn't really get to contribute very much in the first innings. I'm sure he wants to rectify that now. I guess you just got to take a minute before you get in. You can't start swinging straight away. This little phase of play could work to Leicestershire's favour as they head towards the tea interval. Still about 10 overs to go before then.
Yeah, 11 and a half.
11 and a half, in fact, yeah.
Friends of Grace Road, I'm sure, doing good business. I don't know whether they sent any of the kids' way. I hope they're listening. They could send some up here if they like.
We missed our puddings.
Oh. Ackerman bowls and pushed in the air for a few feet by Beddingham out towards wide mid-off. Safe enough. I mean, it was only for a few feet, but he certainly didn't get to the pitch of it.
No.
Takes his one.
And Marty did describe the brownie in painstaking detail.
Did he?
He did.
Caramel sauce and vanilla ice cream and all.
Goodness.
But no. It's funny, once you stop, you kind of don't, after a bit, you don't miss them too much, do you, really? Sweet.
Maybe you don't.
In goes Ackerman and bowls and leases forward out into the offside. It goes, and there is no run as Hill runs across from extra cover to field. Ackerman, as the wind gets up, bowls again to Lees, who's forward, pushing it back up the pitch to Ackerman. The end of a successful over for Colin Ackerman. Just the one run from it, and a wicket, that of his skipper-to-be, assuming that Scott Borthwick retains the captaincy, the red ball captaincy, that is, next season.
You'd think so, but yeah, just, I mean, back on desserts, I mean, I understand, actually, I've heard that from various people, you sort of lose a taste for it and things like that, but you must remember that both of my parents were born in a Pakistani city called Lahore, which it's never been sort of definitively proven, but I've long suspected was the the place where type 2 diabetes was first invented. We adore sweet things, adore sugary desserts and things like that. Even in sort of cups of tea, multiple. I've had to wean my parents down on their sugar over the years, but I'll take many dollops of sugar in their tea. And post-meal, absolutely has to be done. Now, Callum Parkinson into the attack as that ball is defended on the front foot to extra cover for no run.
You joined the Parkinson mix-up
There
club.
we go, I'm in it as well now. It's because I was thinking about dessert, that's all it was. It's going to be on my mind all day. Callum Parkinson just ambles in and bowls his sort of quick spinning delivery, which Bedingham meets on the full, pushes out to the covers for no run. I thought it had been a long time since I'd seen two twins bowl at each other, and then I remembered the Overtons was only last year. So that ball's been pushed to mid-wicket this time for no run. I had a chance to interview their father, actually, Jamie and Craig Overton's father, who was attended a test match against New Zealand, which they were both featuring in. There's lots of flight on this one from Parkinson. It takes a sort of leading edge out towards deep cover. They run through for a single.
Well, Durham want to see the ball turn now, don't they?
Yeah.
Obviously, make it tougher for them batting, but they've got such a good lead now, 181, that they want to turn on the final day for Matt Parkinson. And, of course, Liam Travaskis. But most particularly, I suspect, Parkinson. But he pots Travaskis. It's going to be difficult for Leicestershire.
It was those last two wickets from Matthew Potts that, were so menacing. They kind of leave a mark, and you expect to see him amongst the wicket takers. This is a reverse sweep from Alex Lees. He's timed that beautifully. It's run away to the deep third boundary. Well, it became it was the deep third boundary initially. I suppose he turned it into the fine leg boundary with his reverse sweep. Terrific shot that, and it takes him to 48 within a couple of runs of a half century to go alongside his century in the first innings. He's in very, very good touch, and that shot is quite remarkable when you consider the stature of the man. He's a big man. It's Alex Lees. You don't often see a reverse sweep from players of that style. Now you've seen two in a row. That ball's going away fine as well. There is a fielder at deep backward square leg who's going to try and cut off the angle, and successfully does, but not before the batters make it back for two. That is a half century for Alex Lees. Taking the applause of the ground and his teammates. He raises his bat only sort of in a sort of token swingy sort of way. No major celebrations just yet. He knows he's got a bit of a task ahead of him. 92 for 2 now, Durham. That lead approaching 200. And, well, Lees at the very least is looking very ominous for Leicestershire. Still 10 overs to go until tea. It's just coming up to before 3:30. There's a bit of a breeze. There's a chap operating the camera on the balcony beside us for the live stream. He's been adding layers as the days went on. It started with a t-shirt, added a hoodie to it. Now there's a jacket on top of the hoodie as well, and also hands in pockets. I suppose he gets the breeze over there as well.
In goes Ackerman, bowls, pushed by Bedingham, rather in more control this time for his second single, down towards long gone for 1. Beg your pardon, his third. He moves on to 3, 93 for 2.
Curious to see how Lees approaches this now. Will he just sort of throw caution to the wind, or just continue on his merry way?
Ackerman bowls. He's careful with that one. Back down the wicket. The ball rolls. Picked up by Ackerman. Long sleeved shirt. Collar up. Ground staff having a game of football behind him. In goes Ackerman. Bowls. Ooh, did that turn past the outside edge? To what extent did that straighten? We shall have a look at the replay, because that could be, again, it could be good news for Durham if Ackerman finger spin it.
Yeah,
it did straighten. He's bowling to the left-handers though, so there might be a little bit of rough for him to work with as he goes in, and Bowles drops short on that occasion. Lees goes back, works it past Hill, who is disappointed with himself, and rightly so for not cutting that one off. He got two hands to it, but went through underneath his hands and ran out to long off for one.
Now you get the right-hander back on strike, which is sort of theoretically a lot more comfortable with the off-spin deliveries than the left-hander was.
Yeah, there's no real... Although the left armour bowled from that end earlier in the innings turned out to mid-wicket, and there is no run coming up to update. So we made you look. Made us jump. Here comes the update. Hello, well the Foxes have picked up the second wicket in the Durham second innings, that of the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick, who was caught and bowled by Colin Ackerman for 16. Now Ackerman, who is joining Durham at the end of the season, has so far in this game against Durham made a very fine 146. He's had a run out as well, and now he's got a caught and bowled to his name, so it's safe to say he's impressing his employers to be. Alex Lees is still there though, he's 51 not out. David Beddingham joined him, he's 3 not out. Durham have moved on to 94 for 2, which means they lead now by 189. We're pretty sure they'll look to declare by the end of the day and start their attempts to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. At the moment, however, they're 94 for 2.
Expertly done. Here is Parkinson to continue. Starts with a full ball. It's been driven, and it beats the dive of the mid-on fielder. That's not a very good effort, it has to be said.
It's usually Chris Wright out there.
He just sort of slams the turf with his hands. Wasn't pleased with that effort. It's a run away for 4. 4 more for Alex Lees. He's on to 55. Durham 98 for 2 to go along with their 95-run lead. Yeah, it wasn't a very good effort. He's still on his knees.
In embarrassment and shame, rather than... It's not. It's Lewis Hill. Apologies to CJW Wright. Not for the first time. Hill again. That's two in 2 overs that he should have arguably stopped.
Yeah, he's finding it a bit challenging at the moment. There's Parkinson in again. Reverse sweep again from Alex Lees, and he's absolutely nailed it. It's run away to the biggest boundary in the ground from the perspective of the batter, the left-handed batter from that side of the crease, and it's gone for 4. Terrific shot.
Finish this over, and then we'll do our swapping around again, so you get a bit of a break pre-tea.
That's a lovely shot again from Lees. I was just watching the replay. The ball ended up just in front of some kids in this little Daffabet stand to our left-hand side. Outstanding batting. That's 3 reverse sweeps he's played in the last 7 balls that he's faced. Alex Lees. It's been very productive for him as well. He's on to 59 off 70 deliveries. Perhaps starting to think about back-to-back hundreds as gets forward to push that ball back to Parkinson. Well, Parkinson doesn't field it. The mid-off fielder does. And there is no run. It'll be quite some achievement for Alex Lees if he can do that. Back-to-back hundreds here. This is back of a length, worked away towards deep square leg region. They jog through for an agreed single. 60 now for Lees. 103 for 2 Durham. Just a couple of runs away from a 200-run lead. Still, as we say, 40 overs to come after this one in the day's play. And 8 of those will happen before tea. There's Parkinson again. Nice and forward as Lees pushes that to cover, and big shout of no there. It was a bit random. Haven't heard too much calling from the batters, but that was quite pronounced. There's Parkinson again as that ball's pushed defensively to backward point. There is no run. It completes the 21st over of the Durham second innings. 103 for 2. We're going to have a little change around here in the commentary box, and in a moment Richard Ray and Marty Emerson will tell you what happens next.
What happens next? Wasn't that in Question of Sport? Wasn't it? Yeah.
Question of sport is still a thing, isn't it? Do they still have that round? I don't know.
I think it's still a thing.
Well, what happens next round? Do they?
Yeah,
I haven't watched it for a while.
No. I never see much television, especially not in the summer. Ackerman an arm round from the pavilion end, bowling to Lees, who's on 60, so Lees got 101, or was it 100 and something? 100 and, yeah, it was 101. Got 101 in the first innings, 60 in this. Ackerman in again, bowls, and it's turned by the batsman to short mid-wicket to Buddinger. Paul's emailed. So Ackerman comes in and bowls again. Defended on a length. He says, greetings from an overcast and damp Costerdale Hartlepool. Just gone in from work to find Durham in a decent position. Sensible batting required in the afternoon/evening session to build a decent lead. Have fun. Comes in again and bowls. Played up to right at mid-on for one by Lees. The Yorkshire saga has seen a couple of emails arrive.
Anything official yet, or is it still speculation?
The BBC has run a piece, so it's on the BBC Cricket website. Now, some of it looks like quite a lot of the fine might be deferred for 3 years, so the actual fine may be only £150,000, the way I was reading it. And the fine's based in increments on the things they were found guilty of. Single here for betting him off the point. Mervyn Hardy says the one thing which stunk more than anything about the treatment of Durham was they had no right of appeal. This totally flew in the face of natural justice. Even the very worst offenders have a right of appeal. He says this, Mervyn, he was a magistrate. And this is an edge, controlled edge, down along the floor. It spins away down towards third man. 2 runs for Lees. No right-thinking person could agree with the denial of a right of appeal. I used the word stunk, but I could think of other words. Many other cricket lovers will concur. Durham sinned about money, but not about race, he says. This is a big report, 330 pages. I doubt anybody's had the chance to go through all of it yet. I mean, I would imagine in the next few days people will be discovering stories about varying things that have happened, which are listed in the report. Robbie Stoker, to add to the point about Yorkshire's sanctions, the worst which happened at the time was banning them from Test cricket in October and then reinstating them the following April.
Parkinson round the wicket to Beddingham, who's forward, pushing the delivery out into the offside. Yes, that was an entirely pointless exercise.
Robbie says that smacks of favouritism in his opinion. ECB not here to defend themselves.
Parkinson is in, Beddingham is forward, the ball is back in Parkinson's hand.
Ken Richardson says far more punitive attentions to commercialism and finances than equality and human rights in his opinion. So, i.e. what happened to Durham as opposed to what could happen to Yorkshire.
Parkinson drops a little bit short, Beddingham goes back and guides it cleverly out into the offside behind point. Rishi Patel runs down the offside boundary, picks up and gets his throw away sufficiently quickly for Beddingham to settle for just the single. Moves on to 5, 108 for 2, brings the left-handed Lees down on strike. Is Parkinson going to stay round at the wicket? Yes, he is. Interestingly, long on has been posted for Lees, who would be hitting into the wind if he tries to clear him, but he has more than enough strength to cope with what wind there is. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Lees just turns his wrists on the forward defensive, pushing it out just wide of Hill to mid-wicket and taking 1. Moves on to 64. The lead then at 204.
Bit of a gloomy day today, isn't it? Floodlights have been on for a while now.
Parkinson is in, Beddingham is forward. Yeah, I was just wondering whether sufficiently so come sort of 6-ish for the umpires to start consulting
What,
meters.
you're talking about an early louse, which is actually an on-time louse at 6 o'clock.
Parkinson in. Beddingham forward and a little bit inside edgy there as he pushes the delivery back down the pitch on the onside. An early...
Lows. Which means getting away early.
Oh, okay.
Except it won't be early because it's 6 o'clock and that's when they're meant to finish, although they never do.
Why Lows? Is it short for... or is it an acronym?
I don't know. Northeastern.
Okay. End of the over, 109 for 2. The lead 204. 6 overs till tea.
Ackerman bowling, played by Lees off the back foot, moving into the crease and pushing it out through the offside. No run there. This ball played by Lees up to right at mid-on for 1. Oh, now and then it might be something to do with maybe being in prison, because one of the definitions is to release. Beddingham plays the ball back to Ackerman. If anyone can help out on that one, early Laos, where does it come from? Let me know. Oh, that's coming our way. That's gone high from Beddingham, and that it's disappeared into the pavilion somewhere. How did we not hear a noise there?
Did you not?
No.
Oh, when it
landed. Yes, I heard it when he hit it.
Yeah,
but I was waiting for bang or crash or ting. I wonder where that's gone, unless somebody's caught it.
Well, there's the concrete. It could have just... Yeah, sometimes when it lands on concrete, it sort of absorbs the sound, doesn't it? But I was, as I say, very impressed with those... The sphericality, if that's the right word, of those Duke balls when they came up to us.
Kookaburra balls.
Sorry, Kookaburras, yeah. But,
bowler in again. And defended by Beddingham, bat and pad. Why could we not photograph them, do you know? Or put them on the camera?
No idea.
Just be for the... bit Anunnaki, but people would be interested in seeing it.
No, I really no idea.
Beddingham goes big on the leg side this time, and that bounces into the popular stand seats for 4. 1 bounce 4. Maybe, because it is so nerdy and Anunnaki, because it's kangaroo leather, obviously, it might be susceptible to the static electricity from a Pacamac.
They bounce.
Do you reckon? So, yeah.
They clearly don't too much. Parkinson from the Bennett end. Back goes Lees, plays it firmly out to the deep-ish mid-off and sees there's always going to be a single. Calls Beddingham through, moves on to 66. Felt like a nice ball to bowl with, actually, size-wise.
Maybe it's because when I played, the ball was old and always swollen.
Yeah, there's that. You used to play with some right huge things, didn't you? Sort of with seams coming apart and heaven knows what. Parkinson gives that a little bit of air, chipped up into the air towards mid-on, but as I say, he's quite deep, and Parkinson looks at the ground in disgust as it goes well past him to his right, out towards mid-on, who is Matt Salisbury. There's no run. Deep-ish. He's almost towards long on. In goes Parkinson to Beddingham, goes back, punches it out to the point boundary, upon which is standing Rishi Patel. Only 50 yards or so away from the bat. Beddingham takes 1, moves on to 16. 1, 2, 2 for 2. The run's coming very, very easily for Durham at the moment. Parkinson staying around the wicket to Lees, gives it a bit of air. Lees drives it back at him. Parkinson throws himself to his right, slows the ball down with his right hand, deflects it on towards Salisbury, who, as you know, is deepish, and as a consequence, Lees moves on to 67.
You're doing that thing now.
Parkinson is into Beddingham, who is calmly forward.
Where every afternoon it gets to this point in time and you start to think, have I missed a bulletin? Have I missed an update? Constantly checking your watch for the time.
I don't have to move anywhere, so I know that I'm in the right. Home game's a bit easier in that respect. Yeah, it's slightly less to worry about. Parkinson, air,
Oh.
and air from Beddingham as well, driven out over extra cover 4. It did indeed travel all the way out to that extra cover boundary, bounces into the stand. Gentleman goes down to retrieve it between the orange bucket seats and the advertising hoardings. Beddingham moves on to 22, 129 for 2. Partnership already 45 run rate, 5.2. The lead climbing ever upwards.
Take 5 off it and add 100.
Indeed.
224. As Sir Fred Boycott would tweet, you get nowhere with slogging. But the slog is on.
I think 340 is around that sort of figure, and 10 overs tonight.
Mervyn says, whitewash for a white rose springs readily to mind, but I'm sure nobody expected anything else. Barnes is it Scriven coming into the attack?
They have kind of gone through the ringer as a consequence, haven't they?
Yeah, well, they
Yorkshire.
have, yeah.
I don't
but
think you can.
Durham did as well, though.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying
I mean,
that.
Durham lost key players.
But I think whitewash is a bit tough. You know, they've
had a massive change in personnel, haven't they? All the coaching team went.
You can't say they haven't suffered considerably as a consequence. And you know, and they have lost a lot of money. They lost a lot of sponsors, things like that.
Yeah.
So financially, they have taken a pretty substantial hit.
Scriven then into the attack from the pavilion end, bowls to Lees, who plays it at a 45-degree angle across to Budinger at short mid-wicket. Yeah. You haven't won that one, Mervyn. Ken says Louse, L-O-U-Z, also Louse, L-O-W-S-E, equals loose.
Okay.
Scriven bowls. No run there. As in, thou's let that shorthorn heifer louse. I don't think it's designed. Early louse means finishing work early or being released early. But I'm just wondering what the... is it etymology of it? What's the word I'm looking for? Is that the word?
Yeah, it is. But it's then simple enough than just sort of being let loose.
Haven't seen many shorthorn heifers on the Roker Riviera recently, Ken. Seen plenty of dolphins. And we get the seal out the back of our house each day, and there's been an otter in the river. The gannets will be in soon, chasing the fish. They're spectacular when you see them flying in and diving outside the house.
The old double mid-wicket, short mid-wicket ploy.
2 of them in that wear, both wearing number 1.
Yeah, annoying, isn't it? Mulder's been wearing Budinger's shirt or sleeveless sweater since he came out.
Right. Giving each other a little handshake and a pat on the head, the 2 of them. Ball there, by the way, just went to right at mid-on, no run. $129 for 2. Scriven is driven. Scriven is driven, I like that. It's a dot ball. Ball's gone up to Hill at mid-off. With his back to the pavilion. Right, giving the ball a polish. Next ball is a bit of a false shot. It's gone down towards fine leg by Lees. He was looking, I think, to push that through the offside there. He played on it one-handed in the end. And that is the penultimate ball of the over. So 1 to come. A few more school kids leaving now. It's good to see them staying as late as they have.
Just remarkable.
Thought they would have already gone by now.
One party is staying the distance in blue.
Who was that who sang that? Was that Yellow? He's staying the distance. Scriven, last ball of his first over. Defended by Bettingham. It rolls away back up towards the bowler's end. And that is the end of the over. 130 for 2, 225 the lead.
3 overs until tea, so it's not going to be too long delayed. It's 10 minutes late, so it'll be about 20 minutes late, as is so often the case. It'll coincide with an update at the top of the hour. But we will have time to make a cuppa, hopefully. Ackerman out of the attack now at slip for the left-handed Alex Lees. Parkinson to continue from the Bennett end. Leicestershire now, in terms of the field, Ackerman aside, pretty much completely on the defensive. Round the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls. Lees goes back, turns to Budinger, the ball that is. It's Hill, I beg your pardon, who's at mid-wicket. There's no run. Budinger / Mulder is at short third man stroke deep gully as Lees just plays that firmly into the large gap between Hill and Parkinson, out towards long on, and takes 1. Moves on to 69. There is a second 100 there in the game for the taking, if he doesn't give it away, for sure. So why would you? In goes Parkinson, bowls to Bedingham, pushes it, not past him, because Parkinson dives to his left in a swirl of dust in the used wicket alongside the current pitch, and makes the stop. 1-3-1 for 2. Parkinson bowls, Bedingham forward, no, he says, having turned it towards Mulder at mid-wicket. No run. Parkinson bowls again. Bedingham out towards mid-on this occasion. Where do you stand on the heavy roller situation? I think it's over. I don't like it.
Well, once they started allowing teams to use it twice, then
it's killing pitches.
Yeah, we've seen bigger scores, haven't we?
Yeah. Parkinson is in. Back goes Bedingham, steering out through short third, where Eddie Barnes failed to make the stop, did his very best, didn't manage to do so, and down to the third man boundary it goes for 4.
They've had that many different things, the heavy roller, the not a heavy roller, use the heavy roller twice, don't use it, have a toss, don't have a toss, constantly tweaking with things, try to make pitches more spin friendly, then that didn't work. So, but it does, I think, it's key as well, isn't it, when a team knows it can use the roller again later in the match. Richard Lange has emailed, "Hello Martin, good to hear your commentary today. I'm now living in Wiltshire. Last year was my last year in the area and it was a poor year for Durham. So what has made the difference here? Is it a new coach mainly?" I would say generally yes. I think there's just a new attitude around the place as Scriven starts his second over, the ball played down into the ground and back into his hands by Lees. There seemed to be a bit of a siege mentality last year, and as things went from bad to worse, and the atmosphere around the club just didn't seem very good at all. There were a number of players who were quite clearly unhappy. Now they've had a change of management and coaching during the winter, and he's come in with a new ethos, wants to play attacking cricket, and this is off the pad. It's gone way down the leg side. They're appealing, but I don't know why. It's a leg by. Ollie Robinson's arrival's been a massive difference as well. I like Ned Eckersley, but I think Ollie Robinson's in a different class in terms of wicket keeping, and he's scoring big scores as well as doing well behind the stumps. I was a bit worried about what impact the loss of Chris Rushworth and Sean Dixon would have. But I mean, you look for instance in this game, there's Graham Clark got 92, got 100 a few weeks ago at Bristol. The coach has come in and given him a fresh start when he would appear previously to have been a red ball right off. This is flicked away towards long leg by Bedingham. That is a really nice shot. It's a short boundary, and here's that out there.
Rishi Patel.
Yeah, he was at
Seemed to
full.
pick it up late, didn't he?
Yeah, he was at full stretch diving, but he's got such a short boundary to try and protect there towards the scoreboard in the far corner.
The final school party is wending its way.
Bowler in again, cut this time by bedding him out towards the point boundary. In fact, they're not. That's one run because there's another little group here. Look. So the last two are leaving.
Oh yes, bless them.
They probably have to do it in a particular manner because they've all, the buses that have shipped them in. There's only so much space over the other side of the ground for the buses to come in and get out again, isn't there? So.
Yeah, there's loads of room in the car park, but the Curzon Road can get.
Oh yeah.
It's not a great entrance, is it?
No.
It can get very crowded with cars.
Scriven tries to York these. He plays it away from the base of off stump. So no run.
There is another entrance stroke exit.
Yeah, through the back there.
Yeah, which used to be used fairly frequently, and of course they can open the gates here on the Milligan Road side of the ground, and often do.
Yeah.
Sometimes do.
I remember once coming here for a T20 and having to sit in a queue in Curzon Road. Couldn't get into the ground. All played back up to the bowler, and another time we got stuck in a queue, me and Martin Spate at Edgbaston, and had to basically reverse out the street and go around the corner and come in a different way. Dot ball to finish the over, so 1 to go to tea.
And the lead 236 with 8 second innings wickets in hand. The game is now being dictated by the second division leaders. The only question is how much and when.
Will they bail out tonight and have a go tonight, do you think?
I think they.
Yeah.
I just think they've been urgent enough to suggest that
Yeah.
they want to have a few overs at Leicestershire tonight. Parkinson is in. Forward goes David Beddingham and defends the ball out on the on side. I think maybe 8 or 10 overs tonight with a lead of 340, 350.
I hope those kids all go home tonight and tell their families what a wonderful day they've had here.
They might remember the neon stuff. In
Yeah.
goes Parkinson, who's turned out
And the police
towards
car.
mid-wicket for a single. Yeah.
And the fire engine.
Yeah.
I kept thinking in this morning when we were commentating, man, there must be an incident nearby. Then at lunchtime it dawned on me that they kept turning the siren on the police car.
Sirens aren't completely unknown in Aylstone,
No.
but by and large it's fine. Parkinson is in, gives it some air, fullish delivery, clipped off his toes by Lees, but didn't quite time it, and Hill able to get across to mid-wicket to make the stop.
Michael says, I think early louse comes from a mining term for getting issued with a wet note to finish early from working in wet conditions down the pit.
Again, Lees is playing into the onside, this time much more straighter, I should say, and blocked firmly out towards long on for 1. But still louse, meaning loose.
Yeah.
Being turned loose for the...
Mervin's been back on.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's not happy with a suggesting Yorkshire have suffered a bit already, as that one is played by Beddingham out through the vacant mid-off area down again to Hill, who's at long off, and one is taken.
He says, I don't think whitewash is a bit much, and remember it was the Durham followers who suffered.
Round the wicket goes Parkinson, back goes Lees, drops it out into the offside, takes his one as Mulder picks up the ball, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is tea on day 3. It has been Durham's day. They take tea on 145 for 2. They lead by 240. 32 overs left today, light permitting. And at the moment, the grey blanket is sort of high and light enough to think that we might get all 32 overs in. How many of those will be bowled by Leicestershire? How many by Durham? That remains to be seen. Alex Lees, every prospect of doubling up on 100 in the game. He is 71 not out. David Beddingham is 33 not out so far. They have put on 61 for the third wicket. We both have updates to do at the top of the hour, and other than that, we'll be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 18 minutes' time. See here, Durham in complete two as watch for the history of the game. Throughout with those 8 wickets in hand. It looks as I want to have you about 340 so into the 100. Definitely want 8 or so overs at Leicestershire before the close, see if they could pick up an early wicket or two. Matthew Potts roaring in, no doubt, under the floodlights here at the Uptonsteel. So Leicestershire very much on the defensive, taking their time to set the field, because the over 8 is negative at the moment, so they're fine, -1. Ed Barnes from the pavilion end goes running in around the wicket to Alex Lees on 71, bowls outside off stump, mistimed by Lees, though it sounded glorious. It trickled fairly slowly, or rolled fairly slowly out towards cover where Sol Budinger was the fielder. Is Mulder still wearing a Budinger tribute shirt as he gets the ball there, polishes it on the elastic bandage on his left? The inside of the inside of his elastic bandage on his left arm. He is still wearing the Budinger sleeveless sweater. Barnes in. Lees turns it out towards mid-wicket. Scriven hops across to his left of field, but always going to be one there. Lees on to 72. The game has sort of entered a period of sort of stasis, hasn't it, really? Well, everybody knows what's going to happen, roughly.
Yeah.
It's just a question of exactly when.
It is kind of in a bit of a holding pattern where you know that the batting team's looking for another 50, 60 runs, and maybe a bit more than that, actually, but Leicestershire, they're sort of in purgatory for a while until they get a chance to bat again. They know that they've got a tall order in front of them either way.
They will basically slow things down, make Durham work for their, or try to make Durham really work for the whatever lead they decide they eventually want. In goes Barnes over the wicket to Beddingham, bowls on his legs, turned out towards mid-wicket, and jogs the single.
Beddingham's going at a very good rate, almost to run a ball at the moment, 34 off 35, which gives you an indication of just how quickly Durham are keen to move. Lees on 72. I wonder if he'll go at a similar pace, just because he's got a rare opportunity for 200s in a test in a game here.
He won't want to give it away in that respect, will he? You wouldn't have thought. Barnes round the wicket to him. He drives very pleasantly, but straight to right. Who rings his right hand, having made the stop at mid-off. Beautifully timed.
Yeah, he didn't want to get his hands behind that, really. I mean, right, he got down on the ball very quickly, but at the same time, he just got to position himself where the ball would have struck his knee had he let it just roll into his long barrier, and so had to get his hands down, but went a bit lower, a bit later, and those fingertips, it can be a bit sore, particularly when it's a bit chilly, like it is now here in Leicester.
Barnes, longish run is in, bowls. Pushed defensively on the walk, almost by Lees, out towards mid-on, where Hill is the fielder. Has actually, if anything, got a little bit lighter, possibly. The wish may be farther to the thought there, but for me, I don't know what you think.
It still feels kind of gloomy to me, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Without those lights, it would be very dark, I think.
Barnes to finish his over into Lees, onto his legs, turned therefore pretty comfortably out towards deep backward square. Rishi Patel feels one is taking. Lees keeps the strike, moves on to 73, 148 for 2. The lead 2-4-3. I mean, if they do pull out tonight, obviously we lose another 2 for the change of innings.
I'm thinking something when the scoreboard says 10, that's the point where they want to stop. So the 8 overs is a good number of overs to have at the opposition with a session with a whole day's play to go theoretically.
Yeah, you know that Leicestershire would then have, if the weather's good tomorrow, and it's supposed to be, 104 overs to get whatever target is set. But I think anything over 300 with Potts, particularly back in the Durham side, is going to take a heck of a lot of getting. But the pitch does look terribly benign, doesn't it?
It does. And it's still got that short boundary to work with in the leg side, or the offside, depending on where the bowler's coming from. So there's no foregone conclusions here. This game's still open, I would say. As Chris Wright, for the first time after tea, is in, back of a length, and that ball's just pushed into the gap between point and cover, out towards deep extra cover for a single by Leice. As the score falls one shy of 150 for 2. Lead continuing to build, this partnership continuing to build. 65 it's worth now. It feels like a long time ago when Colin Ackerman took that excellent court and bowled off Borthwick. A very casual jump up into the air. He just plucked it out like an apple from a tree. I don't know if people still do that. Here's Wright now, in again. Back of a length into the pads of Beddingham, and works that past the diving mid-wicket fielder. There's a fielder in the deep in that region who runs in and prevents anything more than the single. 150 up for Durham. Not applauded that time by the fans. Maybe spoiled a bit for runs. It's been a lot of them.
I've emailed both of you this, so you both have it on email just in case.
Well, when he gets close, if he gets close, Marty, I shall let you in to do the honours.
As long as it's not 5 o'clock.
Yeah, as long as it's not during an update. Here's Wright again as that ball's been guided just wide of the fielder at sort of a backward point region. They run through for another single, accumulating nicely at the moment at Durham. Haven't quite stamped their authority on the game since the interval.
Alex Lees, surprising fact about you? Question mark. I do a bit of magic on the side.
Oh, excellent.
So he's a little bit of an amateur conjurer.
It doesn't strike you as that kind of... You kind of think of musicians as being quite dainty and sort of... I don't know, he's looks like somebody who chops trees in his spare time. This is short and pulled away nicely. Again, out towards deep square leg for a single by Beddingham. Nice timing there. The short ball just kind of sitting up in the surface. That ball getting older as well. It's now 30.4 overs old. We did learn that it holds together quite nicely, this ball, earlier today, but at the same time, it won't dart around like it would 3 or 4 overs old. Anything more interesting about him in the Who's Who?
No, they pick and choose a little bit, the editors.
Yeah, it's a lot of players to get through, to be fair.
First cricket club, Bradshaw and Illingworth CC in Halifax.
There's Wright again, as Lee's firmly behind that with a defensive shot back towards mid-on for no run.
10 tests. Still ambitious to regain his international slot, and these are the sort of runs that have to keep him in the thoughts of the selectors. Surely, I know it's very hard to get out of the England side at the moment, Zach Crawley, but Lees surely must be in the discussions.
Here's Wright again as that ball's flicked away out towards deep backward square leg. It's fielded in the deep, so it'll just be a single to complete the 31st over of the innings. 153 for 2, Lee's 76, Beddingham 36. And yeah, you're quite right. I mean, it's very difficult to find spaces in that England side at the moment when you think about the fact they're unable to incorporate Ben Foakes. I know it's likely to be less of an issue at Lords, where the seamers historically have been more successful than your spinners. It's Johnny Bairstow. We can't imagine him having too many problems behind the stumps, but it was a bit awkward in that first test for England, having a spinner who's coming off an injury and not really entrenched in the game, and then a wicketkeeper who's just coming off an injury as well. It's not really ideal. But there don't seem to be any obvious gaps in that side for...
Well, Crawley, isn't it? It has to be, really. I think he's incredibly lucky. Barnes is in, and Lees defends back down the pitch to Ed Barnes, a fellow Yorkshireman. Well, I mean, for me, he hasn't done enough, Crawley, but anything like enough to keep justifying his place, just because he's, a couple of big scores and he scores quickly.
Well, I watched him score 100 in Pakistan, and sign his name on that honours board at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, and when he's firing, he's quite exquisite to watch.
He is. In goes Barnes, bowls, Lees drives down into the ground, stopped by Budinger at extra cover, and there's no run. But his success rate, strike rate, if you like, successful innings is so low. 1 in 4 or 5, something like that. For me, that's not enough at an international level. And Lees is much more consistent, and now he's also increasing his scoring rate. And well, anyway, we'll see. There was so much focus coming up to an update, by the way, as Barnes is in and Lees turns him down to fine leg for 1. On Crawley hitting the first ball of the Ashes for 4. Well, great, well, sets the tone, etc. Still got out. What did he get? He got 50, did he, in the first dig? And 66. That was about it.
Yeah.
You know, and he should have gone on for me. But anyway, I'm old-fashioned, clearly.
I mean, I don't know about being old-fashioned or anything, but I think there is an emphasis on playing more flamboyant cricket in this current England side, and particularly the Test team. And I think the more you play high-risk cricket, the less it's reasonable to expect consistency. And that's the role they've been given up top, Duckett and Crawley.
Barnes over the wicket bowls to Beddingham, who just waits for the delivery on middle and leg, turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So I suppose if you're asking your opening batters to go out there and bat at a strike rate of 80 to 90 against a new ball, you have to give them a bit of leeway to fail every now and again, and I think that's what's happened with Crawley, who's probably benefiting now from that extended run in the England side. He was, for a while, his position looked precarious, but then, as you say, he scored a few big innings and feels like he'll be there all summer now at least.
Barnes bowls, full toss, clipped down to fine leg by David Beddingham for 4. Got that one wrong, Ed Barnes. And Beddingham gratefully flicked him away down to the boundary. No chance at all for Parkinson at long leg to get around and cut it off. And he rolls the ball to Peter Hanscom, who stands there with his gloves out, having seen the ball rolling towards him. So, well, makes it a point in gestures, if you like, in body language. And he's still looking at Parkinson now. Well, why not? You know, why the roll? Barnes is in again to Beddingham, who is working it out through the gap at point. Running in from the boundary is Matt Salisbury. And again, I think Hanscom was making a point by holding his gloves out, saying, don't you dare roll it in. Beddingham moves on to 41, keeps the strike. 159 for 2. The lead then is 254. Here comes the update, I believe. Yeah, we're waiting to see how many Durham will want before they decide to declare. General consensus seems to be that they'll want 8 or 10 overs at Leicestershire tonight. Given there are 29 remaining, that gives them another 19 or 20 or so, something like that, to extend their lead past its current position, which is 254. David Beddingham, 41 not out. Alex Lees, 77 not out, approaching what would be his second century of the game. The Foxes very much on the defensive here at the county ground, with Durham 159 for 2. Back with you online and with Latif to take over the commentary, to resume the commentary.
There's nothing off the previous ball, just another dot, but yeah, I think it is going to be quite absorbing. This next 3.5 sessions as in comes right, and that ball just pushed off a sort of thickish outside edge to extra cover for no run. Beddingham on 41, fast approaching yet another 50 in this match. There's been so many of them. Runs flowing here. Although my mind keeps going back to those 2 deliveries Matthew Potts bowled to finish off the Leicestershire innings. They really were quite exquisite. And the sight of timber flying out of the ground holes. Here's right again. This is a short ball. It's been pulled away towards the square leg boundary. There's 2 fielders in the deep, one at fine leg, one at deep backward square leg. That goes directly between the pair of them, and that is 4 more for Beddingham. As Durham are putting their foot down here. 163 for 2, still 28.3 overs to come in the day. And, for Leicestershire, it's becoming a difficult proposition now. Probably already starting to think about having to survive tomorrow. I suppose it's the old structure of seeing how your top order go before you commit to the chase. Here's right again, a bit fuller this time, much harder to put that away. And Beddingham shows it the adequate respect, pushes on the front foot to extra cover. There is no run.
I just wonder whether the ease with which they're playing at the moment, these two, and the ease with which the pitch is playing and how it's coming on and not really doing anything for anybody, might just affect Durham's thinking a little bit, whether they'll think, oh, don't want to give them 3 and over as a target necessarily. You know, if they can just put their heads down. Don't know.
Yeah. A lot to think about. That's a back over length ball played with softer hands wide of the fielder, extra cover. Bedingham runs through for a single to take him to 46. 164 for 2. It's a right hand, left hand combination at the moment, meaning the umpires, well, they could just stand at backward point, I suppose, but they're opting to cross over each time at the moment. And they've got plenty of time to do so, with the right having a very long run up. Here we go, we're going to resume for the final ball of right 6th over. And he comes, that ball's just defended on the back foot by Lees, down the ground for no run, completes the over. 164 for 2 Durham. 28 overs remaining in the day's play. I suspect there'll be a couple shaved off when there's a change of innings, if indeed there is a change of innings today. But for now, this partnership going great guns. 80 it's worth.
Yeah, from what Ryan Campbell said to us on day one when he came up, failing to bowl out Glamorgan, or giving themselves enough time to bowl out Glamorgan, clearly went deep with him, and he's determined that they have enough time to do so again, if they get an opportunity like that again, which they're going to have in this match.
Well, the risk reward is quite enticing, isn't it? Because they're currently sitting on 8 points, and if they were to draw from here, they'd likely take 13 points from the game. But they're really just gambling with those 5 points, really, because if they win, they get 24. So the upside is a whole 11 points, which I think is worth gambling for.
I agree, and with the lead they have at the top of the table, they're okay anyway. I mean, even if somehow Leicester were to pull off this a chase, and I think, I'm not sure they're in that frame of mind, frankly. You never know, but Ed Barnes over the wicket to David Bedingham onto the legs. Bedingham, with all the time in the world, pushes it out to mid-wicket, but more or less straight to Tom Scriven. There's no run. Wind getting up again. General temperatures have fallen since the glorious or / too hot weekend that we had.
It was glorious.
It's sort of 20s, 21s for the rest of the week instead of 26. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm missing it a
I
bit
know
now.
Martin struggled with it, but yeah, absolutely. In goes Barnes, bowls again. Middle and leg sort of line. Again, it's pushed to mid-wicket this time. Mulder is the fielder.
I shan't have the AC on tonight when I'm driving back home. I'll put it that way.
And it's much more comfortable for sleeping and all that sort of thing. But yeah, it was just lovely to be. I just loved it, to be honest.
Yeah, it was quite nice. Bit of heat, absorb it into your body. Don't know when you're going to get the next one. I suspect in a few days it'll be
I do.
very warm again.
Yeah, absolutely. Barnes is in and bowling and on driven. Again, so much time Bedingham at the moment.
It is back foot up driving then, like a ballerina.
Just kind of waiting. It must be
Yeah.
lovely to be able to play like that. In the end, he hit it more or less straight to right at mid-on, who examines the ball with a critical, professional eye before lobbing it to his teammate Barnes. Sporting a sort of nascent beard, Eddie Barnes. He could be just unshaven for the day. In he goes and bowls. That's a better line, arguably. Middle and off, and forced by Bedingham out into the offside. Patel tumbles as he feels at extra cover. There's no run. His turquoise-tinted reflective sunglasses superfluous, one would feel today.
Yeah, that's quite. It's almost poetry in that description. I really enjoyed that. I was just thinking about Ed Barnes' beard, and like I sympathise really, because sometimes you don't get enough growth in a day or day and a half to warrant a full shave, and you think, let me get a little bit more out of my lather.
Barnes is in and bowls onto the legs, turned by Bedingham between Scriven and Salisbury at mid-wicket and square leg. Scriven runs across to his right, picks up one-handed, but Bedingham keeps was going to say keeps the strike, but in fact there's one ball of the over to go. So he just takes the single, moves on to 47. 165 for 2. The lead 260. Leicestershire have I suppose slowed the run rate a little bit post tee, but it's still pretty much fives. 4.9 it is now as Barnes round the wicket in. Lees turns him off his hip down towards backward square. Patel comes into field, throws to Hanscom. One is taken, and Lees this time keeps the strike.
I was just looking at Beddingham's record already. It's very impressive. 74 matches, more than 5,000 first-class runs at an average of 48.62. A high score of 257 as well. So, and all of that at a strike rate of 63.28. So, a very handy cricketer. He's got 19 first-class 50s to his name as well, and fast approaching number 20 in this game. Good conversion rate as well. 19 50s, 15 centuries. Beddingham. Very, very handy cricketer. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment, though, as Wright runs into Lees, who works that away out towards fine leg. Just be a single to the short boundary. Throw comes back, and they just take the 1. 66 for 2, 167, I beg your pardon, for 2 the score. It's all gone a bit quiet here as well. Leicester, all the kids have gone. 1,700 of them here earlier today with their Leicestershire, la la la, Leicestershire, la la la. That was great fun. But they've all headed back home now. It's all gone a bit more ghost towny here at Leicester, just by comparison, I should say. Right into Beddingham, who defends back to the bowler for no run. So good to hear some encouragement for the from the Leicestershire fielders as well. They haven't let their shoulders drop too much. They know that they've still got a chance, even if it is an outside chance, or a circumstantial chance, I should say, to win this game. But they do have that opportunity. Now it's just a waiting game at the moment for when the declaration comes. 167 for 2. Add 95 for that, and you have the lead. Here is Wright, full and push to extra cover again for no run, and loads of encouragement all the way from fine leg from Tom Scriven. Well bowled righty, he says.
Tell you what, it's gloomy now. Can just about see players casting shadows from the floodlights.
Yeah. It's kind of a day that doesn't really fit in with the ones that have preceded it. Very much breaking the pattern of sunshine today. Here's Wright. Another good length ball, another defensive shot back to the bowler from Beddingham. There is no run. Still 2 deliveries to come in this over. Perhaps that proximity to the milestone has given him pause, as it does so many batters. You close in on the 50s and the 100s, and you can't help but start thinking about the social media posts and the honours boards and all the other things that come with milestones.
I wouldn't know.
Now, come on, surely. Loads of people congratulating you on your triathlon. Here is Wright. That ball's been played with soft hands by Beddingham into the covers for a single. He moves to 48.
I was thinking of the 50s and 100s. Didn't often.
I reckon you scored 50s. Plenty in your time.
A few 50s. That was hard to get out. Old-fashioned Yorkshireman.
That's what you want, really.
Not necessarily the quickest of scorers, though.
Yeah.
It was a different game.
Yeah, I often think about how the game was in transition when I was playing it. As Wright in for his final delivery, as has been turned away nicely by Lees towards the fine leg boundary. There is a fielder out there, so it'll just be a single.
No ball.
No ball, in fact, so there'll be another ball in this over. And, the wind has picked up a lot here as well. You can hear those tiles, the ceiling tiles in our commentary box just flapping up and down.
Yeah.
Like the wings of an aeroplane.
There was a gentleman in the Charles Palmer restaurant yesterday who had a table of sort of souvenirs at the back who's selling it. And there were some paintings of Grace Road in the old days.
is right again. That ball's once more played with soft hands to the keeper, and they run through for a single.
One of which was of the pavilion, and on top of the pavilion was the old wooden commentary box in which I lived for the first 3-4 seasons before Wazim, of happy memory, put this building up instead.
Oh, there you go, the bikers.
And yeah, it was just a reminder of that little old wooden shack we used to have at the end of the pavilion roof. Still had to climb those steps, of course, every time.
That's good. That's my little calf exercise for the day. I'd love to say hello to my friend Kate Holdsworth, who's listening in and enjoying the commentary here from Leicestershire. And she's told me a little anecdote which I'm not going to repeat on the air.
Oh, do. Ed Barnes continues from the pavilion end, bowls short and whipped away out to the mid-wicket boundary by David Bedingham for 4, and that 4 brings him his half-century. Almost a runner ball, 53 he moves on to off 56 deliveries. And it's been fairly effortless almost. Minimal movement, just a sort of short-armed pull. Long way in front of square. All the time in the world, the mid-wicket boundary.
That's number 20 for him in his first-class career.
Barnes, flogging himself, goes in and bowls to Bedingham, who on drives, doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Runs quickly, but not distressingly so on this occasion, to Chris Wright, who can field without having to wring out his right hand afterwards. 176 for 2. The lead now 2-7-1.
I would have read out that anecdote from my friend Kate Holdsworth, but any phrase that starts with a phrase between you and me,
okay, well, that's fair enough.
Should stay private, I think.
Indeed. In goes Barnes and bowls again. It's on driven this time for 4 by Bedingham off the front foot, actually. And Barnes, he may kick at the crease as he walks back past umpire Watts. Of course, the umpires having changed ends at the end of the Leicestershire innings.
I tell you what, this innings from David Bedingham might be the most impressive of the match, and we're talking about a match where there have been a couple of hundreds and a few 50s, but he's just looked untroubled, played some glorious strokes, and crucially to the match situation, is having a real impact at the moment.
He has made it look pretty effortless out there. Barnes is in to him. He is driving through the offside, getting on top of the bounce rather than getting to the pitch of the ball. So it's a sort of half drive, half steer out to Ackerman, who's taking his turn in the empty acres out there in front of the Milligan Road boundary, and the manual scoreboard with the couple clock showing 10-5.
I can tell you Nottinghamshire are 14 for 4 at the moment.
Shame.
Oh,
shame. Leicestershire fans will be muttering to themselves. Round the wicket goes Barnes and bowls to the left-handed Lees, who turns the foolish delivery off his legs, but only as far as Scriven, who is at the wider of the 2 mid-wickets. Remains on 80.
Yeah, Martin Emerson's just sent us some interesting stats about Alex Lees, if he does indeed get to a second century in this match. I just get the feeling if he does, it's going to time bang on with his update. So it might be you or I who get the rare opportunity.
He'll be able to tell BBC Radio Newcastle live that a Yorkshireman is continuing to do the business. In goes Barnes, and Lees wristily works it to square leg for 1.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather be on the Leicestershire County Cricket Club YouTube feed? Or live stream even?
Having shown you pictures of my old cricket club in the summer on the cliff top, I found one of it covered in snow the other day, looking the other way, so I will fish that out for you to have a look at. As you pick up commentary, the over having come to an end.
Indeed. It's going to be Alex Lees on strike. As Peter Hanscom was just signalling in our direction. I thought for a second I was in trouble there. I remember being in the commentary box in Rawalpindi while beg your pardon, Will Jacks was having a bat, and the commentary box is directly in the line of sight of the bowler. I have this habit of standing up to commentate, and got Will Jacks waving me down. Here comes right again, short ball, good bouncer that, which Lees ducks underneath. So it goes through to the keeper, and then he practices a much more aggressive shot, looking for a pull over the short boundary in the leg side, but might be ill-advised at this point. Showed great judgment thus far, Alex Lees, in this innings, and indeed in this first innings, in his shot selection. Right, let's have a look at that. What are we looking at?
That's looking the other way at the pavilion with the sea in the background in winter.
That is gorgeous.
Isn't it? It's ridiculous, isn't it? With the
beautiful. That's short from right, it's pulled away towards the backward square leg region. It'll just be the single. That's brilliant. You've got a tree bereft of any foliage. You've got a clear sky in the background and a little reflection in the water in the background of the sun, and then just snow in the foreground. That is beautiful.
We always had something to look at. And the other thing which you haven't seen about the ground is that on one side of it is a stately home.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
So we had
who lives there?
Everything. It's owned by East Yorkshire Borough Council now. And
what do they do with it?
Well, it houses various exhibitions as cafes. There's a little zoo behind it as well.
Right, in again, full, and defended back to him by the batter. Oh, in fact, into the stumps at the non-strikers then. It knocked the bills off. Something for the umpires to do, no run. So, this is in Sewerby.
It is a little village just on the coast outside of Bridlington, between Bridlington and Filey. And that's where I played all my early cricket.
Looks like a tourist attraction, really, how stunning it is.
Yeah, it was popular in that respect.
Posted some photos of it out on Twitter yesterday, which drew a lot of interest.
Mostly wondering how to get the ball back if it went over the cliff, yes.
Right in again, full, and pushed to extra cover for no run. Yeah, I think that it is going to be a fixation point amongst cricket fans. That's like, it's anxiety, isn't it? If you grew up playing cricket in your back garden and hit the ball into your neighbour's house, and depending on how friendly your neighbour was, you were filled with anxiety about never getting that ball back. And if you're anything like me, you could only really afford one or two tennis balls at a time. It wasn't years until I got my hand on a wind ball, which was a game changer, as next ball's clipped away towards mid wicket for a single by Beddingham. The wind ball was good, as was the revelation that all we had to do was turn the wicket, which is a lot easier to do in a back garden because you just play from the other angle. You don't have to do anything.
The wind ball?
Yeah, the wind ball that they use in sort of indoor centres is sort of like a orange squishy thing.
Oh, okay.
It's I think you call it a wind ball, I'm pretty sure.
And it didn't inflict too much damage once it was hit into
as long as your fences are sturdy. It's more that it's a little bit heavier, so it's less likely to be elevated like a tennis ball. As Wright comes in, as that ball has been played beautifully off his pads by Beddingham again. Picks out the fielder in the deep and the mid-wicket region. Just a little flick there. Good wrists from Beddingham. That's the end of the over as well. 185 for 2.
60 or 70.
You get the feeling they'll want to...
Would give themselves a sort of...
300-ish.
I think they want 330, 340, something like that.
Yeah. 300 feels risky nowadays, doesn't it?
It kind of does, but Leicestershire look a little bit dispirited at the moment, to me. The body language is very much one of resignation. Not necessarily to their fate, but it is to their kind of short-term fate. Essentially, they know it's just about defence at the moment. And consequently, it's hard to find too much to be positive about when all you're about is slowing the game down. So
yeah, the gloominess in the atmosphere.
Get away from. I think it's dark.
It perfectly fits the vibes of the Leicestershire team at the moment.
But I think it's a little bit dark. I mean, the batters are in no danger whatsoever at the moment. I should hasten to add. In goes Parkinson and bowls around the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who works it towards mid-on. Hill, who were a couple of poor pieces of fielding before the tea interval, trying to redeem himself, the skipper. Throws himself across to his right and makes the stop. Parkinson is in. Back goes Lees, cutting delicately down towards deep point, where Barnes is the fielder. Takes one. Scoring effortlessly at 5 and over, essentially. Even just in singles, because there are singles all over. The ball has done nothing for the Foxes, that they haven't been able to get anything out of this Kookaburra in either innings.
No.
You have to say.
Even with the assistance of the conditions on this occasion. I mean, it started so promisingly with those two maidens up front, but then Lees and Jones just sort of took control a little bit, even after Jones was dismissed.
Parkinson round the wicket to the right-handed Beddingham, moves forward. Plays it respectfully back up the pitch to Parkinson. I mean, Wright swung a few early back into the left-handed Lees, didn't he? But that was about it, really. Not many have moved off the seam. Parkinson is in. Back goes Beddingham, looking to cut the ball away off the stumps. Was off the stumps, though, well, nearly, so he had to be a bit careful.
Yeah.
Salisbury moved across to his right to field at point. Parkinson is in. A bit of air, maybe a little bit of turn as well, and a little bit of a feel for it by Beddingham, and that rare thing in this innings, ball beating bat.
That's his first play and a miss. For Beddingham, he's played a chanceless innings thus far.
Everybody a bit startled as Parkinson is in. Beddingham is forward, driving carefully. Controlled drive out towards long off. Patel picks up, jogs in. You can see the shadows now that he is casting from the floodlights, which is always a sign that the lights are beginning to take over.
Oh, the floodlights are taking over, yeah.
That's supposed to be the point at which the umpires, and I think Chris Wright is probably talking to Jack Shantry to that very effect, because Leicester would like nothing better, I suspect, at this stage than for there to be an early finish because of the light. But Shantry, there's been no measure, has there, of the...
No, I think they're using relatively common sense. I mean, if Leicestershire really wanted to press the point home, what you'd want to do is bowl a sequence of short balls, but right now every short ball is being punished with ease, as you say, so there's no danger to the batters, and I don't think there's any danger of the umpires calling time on today's game prematurely, as Wright runs in onto the hips of Beddingham, who pushes this out towards mid-wicket for a single. Still 22.5 overs to come today. I think the goal here, possibly from a Durham perspective, is to let Lees get to his second 100 of the match, and at that point have a few swings, see where you end up, and have as many as 10, but a minimum of 4 overs, I'd say, at Leicestershire this evening. And the delays are continuing as Chris Wright is having a chat with his captain, Lewis Hill. They've taken a fielder out of the covers and sent him into the square leg region for the left-handed Lees. It's just a deep cover in place now, so an easy single in the covers anytime Lees wants it. There's no deep third either. Here comes Wright. That ball is pushed into that gap indeed by Lees. Out to deep cover, and they just jog through for an agreed single. Not quite sure what the thinking behind that field placement was, because there is a man going out across now for the right-hander. You've still got 3 in the offside, or 4 actually, I should say, in the offside, with the backward point in place as well. Just one fielder in the deep protecting that short boundary for the right-handed Beddingham. Chris Wright in his 9th over now bowls a short ball. It's been pulled out towards deep backward square leg. Either side of the fielder, that would have been 4, but managed to pick him out. Very crisp stroke that. Another single to the score, and another bit of cardio for the umpires, walking across square leg to square leg for this
right-left combination. It's gone very, very quiet here at Leicestershire as well. There's still a flag out towards our right-hand side. So I can see a fox on there. The England cricket team's crest. Right, in again. Down the leg side this time to Lees, who fails to get any bat on it. Looking for a little glance, but perhaps a little too late as it's been fielded by Hanscom, and there is no run. 190 for 2, score remains. This partnership worth 106 for Durham. Feels like the 700th 100 partnership of this game. Been fun if you're a batter. Leicestershire the last few days. There's right. Steaming in. From wide of the crease this time, angling into Lees, who flicks that away nicely out towards fine leg. And the umpire has called a no ball for overstepping. There is that danger when you adjust your angle running into the return crease. Striving for perhaps a little bit of extra pace, also having to adjust for each batter. It's no fun when they're taking singles every ball, so one ball right hand, one ball left hand, one ball right hand, one ball left hand. It's very difficult to keep your rhythm. And you throw your footmark troubles on top of that. Right. Attempts again, this time to the right-handed Beddingham, who drives that nicely out towards mid-wicket for a single, which again both batters are happy to just walk. Yeah, very much a holding pattern this game is in at the moment. Next bit of activity of serious drama will come when Leicestershire take the bat again. For now, it's just a case of Durham getting as many as they feel like, as quickly as they possibly can. Lees on 86 on strike. The final ball of rights over. That's full, has been flicked away just past that diving fielder at mid-wicket, out towards the deeper mid-wicket fielder. They jog through for another single. Durham move on to 195 for 2, with 39 overs bowled in their innings. 22 overs left to be bowled today.
Now, the Durham 12th man is coming out with a drink for David Beddingham and for Alex Lees. Whether that is scheduled or whether he's bringing a little bit of a message saying, look,
get on with it.
Yeah, or essentially, or, you know, we want to have 10 overs.
You got 12 overs to get your 100.
You've got another 10 or whatever to get on with it. You know, they can't expect Lees to give it away on 87 with a prospect of 200s in a game, but I think they can probably expect it. Entitled to expect a bit more urgency. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Leicestershire continue to slow the game down with all sorts of field changes. Parkinson to bowl from the pavilion end at some stage. They've moved on to 195 for 2, with Alex Lees approaching what would be his second century of the game. He's 88 not out at the moment. David Beddingham is with him on 63. They lead by 290. There are potentially 21 overs left to be bowled today. Take off 2 for the change of innings. Leicestershire might be thinking in terms of facing around 10 overs before the close if Durham pull out at that stage, with a lead of about 360. And that is probably what's going to happen. Lees will have to get his century first, though. They're 196 Durham for 2. Singles being taken every ball, and Martin may want to come back on shortly, as and when.
Possibly an update taking place in.
As Parkinson bowls round the wicket, Lees works him out to deep mid-wicket, moves on to 89, and he is approaching his century. I don't think he's going to take too many risks, as I say. Once he's got there, it might be fun. He might go for some big ones. Knots a 30 for 5 as forward goes Beddingham, blocking it out into the offside.
No, there's some good news for Leicestershire fans.
Yes, we take our pleasures where we can. It doesn't take much to please Leicestershire supporters. The misfortunes of others. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Bedingham is forward. On off stump, playing it out to extra cover. Scriven warming up, anticipating coming on shortly, clearly. Hill, the fielder, at extra cover. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Back goes Bedingham. Scriven has to jog across to his right to field and does. End of Parkinson's over, the 40th of the innings, with a score on 198. The run rate is pretty much 5. That is excellent on the part of Durham. 114 the partnership for the 3rd wicket already. The lead is the key figure. It is 293.
Indeed. Wright is going to continue. He's bowled 9 overs in this innings so far. 9 overs, no wickets for 50 runs. He'll dearly love a wicket here, just to slow things down a little bit more. As we can hear some kind of contraption being pulled across the surface beneath us. That's what the noise is all about. Apologies for that. You're having to listen to that, everybody. There's Wright to continue. Another full ball pushed down the ground to mid-on for no run. Just in a holding pattern in this game, as we say. Waiting for... I beg your pardon, there was a bowling change at the start of that over. It was Tom Scriven who bowled that first ball. This is his 3rd over. He's gone for the 6 from his first 2 thus far. Marty Emerson back alongside. How many do you think they want, Marty? That's what I'm thinking about. How many runs do you think Durham will want? Or will it just be a matter of, after this many overs, we're calling it a day, as the next ball is defended on the front foot to mid-off for no run?
Well, I would reckon declare with 10 overs to go, give yourself half an hour to have a bowl tonight. I mean, I was going to say they did it with just a few overs the other day, but that was actually England, wasn't it? How many overs did England have a go at?
8.
8, was it? Right, yeah. So, in a holding pattern, are we?
That's what it feels like. Scriven in. That's flicked away nicely by Alex Lees out towards deep backward square leg. He'll take a single, which will take him into the 90s.
And which airport are we heading into?
I don't know. What's the nearest airport in these parts? Would it be Birmingham
Where are we?
International?
Nottingham, East Midlands, man. No, where are we? We're not there. We're Leicester, East Midlands.
I've only ever in this country. I've only ever flown out of.
Well, actually, there's an
London.
airport in Leicester, isn't there? A little one. You've only ever flown out of London?
Ever, yeah.
God, you metropolitan elites are all the same.
Glasgow as well.
Oh, right, so that's not London then.
Oh, yeah. Glasgow as well. Well, it's Scotland, isn't it? Got their own cricket league. Here's Scriven. In again, down the leg side. Well taken by Hanscom.
When we went on that school holiday to Ibiza in 1986, we flew out of Glasgow Airport.
School holiday to Ibiza?
No, can you believe it? And the airline was called Spantax. It was part of the Iberia group. I'd never been on an aeroplane before. It's absolute
sounds like something
joy to behold.
Sounds like something you have to pack in your bags when you're going to Ibiza.
Yeah.
Spantax.
Yeah.
Here's Scriven. In again, back of a length and defended on the front foot. Classical textbook fashion by Bedingham.
It's the only time I've been there, actually.
No, I've never been myself, but I do have the CDs.
The Ibiza CDs? Yeah. Which DJ?
Oh, I don't remember now. But they're there somewhere.
Was it Carl Cox? No.
No, it would have been someone else.
There was a series of CDs came out, wasn't there, which was one of the Radio 1 dance DJs. I've got 1 or 2 of them in the house as well.
It's what put sort of Ibiza on the map as the party place, and then it was replaced by Ayia Napa.
Yeah. I've been there a few times.
Tom Scriven in again onto the pads of Bedingham, who pushes this out towards mid-wicket, takes a single, he'll keep the strike, he's on to 65, also 200 up for Durham. 200 for 2 after 41 overs in this innings, which means their lead is exactly 295. Still 20 overs to come today.
I've been to Iron Apple a few times because we've stayed in Cyprus near there, but we've only ever been out of season really, so October half-termish time, normally after the cricket season's finished. So it's very pleasant in the autumn. It's quite quiet and laid back, and it's nice. Some nice restaurants on the harbour.
I'm picturing a lot
I can imagine just up the hill away from there, where all the bars are on top of each other and the nightclubs. It must be utter bedlam at the height.
2 for 1 entry on a Wednesday night.
Yeah. Speaking from personal experience. Callum Parkinson. Oh, this is lobbed out into the offside by Beddingham, but he's going to be safe. The story here is about Alex Lees, really. And the last man to get back-to-back hundreds in a game for Durham was Sean Dixon at Worcester, around about this time last year. That was the match when Ben Stokes smashed the ball to all corners and broke the record for sixes in a match, didn't he, in England? Turned away to square leg, no run there. And Dixon on that occasion, he's now with Somerset, became the first Durham player to get centuries in 3 consecutive innings, because he got one in the previous match at Hove. Prior to that, Paul Collingwood got a century in the first innings at Swansea in 2017, May Bank Holiday weekend. It's Parkinson bowls again, and this is turned by Lees to backward square leg, no run. And he was then on something like 92 in the second innings when it got to lunch, and then it rained. And because it was the final day, the staff had packed all the covers away, and by the time they got the covers out and got the square code over, there was quite a delay in the match. Parkinson again to Lees. Lees drives the ball up to long off for 1, moves him on to 91. So there was such a delay that Durham then ran out of time to come back out and bat, because he had to declare to try and put Glamorgan in to win the game. And it turned into quite a misty, eerie, sea-fretty sort of night. Glamorgan pulled it off with a run chase. Parkinson bowls again. Beddingham with his cut shot out towards Ackerman at deep mid-wicket. So he declared on himself, and had he not done, I'm sure he would have got his second 100, and he would have been the first Durham player to have done it twice. In the 2016 season, it was the first match of the season that year. Keaton Jennings did it against Somerset, and then a few weeks later Scott Borthwick did it against Lancashire. This is played by Lees out towards long on for 1. So he'll
keep the strike.
Yeah. He's on 92. That was the score that Graham Clark was on yesterday when he was run out by Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson was buying the pints last night, and when I interviewed him at the end of the match, end of the day's play, I said, "Is that pints for penance or pints for celebration?" After he got a century, and he said it was for the century, but he did feel very guilty about running him out.
Yeah, always stings in the 90s. Well, that's where Lees is now. He's on 92 as Tom Scriven runs in, and Lees pushes that ball to mid-off. There is no run. It's very quietly while Lees has been sort of slowly accumulating. Beddingham's playing a blinding knock here. 67 off 78, scoring with complete ease. Just the one false shot in the entire innings.
Proper David Beddingham.
And just his statistics are so impressive. Particularly his conversion from 50s to 100s. Yeah. Here comes Scriven again down the leg side. I thought we might have taken a bit of pad on his way through. He might have done. Flicked something. Definitely not bat. There was no appeal.
Well, Beddingham has now got 15 centuries and 20 half centuries.
It's not a bad conversion, is it? Yeah. Half the time.
Paul Collingwood got back-to-back centuries in a game. I think it was at Taunton in 2005, and then the first person to do it was in Durham's first year in first-class cricket, the late, great Dean Jones against the touring Pakistan side in 92.
Scriven in again, full work to mid-wicket, no run. 1992.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he played the one season that year. William, the Durham scorer, sent me the list, but I've got them written down anyway, just in my match notes. But the Collie one in 2017 is always the one that I think about declaring on yourself when you're in the 90s.
There's no better way to show how much of a team player you are.
There you are.
Yeah, Scriven. That ball's been pushed again, only as far as mid-wicket. So Lees already feeling the nervous 90s, and the Leicestershire players are chirping up as well now. Turning up the volume a little bit out in the field, making sure This won't be an easy passage for Lees, and crucially for them, taking a bit of time out of the game. 18.2 overs to come today. Lees on strike, 92 of 136 balls. As Tom Scriven comes in for the penultimate ball of his 4th over. That's been driven, but not quite timed. Goes to mid-on. There is no run. He's played out 5 dots in this over so far, as Alex Lees. Haven't seen a maiden for a while. 204 for 2.
Lees hasn't done this before, because the last Yorkshireman to get 100 in both innings was Gary Balance at Hampshire in 2017.
As Scriven, this time Lees does get a run, just a thick inside edge out towards deep square leg. He'll keep the strike as well, 93 for him, 205 for Durham. Gary Balance, he did it against Hampshire, did he?
Yeah, and he did it against Surrey in 2013. So that's the last time anybody at Yorkshire's done it.
I seem to remember years and years ago, Michael Vaughan doing it.
Yeah, against Essex at Chelmsford, 99.
I think that game might have been televised as well.
In a county championship?
And I think at the time they did. This would have been like sort of the 90s or the early 2000s. Yeah. And it was televised, and I remember watching him play one of the greatest cover drives I've ever seen.
Start of a new over. Lees turns it round the corner from Parkinson. He's going to go 4-2. He's coming back to the keeper's end. He will get there. He's on 95. Yeah. So Sean Dixon. Now, this was something William, the Durham scorer, pointed out. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 5 who've done it for Durham got 105 in their second innings.
Exactly that.
Yeah, isn't that spooky? Parkinson to Lees. Lees cuts out towards the covers and stopped. That was travelling, that was. In fact, it was more short mid-off. Who's fielding in there? Who's that?
I believe that's a substitute fielder.
Parkinson in again. Lees finds him once more. Past the pins there, will you? Quick single. I didn't think they were going to run there, and I looked up and they were taking on a naughty single.
It's number 49, who is the substitute fielder.
Doesn't look tall enough to be the lad from the left-handed bowler.
Because he was on for
Josh,
Chris Wright earlier.
Is it Hull?
No. He was on for Wright earlier. I wonder who he's on for now.
Betting him on 67. A little tap to short square leg. Keeper goes after it. He calls Lees through, or Lees calls him through. He's got a bit of ink on his arm.
I think that last single tells you that the game for Durham right now is very much getting Alex Lees on strike. That lead has gone past 300 now, 304 the lead.
He can get there with one strike of the bat, but he's just played this sensibly up to Rishi Patel at mid-on. It's Roman Walker.
Yeah, that's it. Roman Walker, number 49 for Leicestershire.
Former Glamorgan man. Betting him on 68. Partnership 125. He cuts. Goes down towards backward point. And that is the end of the over. I'm going to stay on this while Lees is on this score.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Lees 97 from 142 balls. He's hit 10 fours. His highest score was a huge one against Derbyshire in the summer of 2013. I think it might have been in Chesterfield.
Was that the... Did he score a triple?
275 not out. Chesterfield against Derbyshire 2013.
I've got triple hundreds on my mind. I know Daniel Bell Drummond hit a triple today for Kent.
So this will be, if he gets there, his 9th century for Durham and the 21st in his first class career. Bowling to him is going to be Scriven from the Bennett end. Right arm round to Lees. He comes in and he bowls. Lees defends. Ball just rolls back up to the bowler's end. No run there. I was half wondering if on our way out we could sneak into the indoor school, see if all the day glow cricket gear's still in, have a game. Glow in the dark cricket, I bet that's good fun.
Yeah. Have you ever been to one of those sixes places?
No, I don't even know if we've got one up our way.
I believe there's one up north. I think there's one in Manchester.
Right. That's not the north. Played to short mid-wicket here. That's 145 miles from the north. I tell you. That's the south.
It's 200 miles away from me, which feels pretty north.
We've got soft water down there.
I think they have one in Manchester, there's one in Birmingham, there's a couple in London. I'm not sure if there's any further north than that, but it's good fun. Perhaps next time you're playing either in the Midlands or London, you'll have a chance to go down.
In comes the bowler, played out into the covers, no run there.
It's great fun.
What's it called?
Sixes.
Is there one in, might be one in Leeds, I don't know.
Yeah, it's great fun. You just, sixes.
Sixes?
Sixes, as opposed to
spell it?
sixers. Just take the R out. A sixes social club, perhaps you have to put in. Yeah, there you go, that's the top
Sixes
result.
social. Other places probably don't exist, actually.
I think there's one other alternative that does something similar.
Okay.
But yeah, it's great fun.
210 for 2. Lees turns this towards backward square leg, 1 run. Couldn't see the field around the corner there. My wife was talking about from her daughter's birthday going to one of these bowling alley places in Newcastle where they also had a batting cage.
Yeah.
But we ended up going to a climbing centre instead, and then went somewhere else for a meal, which was awful. So might have been worth going to the original plan.
Batting cages are great fun as well.
I've not been in one. I wanted to do it when we were in Canada a few years ago.
As Beddingham plays the next ball away to mid-on, there's no run. Just one ball to come in this over, which Beddingham will face. Yeah, batting cages are great fun, and particularly if you play cricket, it feels easier because you're just getting a full toss every ball to smack. And alright, the bat doesn't have as much face, but you're going to make contact every single time, unless you're not a very good cricket batter. And yeah, it's good. It's great fun. It's quite satisfying actually, especially if you've had a long day. Hit the welly out of a baseball as the next ball's been flicked uppishly out towards fine leg by Beddingham. They'll take one. They're going to get back for the second, are they? Yeah, they're comfortably going to get back for the second. And good result that for Durham, because it means Lees will be on strike and they've collected another couple of runs. Beddingham onto 70 off 82. Durham 213 for 2.
There's none of these in the north.
What's the northernmost one?
Brighton, Shepherd's Bush, Fitzrovia, wherever that might be. Fulham, Manchester, Birmingham, Leicester and Trader Wembley, which is where you live.
Trader Wembley?
Yeah. Do you live in this place? Is that why you mentioned it?
I think Trader Wembley might be a different Wembley. It can't be my Wembley, surely.
Well, many other Wembleys do you know?
No, because I would have heard about that if it was in Wembley. Trader Wembley. There must be another part of the country called Trader Wembley.
There isn't. Right then, Lees, 146 balls. He's on 98. They've got players out on the boundary all around the park here. One close in on the leg side as Parkinson comes into ball from the pavilion end. Lees nudges it up to mid-off. And Buddinger fields it from there.
My goodness, this is a brand new development near where I live.
Parkinson round the wicket. Lees pushes up to Patel for 1 at long on, so he's on 99. So there is one, yeah.
There is. I've had to look at the Google Street Map of it just because I didn't believe it.
So is it in the High Street in Wembley? Is it?
It's off the High Street. It's the next street on from the High Street.
Right.
And it's still a very awkward place to get to from me.
Parkinson in, Beddingham forward defence. I think they've ruined the Wembley area. They've built all these new design places, the new stadium.
Oh, near the stadium, yeah. I mean, that's its own city now.
You couldn't beat the place when you could just turn up, park in the cement yard right at the back of the tunnel end for a $5 and walk straight in the ground. They've ruined everything. Another defensive shot here, all in the name of supposed progress.
Well, if you get stuck, you can always park in my driveway, I don't mind. Only a 5-minute walk from the stadium.
Do you rent your drive out?
No.
Is there a website where people rent drive space?
Yeah, absolutely. Artivsdriveway.com.
This is defended again by Beddingham, who's on 70 from 85. So the strike rate's been quite different from these two. Beddingham's come in with you get into fourth gear straight away. Lees has given them the platform. 148 deliveries he's faced for his 99. Beddingham 85 for his 70. Oh, that's coming our way. Listen to this. Oh, that was a canny thwack, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it just missed the side screen,
Yeah,
just over it.
It's landed on the player's balcony just down below us. That was right out the meat of the bat for 6 from Beddingham. He might catch Lees yet, you know.
Yeah, 76 he's on. He could get to his ton faster than Lees at this rate. Mind you, if Lees has hit that 6, he would have been on exactly 105 not out as well.
What are they doing here? Are they in a drinks break or what?
Oh, is there... Oh, they're not declaring, are they, surely?
No.
Oh, they're declaring with Lees on 99.
They're not, huh?
They've declared, unless it's too dark.
Is it raining? No, they're taking a light reading.
Well, the players are all walking off.
I know that. I didn't see that. But
That's
why?
what I mean.
Why? I think they're taking a light reading.
It has
This
gone
is
quite
what
gloomy.
Richard said.
Someone just hit a 6.
I know.
No player is in danger.
Unbelievable. The game is gone.
There's still 15 overs theoretically to come today. The players are all walking off. The light's not going to improve.
It's odd. There's a bit of rain in the air. That's what's happening.
Maybe they're anticipating, yeah. Maybe it's a anticipatory rain break. Although I don't see anybody by the covers. Oh, there I do, of course. They're being dragged on immediately. A warm applause for Alex Lees and David Beddingham, who leave the field unbeaten on 99 and 76, respectively. There is a tractor in the distance pulling some covers in the direction of the middle of the pitch. The stumps are still in the ground, so they've got to take them out before they put the covers on. But I get the feeling that might be it for the day. It's very unlikely they come back out after a break. There's still, as we say, theoretically 15 overs to come in the day. The umpires still haven't taken the stumps out though, which is something. The strip hasn't been covered just yet. The groundsman hasn't turned the engine of his tractor-type device off just yet.
What's their partnership? 136?
136 exactly, yeah. And the lead is 315. So it's the weather that's taken hold. I thought for a second that rather cruelly the Durham captain had opted to declare, but it isn't. It's bad light. Officially, bad light stops play. Well, it's possible that the light will improve, but I wouldn't want to bet the farm on it.
You don't own a farm, so you're all right.
Oh, that's where you're going to park your car.
Eh?
That's where you're going to put artifsfarmdriveway.com. Don't actually go to that website. God knows what's on there. Right, so 220 for no loss. For 2, I beg your pardon. The lead is 315. I'm going to make way for Richard Ray.
Thanks, Atif. We'll hang on as I have an update to do, but otherwise after that we'll leave the effects mic on, but to come off ourselves while we wait and hope that the light will improve. But as Atif said, it looks seriously gloomy where the weather tends to come from at the Uptonsteel County Ground, which is the southwest. The covers are being brought out, and I think they will put them on because there's a little bit of water on the wind, not much, you know, the pitch isn't going to get wet, but the crowd, such as it is, has made their mind up, and most of them are wending their way towards the Curzon Road entrance to the ground. It is seriously gloomy out there. I was surprised actually they stayed out as long as they did, and I would have thought that they would have manufactured a way of getting Lees of enough of the strike to get to the 100 before the bad light closed in. We are obviously starting to lose overs after 5, so it'll be interesting to see what Scott Borthwick and the Durham Brains Trust decide to do. The lead at the moment, 315, and certainly they'll want to see Alex Lees achieve that notable landmark for him and for Durham, which might take just one delivery. Will he be on strike at the next over? I think he will. So
yeah, because the last ball was a 6, wasn't it?
We shall see what happens. Mightily struck by a Beddingham. Just coming up to half past. The ground staff all casting 6 shadows from the floodlights. And as I say, all the crowd pretty much heading to the exit. The forecast for tomorrow is good. So
if they lose these overs tonight, though, they're gone. And then you wonder, would Durham declare?
They kind of almost... Well, they'd have 96 tomorrow.
Yeah, but...
And after what Ryan Campbell said, the logical decision, if you take aside the 99, is to declare, isn't it? If we lose these overs tonight. But even if they have one ball tomorrow, then they lose another 2 overs. And whatever's left of that over, so they lose 3 overs, whatever.
It does seem a bit strange they take them off the moment after he's hit a 6. They're clearly seeing the ball all right.
Yeah, they are, certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, if they had declared, I don't think Leicestershire would have gone out to bat. I think the line would have been bad, with Potts sort of steaming in. But I take your point, absolutely.
But there was a little bit of... It was spinning a little bit, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, even now the covers haven't gone on, have they? So, they could have bowled another ball, couldn't they? Really? But I don't know whether they said to Messrs. Lees, and you've just got this over before we take you off. I wouldn't imagine so. 220 for 2. I'm chuntering here.
You are,
because
we're
waiting for the update. The little knot of Leicestershire supporters under the Stengen Benno banner are stoutly sticking it out over there next to the meet. But the electronic scoreboard, which I think is a really good one now, it's been redesigned by the Leicestershire scorer Paul Rogers, and now I've really got used to it. I think it's got a lot of... It's very readable, and it's got a lot of good information on it.
There's one thing I'd have on there that
what would you add?
It would either be lead or deficit.
It often is, yeah. They've done that in the T20. It's flexible, so they can put it on, but the moment, as you say, it's not on. So
the bottom corner, welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground. They don't need that there, do they? Really?
They don't. But the sponsor might have insisted.
The signs
Who
are
knows?
all over the ground.
Yeah, I don't think it's that sort of sponsor. In fairness to James Upton, I don't think they would have insisted. I don't think it'd mind too much. Certainly would make our life a lot easier, wouldn't it? If they put that up
when
there.
you're as hopeless as maths as I am.
I don't know, to be honest. I'm only here for today.
The ground staff leaning, sitting, sprawling upon the wheels of the tractor, waiting for instruction. One of the Durham staff walking has been out there, but he's casting very clear shadows as he walks back to the various bits and pieces of warm-up assisting clobber that both sides use.
Chris says it wasn't raining when they took them off. A bizarre decision given Beddingham had just smashed a 6, but there was rain on our window.
Yeah, it's not bizarre, James, it's dark. So it's understandable, but it wasn't the rain, I don't think, or the potentiality of rain. I mean, as I say, the covers still aren't on. So it was very, very, and is very, very gloomy.
Get on with it.
Is not being called by the 6 remaining members of the crowd. But they've all decided, I think. You can see the lights on in the press room opposite, and in the meet, shining fairly brightly.
Have you got any cue yet or not?
Yeah, here it comes.
Right.
There we go. Here comes the update. No, they're not. Well, it's actually the Durham batsmen who are out there at the moment. In fact, they're not out there at the moment because the umpires have taken them off for bad light, believe it or not, with Alex Lees on 99 not out. and if he goes to three figures, it would be his second century of the season. But it is distinctly gloomy down here in Ayleston. All the floodlights have been on pretty much since lunch, in fact. The umpires are out there at the moment, but they're wearing their anorak sort of jacket sort of things, keep themselves warm. There's no prospect of play resuming. Theoretically at the moment, when they took them off, there were 15 overs remaining in the day. Durham, excuse me, are 220 for 2. They lead then by 315. The general consensus was that they'd want a few overs at Leicestershire before the close. Now, whether that will change if they get back out there, which I'm beginning to doubt because it is so dark at the moment and it is so late, then they might declare overnight. But they'll want to get Lees past his century, which means would mean losing 3 overs tomorrow. That still should still be enough. Remember, Matty Potts is now in the Durham side, having come back from potential England duty, and the way he cleaned up Leicestershire's last 2 tail end wickets earlier today indicates that he could be a real factor tomorrow. So Leicestershire could yet win the game, but they have it all to do tomorrow. They're going to have to score at least 316 to win the game, probably a few more than that when they come back tomorrow, but the odds are play is done here now for the day, with Durham on 220 for 2.
There's a couple of emails I'll just go through before we knock it on the head, if we are. John Reed says, sorry, but I need to get this off my chest. If Durham don't win this game, they need to take a long, hard look at all of the extras they've gifted to Leicestershire. 30 no balls. Did you say that as well or not? No.
No, I don't think they could have done much more so far to win the game, yeah. But anyway.
Just what he sent me.
No, he'd say everyone's entitled to an opinion.
Robbie says Lees has shown. God, these are negative. Lees has shown in the last 40 minutes why he's not in the current England squad. He's not needed to accelerate. He's given a platform for Durham, and Beddingham's been hammering the ball around at the other end.
Any more disgruntled Durham supporters, given the side is completely dominating the game? They're top of the second division and they've got Leicestershire under them anyway.
Interesting from William the scorer. From reaching 59, Lees has only scored in singles in getting to 99. That's an interesting one.
He scored 40 singles in a row.
Apart from a 2 when 61, and another 2 when 93. But other than those two,
but no boundaries since 59. Yeah, he has noticeably. Oh, they're taking the stumps out. They are taking the stumps out, ladies and gentlemen. We are done, it would appear, for the day. Well now. Does that let Leicestershire off the hook?
It looks brighter just down to the south there. You can see brighter skies.
Yeah, a long way to the south. And
that's only where the M1 is.
After, what is it, 5:30, it's unlikely that they would be able to get back out there before 6. And that's the key time.
Well, I mean, they take the stumps off. If they've asked to put the covers on, they have to take the stumps off down to put the covers on anyway. But I doubt they'll call this until probably 6.
We'll see what happens.
But you can't then come back on after 6 because 6 is the it is raining. That's why they brought the covers on. It's raining now. It does look brighter to the south, though. I think there's a smidge possibility they could yet get back on this evening.
Well, if we do, we will of course bring you every delivery, as the BBC does, of every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the domestic season, and fingers crossed that will continue into 2025. It will certainly continue next season, but
a query from David just before we knock the microphone off for now. What happened to the batsmen deciding if they wanted to take bad light? That stopped years ago.
Yeah,
that ended when Dale Benkenstein was Durham's skipper.
That's a decade at least, isn't it?
That was 2013, I think, when they got rid of that rule. It was never offered to the batsmen from around about 2013. Because he was furious one day. Durham were making runs and doing really well one evening. The umpires decided bad light was an issue.
End of day.
It is. There you are.
They have called it. So that's it, folks. Right. We are done for the day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. 220 for 2. Durham in their second innings lead by 315. Do not despair, Durham supporters. Do not, because there's an awful lot of play left. 96 overs. And they may well have a couple of overs tomorrow just to A, get Lees past his 100, but B, also just extend the lead to, well, I've been saying about 340, 350 throughout, and they'll still have a good 90 or so overs at Leicestershire, with Matty Potts in the side as well. These
for that final day, every possibility of enforcing victory. We'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel tomorrow. At least
But
Martin
he won't be.
and I will be. We'll be joined not actually by Atif, whose company has been a delight over the first 3 days, and we trust has enjoyed his visit to well, and company, hopefully, and visit to the Uptonsteel. To the Uptonsteel County Ground. We have a new third voice tomorrow, Mayshel from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. We look forward to meeting him and hearing from him. But in the meantime, from ourselves here at the Uptonsteel County Ground for tonight, it's a very good evening to you all.